Zephyr is humanity's last warrior, fighting alone in a world abandoned by the gods. After a brutal and hopeless battle against Tartarus, a being known as the god of destruction, the poor hero succumbs to defeat. He blows himself up in a final act, taking down Tartarus's hand with him. He manages to damage the god of destruction, who destroyed hundreds of worlds before, but never suffered even a single scratch. His body is burned to a crisp, but instead of dying for good, he wakes up somewhere completely unexpected. This place is known as God's Realm. The gods, who had once turned their backs on the world, had been watching all along. They were thoroughly entertained by the fight our boy put up, so to squeeze out even more amusement, they offer him a second chance, to go back and fight those damned bastards who dared to destroy the world. They send him 10 years into the past, back to when he was just a powerless slave. The only things he now has are his past knowledge and a special perk granted by the angel Mercedes. As he opens his eyes, he sees a bunch of bully slaves around him while a small powerless boy lies in there, shivering from the beating. Seeing their maniacal faces and the logo on their chests, Zephyr quickly remembers that he's been sent 10 years back, when he was 20, and refused to be used as a temple slave. As they bully our boy, their supervisor calls them out to get back to work. The bullies follow, but not without giving a warning to our boy not to pull that stunt again. However, Zephyr has no time for lowlifes. He picks up a nearby pickaxe, ready to blend in, but notices that same small boy on the ground whispering thanks. The warrior doesn't recognize him and simply walks past, focused on more important matters, which were the perks the angel had mentioned he will be granted after regression. As the kid goes back to work, Zephyr stands still and activates his perks. A surge of power rushes through him, and in that moment, he can hardly believe that the angel actually gave him such a powerful spell. A while later, the other slaves are shocked to see Zephyr working at an incredible pace, filling up the rags in just minutes. They realize that this newcomer has now set a new standard, one that means they can't slack off either. Meanwhile, Zephyr is still thrilled about what happened earlier. When he unlocked his perks, a sudden barrage of information flooded his mind, causing a sharp headache. However, the pain quickly gives way to excitement as he notices several rare, high-level skills and items appear before him, completely free. Lost in thought, he doesn't notice the head of the mining team approaching. Mistaking his pause for laziness, the supervisor starts shouting, furious that the boy appears to be slacking on his first day. When he gets no response, his anger escalates. He raises his whip to teach the newcomer a lesson, but to his shock, Zephyr catches the whip mid-air with his bare hand and calmly returns it, prompting a stunned apology from the supervisor. Zephyr then turns back to his work, quietly surprised at his own reflexes and combat awareness. The whip didn't even leave a scratch. It's the effect of his first perk, an ability that cancels minor physical damage. Although the skill takes some effort to activate, it's proving useful, and he doesn't even feel tired after a full day of intense mining. By the end of the day, he has received a total of 9 perks, each one a powerful step toward reclaiming his former strength. But for now, the warrior has a task to complete. Mining dozens of bags in just a few hours, Zephyr shocks the supervisor, who rewards his team with first place. As the results are announced, the small boy from earlier stares in disbelief, only to discover that he was part of Zephyr's team. Zephyr, equally surprised, glances at the boy, realizing their paths are about to intertwine once again. The bully team's silence hangs in the air as the head announces the rest of the rankings. He reminds everyone that the last place team will receive less bread, and their share will be handed over to the top-ranking teams. With that, he orders all the slaves to pray to their light goddess, Arya. Hearing this, everyone immediately begins to pray. Zephyr follows suit, knowing that Arya is one of the 3 supreme gods, and the most powerful moneylender. Most of the slaves here either lost their homes or were former adventurers who ended up in debt to the temple. The slave mark on all of them, including Zephyr, prevents escape. If anyone tries to flee without permission, their heart will stop instantly. Zephyr's goal now is to repay his debt and leave as a free man as quickly as possible, not just to take revenge on the demon lord, but also to protect a deeply cherished woman, Altair. In the evening, the slaves gather and relax in the market area. Zephyr quickly notices how expensive everything is. As he stands in thought, the little boy from his team offers to buy him a beer, wanting to show gratitude for being saved from the bullies earlier. With what little money he has, the boy wants to give something back. He also mentions that their team usually finishes last due to being weak, but thanks to Zephyr, they've placed first for the very first time. This moment makes Zephyr realize the true nature of the bullying tactic that by targeting and weakening one member of each team, they create a liability that drags everyone down, ensuring the team ranks low. However, Zephyr gently rejects the boy's offer, thinking the kid would only hold him back. Instead, he walks up to the bartender and asks for recovery water. This surprises the bartender, as recovery water is quite expensive. He suggests that Zephyr should just wait for his injuries to heal naturally instead. However, the boy hands him 1.5 gold coins and requests the rest to be covered as a loan. This shocks the kid, knowing they already have existing debt, and the interest on new loans is notoriously high. But the warrior brushes off his concern, confident he can pay it back. Without hesitation, he drinks the recovery water. The item regenerates the drinker's endurance, and if consumed in larger quantities, it also slightly increases mana. Normally, it's not very effective. You need high amounts just for minor results. However, due to Zephyr's rare perk that boosts potion effectiveness by 500%, even a small dose yields impressive results. Despite working hard in the mines, Zephyr knows he can't make any real money there, as no bonuses are awarded for extra effort. So he makes a decision to consume as many potions as he can to train his body and build strength. Once he feels strong enough, he informs the head about hearing strange sounds, possibly monsters, deeper within the mine, and suggests calling in the hunting team. Zephyr knows exactly what he's doing, as dungeons are where the real money lies. He reflects on the nature of monsters, which are creatures born from warped mana, inherently hostile toward humans, and long regarded as a menace. Yet, over time, people begin to recognize their value. Their mana stones, formed inside their bodies, and even their bones were sources of rare and useful materials. The dens they stay in are called dungeons, which were once considered threats but are now seen as profitable resources. These dungeons are handled by hunting teams, which are composed of enslaved fighters selected for their combat prowess. Due to the extreme risk involved, they are paid handsomely, with performance-based bonuses. Zephyr wonders why someone like him, trained as an adventurer, is assigned to mine duty. He suspects there is a deeper motive behind it. While lost in thought, the shopkeeper reminds him that he's reached his borrowing limit. Zephyr mentally notes that if he wants more funds, he may have to steal. Just then, the priestess appears and offers a grim solution of selling his organs to the temple, which buys fresh ones for research. She hands over the paperwork, stating that the surgery can be cancelled if the loan is repaid in time. Zephyr, despite the shock of others around him, accepts and insists on more recovery water. The shopkeeper reluctantly hands it over while warning him about it. The boy gulps down the bottles, satisfied that he now meets the physical conditions required. As he is busy with that, a man named Gote, head of a recon team, approaches to confirm if he is the guide they're expecting. Our boy affirms, noting his ability to detect mana, a skill that lets him sense his surroundings over a wide area, particularly useful for sneaking through dark dungeons without drawing attention. Goat is glad since that saves them from needing a night vision potion. The group gets ready to move, and the boy is handed some gear and told to follow. One of the men, Dale, comments on Zephyr's unusual abilities. Goat, however, quickly silences the chatter while our boy quietly assesses the team. Two faces are new to him, but he recognizes one, a man who joined the hunting team shortly after this particular dungeon was cleared. That means based on what he knows, two of them won't make it back alive. He begins thinking about how best to use that knowledge to his advantage. The group arrives at the entrance of the dungeon, where a young boy greets them. He attaches a thin magical thread around Zephyr's wrist, linking it to others in the team. If any of them fall, the bracelet will snap, signaling the main base to send reinforcements. Though it's just a scouting mission, the boy still wishes them caution. Inside the dungeon, two torch-wielding monsters wander in, distracted by falling stones. Got and Dale swiftly ambush and eliminate them. Zephyr watches, noting that the recon team's primary role is to gather intel and assess monster activity. Once they relay their findings, a strike squad is usually deployed to finish the job. However, sometimes the scouting unit handles things themselves if they deem it manageable. Goat assesses the slain monsters and deduces their remnants from a previous assault on another part of the mine. Dale also thinks that these were the last survivors they just killed. Meanwhile, our boy reflects that the recon members aren't just scouts, they're seasoned combatants as well. Gott suggests they handle the rest alone, but Dale questions the plan, pointing out that Zephyr, who's been reduced to carrying supplies, can't be counted as a fighter. Marco, trying to defuse the rising tension, asks if Gote has a strategy worth hearing. Hearing that, he smiles and orders the boy to take out something. Zephyr opens his bag, revealing a collection of moonbush leaves and berries. He explains they emit a scent similar to a female kobold in heat when combined with certain monster waste. This odor lures nearby creatures from great distances. The trap works flawlessly. One of the monsters, drawn in by the scent, charges blindly and is swiftly killed. Gote, seeing the results, praises the plan, soaking in the glory while his men joke about his newfound genius. What no one realizes is that the idea originally came from Zephyr himself. In the boy's first life, after being transferred to the hunting team, Zephyr worked with Gote in the same unit. Gote was the kind of man who desperately wanted fame, but things never quite worked out for him. Knowing this, the boy approached him before their team meeting and claimed that the dungeon ahead contained only a few stray kobolds and was essentially empty. He lied, saying he was part of the recon team and discovered this himself. Zephyr also presented a plan that seemed viable, convincing Gote they could clear the dungeon on their own. He was saying that because he knew that it would be a waste to share such an easy dungeon with the rest of the squad. Gote, eager for recognition, was pleased that the new recruit was not only giving him all the credit, but was also offering up moonbushes, rare and hard-to-find resources. He was also aware that a single recommendation from him could officially place Zephyr on the hunting team, which might have been why the boy was trying so hard to impress him. Although Gote wasn't the type to be easily impressed, the credit Zephyr offered was too tempting to ignore. Back in the present, Gote finishes off the last remaining kobold, though he's far from impressed by the weak mana stones they collect. Meanwhile, Zephyr scouts the path ahead and gives the signal that the way is clear. But as Dale surveys the surroundings, he notices scattered bones that appear to belong to a kobold, yet their placement feels unnatural, almost staged. However, as he inspects the bones, a massive monster's hand bursts out of the cave, grabs him, and hurls him against the wall with brutal force. Seeing this, Marco readies his hammer, charging it with mana. On the outside, he appears composed, but inside, he's filled with dread, unsure of what kind of horror is lurking inside that cave. He activates his mana shield and boasts about its sturdiness, but before he can finish his thought, the monster's tail lashes out in a flash and sends him flying. The sudden and overwhelming force of the strike stuns Gote, especially when he catches a glimpse of the tail. In an instant, the same tail crashes into him as well. Outside, the small guy monitoring the team from the magical threads feels 3 of them snap all at once. Alarmed, he realizes something has gone terribly wrong inside the cave. Inside, Gote is still alive, though his shoulder is badly injured. Zephyr now stands protectively in front of him. He had used his Wall of Iron perk to absorb the brunt of the monster's attack, but the blow still managed to strike Gote, hinting at the terrifying strength of the creature they're facing. While Zephyr contemplates their situation, the monster steps out of the shadows, revealing its ferocious and towering form, with his teammates limp in its grasp. In that moment, everything becomes clear. This is no ordinary beast. It's a predator that raises other monsters, luring them in with the promise of safety, only to devour them once it has matured. Without wasting another moment, Zephyr borrows Gote's spear. He activates perk 3, loading a ball of energy into his hand, and excitedly demands to know which part of the monster it wants him to kill. The perk, known as Silver Key, functions like a personal storage inventory. From it, Zephyr retrieves a piece of cloth and a bundle of dragonweed. Goat watches in confusion, unsure of what the boy is planning. But Zephyr moves with calm determination, wrapping the cloth tightly around his hand and gripping his spear. Gote, despite his injuries, feels a surge of resistance. He doesn't want to hide behind a mere miner. But before he can act, the monster unleashes its fear skill, a deafening, paralyzing roar that instantly roots him to the ground. In that moment, a chilling memory of something an old soldier once told him during his early days flashes through his mind. That man spoke of an encounter with a fully grown monster, where the entire village stood motionless, paralyzed by fear so intense they couldn't even blink. They simply waited for their turn to die. And now, in the present, the same thing is happening again. But this time, Gote watches in stunned disbelief as Zephyr moves. The boy isn't frozen. He's charging in, darting around the monster with speed and precision, dodging its massive strikes and positioning himself with practiced agility. Zephyr had used the dragonweed in combination with the effectiveness boosting perk, neutralizing the fear effect. However, he only has one offensive perk, and it's not an option at the moment as it demands far too much mana. Instead, he applies a powerful poison to his spear, one potent enough to deal with monsters like this. The potion comes from an old friend from Zephyr's past life. His friend, Fade, had spent his entire life crafting formulas, potions, poisons, and mixtures, perfecting each one. To Zephyr's shock, Fade gave them all to him, claiming the world was nearing its end and that someone had to make use of them. If those potions could save even a few lives, he said, that alone would make him happy. Remembering his friend's words, Zephyr lunges forward and drives the poisoned spear into the monster, then follows up with a swift slash across one of its arms. He knows exactly how the poison works. Once it enters the bloodstream, it begins eroding the target from the inside, and in just 3 minutes, it spreads throughout the entire body. Now all Zephyr needs to do is survive until the poison takes effect. But before he can reposition, the monster's tail lashes out, striking him hard and slamming him into the cave wall. The beast doesn't hesitate. It charges with its jaws wide open, trying to swallow him whole. Acting on instinct, Zephyr grabs the remaining vial of poison and hurls it straight into the monster's open mouth. He follows up with a powerful slash across its face, aiming for the mouth. The monster screams in pain and struggles, with only 1 minute left before the poison finishes it off. Zephyr knows he doesn't have the skills or stamina to completely evade the monster until then. He only has 2 options now: wait for the creature to collapse from the inside, or strike hard enough to bring it down himself. As the boy tries to attack, the monster swings its tail again, but with quick reflexes, Zephyr manages to grab it. He holds on tightly until he is lifted above the monster's head. Once he is directly on top, he jumps down and stabs the monster in its eye. The other end of the spear snaps from the impact, and Zephyr uses both the broken spear and his knife to stab the monster multiple times. The monster begins thrashing violently in pain. As it moves uncontrollably, the boy clings to the knife still lodged in its eye. He knows he can't let go now. There's still one more blow needed to finish it, so he leaps onto its head again. With the mana restored from drinking several recovery potions and boosted by his effectiveness perk, he channels all his power into his fist and slams the monster with everything he has, crashing down like hell upon it. Watching it all unfold, Goatee finally realizes he was wrong. With talent like that, the new guy is bound to get recognized and climb his way to the top. However, he also knows that since Zephyr is just a minor, he needed Goatee's help to get into the dungeon in the first place. As Goat reflects on this, Zephyr, now standing with authority, requests to speak with him. Somewhere deep in the jungle, a yellow-haired man is badly injured and surrounded by a group of shady individuals. He pleads desperately, insisting he isn't a follower of the Demon Lord. One of the men, marked with a cross on his forehead, gives a signal to his buff, muscular teammate. Without hesitation, the buff man crushes the yellow-haired man's skull, ending his life. But then, the body begins to twitch violently. Moments later, a centipede crawls out of the corpse. The man with the forehead marking reacts instantly, slicing the creature in half. Doing that, he claims the centipede bore the Demon Lord's mark, proving the man they killed had been an infiltrator all along. Later, he returns with the centipede to his superior, Matias. But Matias is unimpressed. He reminds the marked man that 7 team members were killed during this mission, questioning whether one confirmed imposter was worth the cost. The marked man stands firm, reminding Matias that the raid is only a month away, and that if the temple isn't purged of spies now, it could end in disaster. Matias considers the warning and, after a moment, agrees to speak with the haunting squad to smooth things over. Still, he warns the marked man not to make him look foolish again. Back at the Department of Human Resources, Goatee puts in a recommendation for Zephyr's transfer into the haunting squad. The priestess in charge approves the request but makes it clear that if the recruit fails, it's on them. Goatee, confident in the boy's talent, gladly accepts the risk. He knows that if the boy performs well, he'll be the one getting all the credit. As he walks away, his thoughts drift back to that final day in the dungeon, the day they brought down the monster. In the cave, Goatee was in disbelief when Zephyr suddenly asked him to forget everything about the fight, and Goatee never saw the monster. Instead, the boy said he would leave the kobold corpses behind, so he had something to report to his superiors. The real prize, the giant monster's body, was something he wanted to keep for himself. As a temple slave, Zephyr wasn't allowed to keep loot like mana stones or monster parts, since everything belonged to the temple. So he planned to secretly sell the monster's corpse for money. Goatee, however, thought it was impossible. There was a standby unit outside to stop exactly that kind of theft, and a follow-up team would eventually sweep the dungeon for any leftover items. But Zephyr revealed his trump card, his inventory perk. With a calm gesture, he stored the massive monster's body into his personal storage, right in front of Goatee's eyes. Goatee was stunned. The monster disappeared without a trace. No blood, no body, nothing left behind. With that, Zephyr made an offer. He was willing to clear 3 more dungeons for him, and he could keep all the loot. In return, he just had to keep quiet about what had just happened. Back in the present, Goatee is seriously considering the offer. If Zephyr keeps clearing dungeons for him, he can claim the credit as a squad leader. Since they're part of a recon unit, they get access to dungeons before anyone else. And if they manage to handle them with just a small team, it'll make Goatee look like an exceptional leader, maybe even earn him a promotion. Meanwhile, Zephyr is focused on selling the monster corpse to pay off his debts. He wants out of the temple and fast. But as he thinks it through, he remembers something important, that soon, the temple knights are heading out on a major raid. During that raid, they're supposed to come across a rare and powerful item. Now Zephyr has a new goal. He plans to join that raid and get his hands on the item, hoping it's the key to finally gaining his freedom. After some time, Zephyr's registration is complete, and he is now officially a member of the hunting team. As they head out, he falls into thought, remembering that in his past life, he only joined the hunting team after the raid participant list was announced. That list was always compiled from among the hunting team's ranks, selecting the 20 most talented individuals or those with powerful connections. Zephyr already has a plan in mind, but he knows it has to be executed at exactly the right moment. They eventually reach the armory, where Goatee guides him through the area before excusing himself to check on his teammates currently recovering in the hospital. While Goatee is talking, the same shady group from the forest arrives. Seeing them, he lowers his head and nervously suggests Zephyr do the same. As the group passes, everyone bows in silence. However, as they pass by Zephyr, the marked group leader feels something that startles him, but he continues walking. Once they're gone, Goatee explains that they are official inquisitors, agents no one dares to provoke. He warns Zephyr to show respect to the group ahead of them. These people have the authority to label anyone a heretic without consequences. Their leader, Sahak, is especially dangerous. Known as the Mad Hound, he has a reputation for enjoying the act of killing, and Goatee urges him to be careful around him. But just as he is explaining all this, Sahak suddenly appears and calls out to them. Goatee nearly panics as Sahak begins walking toward them. The man points directly at Zephyr, referring to him dismissively as a minor. He throws off his cape, revealing himself fully. and demands to know Zephyr's position. Before the boy can speak, Gote nervously steps in to introduce him as a teammate, but Sahak immediately shuts him down, making it clear he's not interested in anything Gote has to say. The tension rises as Gote can feel Sahak's killing intent radiating off him and starts trembling from fear, while Zephyr remains calm and unfazed. That composure catches Sahak's attention. It doesn't match Zephyr's rough appearance as a minor. He starts to suspect that this boy might be far more powerful than he looks. The fact that someone this strong was sent to the mines instead of directly into the haunting squad doesn't make sense, especially since there's an aptitude test that usually filters strong recruits straight into elite units. Something feels off. Within seconds, Sahak signals his men, and they quickly surround Zephyr from all sides. Despite sensing the boy's strength, he remains confident. He believes his team can handle him. He steps forward and demands answers, making it clear that lying won't be tolerated. But Zephyr sees right through it. He knows Sahak is only making things easier for him. As Sahak and his men surround Zephyr, he accuses the boy of being a follower of the Demon Lord. The question pulls Zephyr's thoughts back to the past. He knows more about the Demon Lord's followers than most, how they betrayed humanity during the Great War and brought about its collapse. But in the present day, most low ranks only know them as a dangerous cult that opposes the Orthodox religion. While the boy is lost in thought, Sahak reveals that he possesses a special sense, an ability to detect the presence of Demon Lord followers. And right now, his instincts are screaming that Zephyr is a threat. With a dark, serious expression, he officially begins his interrogation, declaring himself an agent of the Inquisitors. The atmosphere becomes heavy, but Zephyr doesn't flinch. Instead, he calmly suggests they move somewhere more private to continue the conversation. The request catches Sahak off guard. Then the boy with quiet confidence adds that there are too many people watching, and it would be awkward once he starts beating the ditty out of him. Sahak is furious but manages to keep his composure. He refuses to believe that someone like Zephyr could possibly defeat him. With a sharp motion, he and his team activate a powerful skill. A large triangular portal forms around Zephyr, trapping him at the center. It's the Red Field, a battlefield skill that boosts the caster's stats and abilities significantly. However, the boy doesn't panic. Instead, he takes a stance, preparing for the fight. His form is unusual, almost alien, and it throws Sahak off. But the Madhound doesn't hesitate. He charges straight at Zephyr, confident in his invisibility and power within the red field. He leaps in, unleashing a flurry of knife strikes, but Zephyr dodges each one with ease, slipping just out of reach while landing precise counterattacks. Sahak, surprised and frustrated, attempts to slide low and tackle him, but as soon as he makes contact, his legs feel like they've hit solid steel. For the first time, Sahak realizes he's underestimated his opponent. Zephyr follows up with a sudden barrage of powerful strikes, each one landing cleanly. Sahak drops to the ground, unconscious or possibly worse. But before the boy can catch his breath, a spiked mace comes flying at him. He manages to block it just in time, though the impact sends him sliding backward. He quickly notices that it's from the tank of the group, wielding that massive weapon with brute force. Zephyr throws out a mocking comment, clearly trying to provoke him. It works. The tank hurls his mace with such power that it smashes the road apart, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Gote is still frozen in shock, unable to believe how easily Zephyr took down Sahak using what looks like some kind of strange martial arts. He also notices that, despite the tank's wild and heavy attacks, the boy continues to dodge every blow with fluid precision. This gives Gote a bit of hope. If Zephyr humiliates Sahak's entire group, maybe there won't be any arrest warrant or punishment tied to Gote by association. After all, he's the boy's supposed leader. But that hope is quickly shaken when someone nearby points out that while Zephyr is dodging now, it's already been 5 minutes. The longer the fight goes on, the stronger Sahak's squad becomes within the red field. True enough, Zephyr begins to feel the change. The tank's chain strikes are growing heavier and faster, and he starts to struggle keeping up. Out of nowhere, Sahak reappears, slashing Zephyr across the back with a surprise attack. He's radiating an intense killing aura now, clearly not done yet. With cold fury, he launches into a high-speed assault, darting around Zephyr like a blur of light and slicing at him from every direction. For a moment, it seems like Sahak has the upper hand. He prepares to end it with a final, devastating blow. But just as he gets close, Zephyr catches him, barely, and slams his head into the ground with crushing force. Before Sahak can recover, the boy drives his knee into him again, overwhelming him with sheer strength. Beaten and bloodied, Sahak lies stunned. Even with his boosted stats and enhanced abilities, he realizes that none of it made a difference against the boy. Meanwhile, the boy taunts him, calmly pointing out that if he really wanted to show off his speed, he should have let the tank wear him down first. The comment hits a nerve. Furious, the bald tank tightens his grip on the chains restraining Zephyr, trying to overpower him. But Zephyr doesn't back down. Instead, he pulls against the chains and mocks the tank, suggesting he's too scared to fight up close. As he says this, he channels mana into his arms and activates a basic enhancement spell, Power Boost. With that surge of strength, he yanks the chains with such force that they rip right out of the tank's hands. The momentum sends the tank crashing into a nearby wall, leaving everyone around stunned in silence. Meanwhile, on the ground, Sahak starts crawling toward him, desperate and confused, asking who he really is. But the boy simply smirks and walks away, casually reminding him that interrogation is his job. Unseen by everyone, a red-haired man watches the scene unfold from a nearby window. He's clearly impressed by Zephyr's strength, and quietly wonders if this boy has been sent by their master. Meanwhile, the onlookers can't believe what they've just witnessed. Sahak, the powerful leader, has been defeated by a mere rookie. As Zephyr walks away, the defeated man can only scream at him in frustration, unable to accept his loss. The boy, on the other hand, feels a sense of relief. The first part of his plan is complete, but now he has to wait for someone specific to hear about it. As he continues walking, however, a strange sensation washes over him. His body starts to tremble and he quickly realizes what's happening. It's mana freeze, a temporary shutdown when a user runs out of mana. The power boost skill he used in the fight drained him completely, leaving him vulnerable. He understands now that his body isn't strong enough yet, and he'll have to improve. Collapsed on the ground, Zephyr looks up, but the sky above him shifts into something otherworldly, and a massive figure materializes. The figure introduces itself as Spirit Shylock, the god of debt's agent. It reveals that Asura, the god of debt, sent it to collect the debt for the Wall of Iron skill Zephyr used. The boy immediately recognizes the name of the skill. He knows that while Wall of Iron granted him great advantages in the fight, it also comes with severe side effects. When the user's mana runs out, all the damage taken during the spell is inflicted at once. Many who have used it died because of this brutal drawback. The God of Debt's spell is like a double-edged sword, feeding off human despair. As Zephyr struggles, God of Debt watches him with an almost sadistic pleasure, savoring his suffering. Meanwhile, Shylock starts calculating the total damage Zephyr has accumulated, preparing to deliver the cumulative blow. Zephyr, completely drained, can only wait helplessly as the countdown to impact ticks down. Despite his best efforts to move, his body refuses to respond. In a last-ditch effort, the boy rips the wraps off his hands, revealing a hidden recovery potion. With the countdown nearing its end, he manages to drink the mana potion just in time. The mana surge raises his mana by a single point, halting the debt collection attack before it can land. In a flash, Shylock vanishes and the threat is gone. Our boy breathes a sigh of relief, but he knows this was only a temporary escape. He still has much to prepare for. Zephyr survives by a split second, smirking at the sky as if mocking Asura, the god of debt, for underestimating him. After all, the boy is a survival expert, someone who managed to live even after humanity fell in his past life. He knows the secret to beating Wall of Iron is simple: keep your mana from dropping to zero. As long as he has even a sliver of mana, the spell can't touch him. He remembers that in his previous life, Wall of Iron was a purple tier skill worth 500 gold, far more than he can afford right now. Yet the god, for their own amusement, gives him the spell anyway, and to thank them, he gives a middle finger salute, only enraging the god even more. Later, Zephyr wakes up confused, tied to a bed with the priestess standing calmly beside him. Two bulky men are also present, bringing torture tools. Nervous, he looks around as the priestess explains the situation with a disturbingly calm tone. He's in their workshop because the repayment on the loan he took from the shop expired just an hour ago. Her expression quickly hardens. She grabs a large knife and says he took multiple loans using collateral, skipped all the interest payments, and never planned to repay any of them. She holds the knife just inches from his face and demands answers. Zephyr realizes the situation is deadly serious. If he tries to use mana, the debt collector Shylock will return instantly, so he has no choice but to talk his way out of this. He begins pleading, saying he'll repay everything next week, but the priestess remains unmoved. She declares they'll definitely take his salary, but he still has to pay the shop loan with interest, something he clearly can't afford. Then, she gives the order, and one of the large men grabs Zephyr's arm. She announces they'll cut off one of his fingers, for now, to make a point. The torturer raises the knife and swings it toward his hand, but Zephyr panics and shouts something at the last second. Whatever he says makes her order the men to stop. Her expression shifts from anger to disbelief, shocked that Zephyr could possibly know something like that. The Badleys stand in shock as the woman screams at them in a fit of rage, ordering both to leave immediately. They obey without a word. As they exit, she threatens the boy, demanding to know how he knows that name. But he presses further, referring to her as the monster breaker, White Rose. He already knows her secret, that the priestess secretly goes by the name White Rose, a broker who deals in monster corpses and stolen goods tied to the criminal underworld. Zephyr understands he cannot rely on low-level items if he wants to explore the dungeons, so he might as well use her. With a mocking grin, he thanks her for bringing him to her, and reveals that he has a business proposal. Meanwhile, in another room, Sahak regains consciousness, consumed by fury. He cannot believe that a mere boy humiliated him so easily. Swearing vengeance, he vows to kill the boy if they ever meet again. As he creates a commotion, the red-haired man notices the noise and calls out to him. Sahak freezes at the sight of him, suddenly nervous, and greets him with forced respect. The man smiles calmly, assuring the healers that he will deal with Sahak personally. As they walk away, he casually mentions his recent fight. The memory dawns on Sahak, who tries to apologize. But before he can speak, the red-haired man suddenly slams a knife into his mouth and holds it in. Disappointed and seething, the man rebukes Sahak for failing to carry out Inquisitor Matias's orders, resulting in public embarrassment and disgrace. Rage overtakes him. He slashes Sahak's face without hesitation, coldly reminding him that despite his talent and the high hopes they once had for him, he is now a liability. Even after 6 months of trying, he only managed to take down 2 demon lord worshippers. According to the red-haired man, Sahak's repeated failures have exhausted the patience of his superiors. On top of everything, losing to a mere boy has dragged Inquisitor Matias's name through the mud. Hearing this, Sahak collapses to the ground, pleading desperately for another chance. The red-haired man, firm and unyielding, orders him to kill the boy who defeated him. Only then, they will even consider his future. The weight of the ultimatum sinks in. Sahak realizes that if he cannot manage to kill the boy, he will lose the red uniform, and with it, his authority. Before leaving, the red-haired man drops a glowing purple orb in front of him, claiming it might help. Sahak instantly recognizes it. The orb bears the unmistakable aura of a demon lord worshipper. Shock washes over him. But the red-haired man remains unmoved, leaving the decision to Sahak to use it and take the risk, or leave it and lose everything. As the door closes behind him, Sahak stares at the orb, haunted by the memories of the many slaves he has killed using his authority. If he loses the red uniform, he knows there's no redemption. He will return to slavery, and this time, there will be no mercy. Everything he has clawed for will vanish. Years of manipulation, obedience, and survival washed away. Driven by desperation and rage, he grabs the purple orb and decides to use it. Maniacal laughter fills the room as he clutches the artifact. Meanwhile, the red-haired man smiles. He has gotten exactly what he wanted. He instructs his man to keep a close eye on Sahak, knowing full well that he only aided him to use him as a diversion. According to his informants, Sahak's reckless behavior has already drawn attention. Even the head of the Temple Knights has lowered their guard. The red-haired man plans to exploit this opening to intercept the item, eliminate the head of the order, and most importantly, pave the way for a demon lord worshipper to seize control of the temple. This red-haired man is known as Ned Stryer, an imposter and a secret disciple of the demon lord worshippers. Suspicious of recent events, Ned also orders his man to investigate Zephyr, having recognized the martial arts technique the boy used, a style known only to their master and his disciples. He suspects Zephyr might have been sent by the master himself to assist them. However, given the secrecy of the matter, Ned decides to test the boy through Sahak. If the boy fails them, Ned plans to eliminate Zephyr himself. Meanwhile, back with the priestess, Zephyr surprises her by revealing the monster corpse he brought back from the dungeon. Despite her initial concern, she finds herself admiring the specimen. However, the boy's offer is steep. The items he demands are valued at 5,000 gold, equivalent to the price of 3 Predator-class corpses like the one he presents. Zephyr confidently assures her that she will have all 3 within 3 weeks. Then pausing, he adds that he has one more favor to ask. After his recovery, Zephyr joins his teammates for a casual meeting. During the gathering, the group leader, Gota, reintroduces everyone to reaffirm their roles. First is Marco, the tanker, then Dale, the swordsman, and finally, he introduces Zephyr. However, tension hangs in the air. Gota quickly notices the discomfort among the others, particularly in Zephyr's presence. He also observes that no one is touching their food, which might explain their mood. Sensing the awkwardness, Zephyr lifts the mood by pulling out a luxury bottle of wine, instantly catching everyone's attention. He reveals that he acquired it from White Rose, then pours a drink for each of them. The gesture earns him the group's approval, softening their perception of him. From that moment on, the boy knows they'll be more willing to assist him in smuggling monster corpses, because despite their differences, they're in this together. Zephyr already knows Gote from his previous life, but the other two hadn't survived this far back then. Their presence makes him uneasy, as he isn't sure if they will cooperate or if he will need to eliminate them later. He also understands that people tend to like those who give them what they want. And for those who crave importance, the key is to build them up. But Zephyr knows he can't progress with someone who actively dislikes him. And in this case, that person is Dale. After a while, Gote outlines their next assignment, emphasizing its importance. Completing it could lead to a level promotion. He urges the group to be respectful toward the new member, reminding them that unity is the only way to achieve their goals. However, not everyone shares his sentiment. Dale in particular grows irritated, upset that Gote made decisions without consulting them. He even questions whether what Gote saw, Zephyr defeating the Predator, was real or just an illusion. They begin to argue, but Marco, the larger one, steps in and stops them. He suggests they agree for now, reminding them that the reward will be split 3 ways regardless. Despite the compromise, Dale's heart still refuses to accept Zephyr. He suspects the boy will bring them trouble, and if he's trying to scam them, the truth will come out soon enough inside the dungeon. With their plan set, the group heads to Edoran, a town carved into the side of a mountain. Upon seeing it, the team is visibly impressed, having never encountered a place like it before. Goti explains that the caves inside are even more fascinating, housing everything from living quarters to full bedrooms. In the past, temple sent personnel and injured adventurers used to stay there. However, those days are long gone. Now the place resembles a decaying monster den. As they step inside, the tunnels are covered in thick spider webs. Zephyr, staying alert, activates his mana perception, a skill that allows him to detect mana-infused objects and creatures without physically touching them. Using this ability, he guides the group carefully through the webs, navigating the area with precision. After some effort, they finally make it back outside. Once clear, Zephyr reveals that he sensed a steel spider inside. He immediately begins laying out a strategy to deal with it. According to his plan, they will sneak into the nest, use a paralyzing potion on the baby spiders, and wait for the parent to return and witness the slaughter, provoking it into a vulnerable state. As Zephyr explains the strategy, Dale voices his concern. Even with all four of them, he doubts they can take down the steel spider. The creature's outer shell is hardened like steel, rendering most sword attacks completely ineffective. Steel spiders also reproduce rapidly, allowing them to build an army in no time, which makes confronting them in their own nest significantly more dangerous. Dale suggests seeking help from the temple to deal with the threat, but to his shock, Zephyr casually tells him to rest, claiming he can clear the nest on his own. This level of confidence only strengthens Dale's suspicions. The boy claims to have defeated a predator, humiliated Sahak, and now says he can take down a steel spider alone. None of it makes sense to him. Suddenly, a realization hits Dale. If Zephyr is lying, then this dungeon might not be dangerous at all. If that's the case, going in with him could be the perfect opportunity to catch him in a lie. As the group navigates deeper into the dungeon, Dale accidentally brushes his hand against one of the web strands and becomes stuck. While trying to free himself, he's horrified to see dozens of spiderlings crawling out from the darkness, rapidly closing in on him. Zephyr reacts instantly. Without hesitation, he swings Dale away from the webs and positions himself between him and the swarm, using his own arm to block the spiderlings' attack. The spiderlings begin biting Zephyr's arm, but their fangs fail to pierce his skin. Unbothered, Zephyr mocks them and slams them into the ground, shocking Dale with his strength and composure. Without wasting a moment, he calls the others into formation, preparing them to face the incoming swarm. He has already instructed everyone to wrap their weapons with their capes, knowing that ordinary blades wouldn't cut through the spider's sticky webs. To their relief, the plan works. Even though the webs cling to their weapons, they can still swing them freely. Dale and Gota fight off the monsters, trying to herd them into one spot. Their strategy is clear that once the spiderlings are grouped together, Zephyr will finish them off in one blow. Everything goes according to plan. With a single powerful swing, the boy eliminates the entire swarm. As the dust settles, the group stands exhausted from the intense battle. Dale suffers a deep cut on his arm and feels both wounded and humiliated, having had to reluctantly turn to Zephyr for help. To his surprise, Zephyr hands him a recovery potion without hesitation. Watching this, Dale realizes that the boy must have been aware of everything from the start, including the exact moment he got caught in the web, all thanks to his mana perception spell. Embarrassed, Dale quietly calls himself out on it. Zephyr, however, simply reassures him and advises against repeating the same mistake again. Meanwhile, he silently observes Dale with growing appreciation. In his past life, he had to train unskilled fighters, but Dale shows surprising focus and discipline. Zephyr is aware of his lingering suspicion toward him, but he also knows that once they clear the dungeon, his doubts will resolve on their own. The group soon enters the spider's nest, where they use the paralyzing potion. To their surprise, it works exactly as Zephyr had predicted, making the battle significantly easier. They also remember his advice, to aim for the spiders' bellies, as they are softer than their steel-coated backs. When Dale tests this mid-fight and confirms its effectiveness, he is once again baffled by how accurate Zephyr's knowledge is. As Dale stabs and slices through one of the monsters, the others rally around him to help finish the job. They celebrate having taken down a spider, only to be stunned when they notice that Zephyr has already defeated hundreds on his own. Climbing down from a mountain of corpses, the boy casually suggests they take a short rest. Still catching his breath, Marco can't help but wonder where Zephyr came from, and who could have possibly trained him. At that moment, Zephyr's mind drifts to the memory of a mysterious man who once trained him in a remote cave. But as the image resurfaces, his expression gets serious. He quickly brushes the thought aside and shifts the conversation, pointing out that only the boss room remains. The group grows excited at the prospect of the final battle. As they await orders, Zephyr casually walks over to a spider's corpse and plucks its sharp legs. Then, without hesitation, he tells the others to leave, insisting he will handle the rest alone. The group stares in disbelief about this sudden order. Gote, among the group, isn't as ambitious as the others, especially not like Dale. He only wants to survive. even if it means always choosing the safe route and obeying those in power. This is the reason he has managed to stay alive for so long. When Zephyr tells him to leave, Gote agrees without hesitation, believing it's for the best. He thinks they would only slow Zephyr down. However, Marco insists on staying, reasoning that it's just the final stretch remaining. This unsettles Gote, and his nerves spike even more when Dale also agrees with Marco, arguing that more people mean better chances of defeating the monster. Gote begins to sweat nervously, hoping Zephyr will order them to leave. But to his shock, he doesn't send them away. Instead, he assigns them new roles. After a brief discussion, Zephyr strides alone into the heart of the dungeon, carrying himself with the confidence of a Chad. He soon finds himself standing before the queen spider's spawning chambers. Around her lurk her spider guardians, each stationed near thick web-laced layers. As Zephyr steps forward, every spider senses his presence, but he remains calm. He knows they won't charge unless he attempts to cross their designated layers, where each is tasked with defending its own territory. With a calculated move, Zephyr summons bags of plain flour and hurls them toward the webs. On impact, the bags burst open, flooding the air with fine particles and clouding the spider's vision. The distraction works. In the chaos, Zephyr raises his crossbow and fires a bolt directly at the queen. The shot lands with a spark, not enough to injure her, but just enough to ignite a chain reaction. The airborne flour particles combust violently, triggering a massive dust explosion that rocks the entire chamber. Zephyr turns and bolts, knowing the explosion alone isn't enough to eliminate the spiders. As he runs, a few of the guardians give chase. Without missing a step, he fires poison-tipped arrows behind him, striking one spider and bringing it down. But another guardian charges after him, quickly gaining ground as Zephyr rounds a corner. To the spider's surprise, its path is suddenly blocked by a thick wall of webbing. Earlier, the boy had instructed his team to use spiderweb sacks to create traps at designated locations. When Gote questioned whether these webs could actually stop spiders, the boy explained that without a special liquid their bodies produce, they get stuck in their own webs. After handing out the sacks, he revealed to the group that they would have to fight the spiders this way, as there were simply too many of them. Back in the present, the earlier explosion has evaporated the spider's protective liquid, and the chasing spider becomes ensnared in the web. Wasting no time, the boy draws the pair of spider claws and slashes down the trapped creature, killing it instantly. Although only one guardian spider remains, the queen suddenly charges out from the depths with a screeching scream. She barrels after Zephyr, who dashes toward the cave's exit while the rest of the team waits in formation outside. Just as the boy reaches the exit, the queen launches a stream of highly poisonous acid at him. In his previous life, he learned that even a drop of this venom is lethal as it melts through flesh on contact. Remembering this, he leaps through the cave entrance, narrowly avoiding the deadly liquid. But the queen doesn't stop. She bursts out of the cave in a fury, splattering her venom across the landscape. Seeing her emerge, the other team members quickly move into position. The boy, gripping the spider claws tightly, charges at her. He slashes across her back, then lands in front of her, positioning himself as the main threat. His goal is to draw her attention, take the hits, and give the others a chance to strike. The queen shrieks louder, enraged by the attack, but Zephyr stands firm. He knows he's the only one who can face this monster head-on. While he keeps her occupied, the others are already in place to strike from a distance, ready to inflict as much damage as possible. The team stands firm, except for Gote, the bitch, who trembles in fear at the sight of the towering beast before them. The rest of the group is also sweating, torn between committing fully or holding back. Dale feels particularly nervous, his mind replaying all the humiliation and mockery the hunter team subjected them to. They were treated like dirt, dismissed as mere low-level information gatherers. Every chance they got, the hunters belittled them. But Dale has had enough. They've come this far, and he's no longer willing to back down. He decides to go all in. Marco shares the same resolve. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to face a monster like this. But with Zephyr on their side, everything has changed. Every time they've trusted him, things have turned out well. That trust leads Marco to commit fully as well. Gote, however, grows frustrated. They're not listening to him, and it irritates him deeply. But with both Dale and Marco ready to fight, he's left with no choice. Reluctantly, he joins the assault. Together, they target the damaged section of the spider's armor. Coordinating their attacks from all sides, they keep Zephyr's advice in mind. Aim for the middle of the spider's legs, where the nerves run through. He had also told them to coat their weapons in tranquilizers. Dale follows that instruction and strikes. It works. However, just as Dale lands a blow, he realizes the monster is about to strike him from behind. But Zephyr is already in motion. Leaping from above, he strikes the spider mid-attack, disrupting its assault. He radiates confidence, drawing the monster's full attention as he challenges it to focus on him. The spider, enraged, turns its fury toward Zephyr, but he blocks every attack flawlessly. Dale watches in disbelief. He can hardly comprehend how fast Zephyr moves, how effortlessly he handles the creature's fury. He remembers the doubts they had about this battle, and how Zephyr had assured them they'd be fine, that the queen spider would hardly notice them, blinded by rage over her burned eggs. And now, watching him in action, Dale believes it. The boy had also informed them that the queen spider's hind legs are the safest place to be near. Because she lays her eggs in a narrow spawning lair, she has developed the habit of minimizing the use of her rear limbs. Now, as Dale observes the spider, he notices that she is barely moving from the back and is primarily attacking with her front half, proving Zephyr's words to be true. This realization hits Dale that the boy might have already fought monsters like this before. The boy had only been holding the line so they could pierce the tranquilizer into the creature. He would handle the rest. With that in mind, all of them attack the monster from all directions, successfully driving their weapons into her body. However, Gote's spear gets stuck in one of the spider's legs, and before he can pull it free, she lifts him up into the air. With a blood-curdling scream, the spider begins thrashing wildly, swinging her massive claws at Zephyr while Gote crashes violently to the ground. Driven by rage over the destruction of her eggs, the queen spider seethes, but she knows her claws alone won't be enough to crush them, so she begins channeling venom into her glands, preparing to melt them with her toxic poison. But before she can release it, Zephyr charges forward. With precise timing, he plunges his hand deep into her abdomen, grabs the venom gland, and with full force, rips it out from her body. He then unfastens his belt and wraps it tightly around the gland, sealing it and preventing her from using it for at least a few minutes. Without wasting a second, he leaps onto her body, springs into the air, and delivers a brutal kick straight to the spider's skull. The force cracks the monster's head. Landing firmly, he stands tall. Calm and focused, he knows that with steady coordination, they can win this fight. Seeing the spider collapse, the group erupts in cheers. Dale, however, still can't believe they've actually defeated the queen spider. He turns toward the boy, searching for answers. But in that moment, he realizes that the boy let them defeat the monster. Zephyr had guided them, protected them, and made sure they were the ones to land the finishing blow. This realization hits him hard. Hunting feels completely different under a leader like him. For the first time, Dale believes that maybe, just maybe, he can become someone like Zephyr if he keeps following him. Meanwhile, Zephyr's mind is already turning, considering which monster corpses he should bring back to offer to White Rose. But his thoughts are interrupted when Dale calls out to him, proudly showing the resting place he prepared for him. He suggests he take a break, assuring him that they'll handle everything from here. To Zephyr's surprise, Dale starts praising him outright, offering to dismember the corpses for him, provide comfort, and take care of the remaining tasks. Hearing this, the boy realizes that his mana reserves are nearly depleted anyway, and accepting their help would save him the trouble of dealing with Usura's reactions later. Watching them work, he comes to a new conclusion that his teammates aren't bad at all. But then his expression turns serious. He knows deep down they still won't be enough if he has to face someone from his past life. His current gear and stats aren't good enough either, so he'll need a solid, long-term plan. Later, he brings back the Predator's corpse to the priestess, who is visibly impressed by it. She even offers him more inventory space as a reward. However, as Zephyr stands there, he silently observes the shady dealings taking place in the temple, right in broad daylight. Truthfully, he no longer believes temples are as holy as they claim to be. They collect donations from believers and use the funds not just for monster defense, but also to expand their influence, building entire cities around themselves. The donations aren't entirely for worship, they're payment for safety. Temple knights slay monsters and protection has a price, but Zephyr knows this won't last. In the future, even safety, especially for one's own children, will become impossible to buy. Later, during a private meeting with the priestess, she informs Zephyr that the monster corpse he gave brought in a good sum. She expresses her admiration for his abilities, but he cuts straight to the point that he wants to know how much debt remains. According to her, he's paid off 48% of the total. She adds that the temple will also take 20% off the top as their share of the debt. Then she remembers something else that she had personally requested and secured lab cleaning duty for him. According to her, he can use the lab's equipment once everyone has left for the day, but he'll be responsible for cleaning everything afterward. This excites Zephyr. It's much easier than having to sneak into the lab. As they continue talking, a figure approaches and calls out to the priestess. When they turn around, Zephyr sees the man's face and freezes in shock. It's Ned, an agent of the Inquisitors, and someone Zephyr had a history with in his previous life. The priestess jokes lightly, teasing that Ned must be here to ask for a loan or invite her on a date. But deep inside, she knows exactly why he's come. Ned is here for the boy. After all, Zephyr beat up Sahak and Ned is his superior. She finds it reckless, insulting even, that Ned would come all the way here to start something with her client, right in front of her. Trying to defuse the situation, the priestess politely attempts to usher Ned away, but to her shock, he calls out Zephyr's name directly and casually invites both of them for tea. With a manic expression on his face, he asks if Zephyr knows Sahak. Our boy, however, flatly denies knowing anyone by that name. As they stare each other down, the atmosphere thickens. A tremendous amount of mana bursts from both of them, saturating the air with pressure. The priestess starts trembling as the mana is so dense it pierces her skin. In that moment, she realizes that Zephyr might be as strong as a temple slave, or possibly even stronger. Ned, standing just feet away from the boy, feels it too. Channeling mana into his fingers, he prepares to fight, eager to see what the little boy is truly capable of. Just as they're about to clash, the priestess activates the slave mark spell, forcing both of them to stop. The spell only works on slaves marked by the temple, and it hits both of them hard. They drop to their knees instantly. The priestess walks over and slaps Zephyr without hesitation. Then, grabbing him by the collar, she drags him away while scolding him for nearly getting himself killed. While walking away, she turns toward Ned and coldly reveals that the boy is hers to toy with, and if he ever tries to mess with him again, she will kill him. Once they're in a secluded area, she finally explains the truth that Ned is a dangerously deceptive man, a demon in disguise. According to her, no one has ever defeated him in battle. Everyone who tried ended up dead. However, Zephyr finds her explanation boring, which frustrates her to the point that she yells at him, reminding him that he's her main source of income. But as she notices the bruise forming on his face from her earlier slap, her tone softens. She reaches out to touch it, feeling a bit guilty. Zephyr, however, pushes her hand away, claiming that what happened wasn't a fight, just a greeting. Deep down, though, he knows Ned is fully prepared and came out deliberately to provoke a battle. Without saying much else, Zephyr turns and leaves for the lab. But before leaving, he quietly asks the priestess for a favor. Meanwhile, back at the temple grounds, Ned brushes the dust off his clothes, still processing the intensity of the slave mark spell. From the beginning, Ned wasn't a temple slave. It was his master's command that placed him there. But he has always felt disgust toward the temple and its people. Yet he followed orders, even when they made his skin crawl. However, Ned was shocked when his master revealed that 2 demon lord worshippers, who had infiltrated the temple disguised as priests, had been executed. The rest were in hiding due to heightened surveillance. Their only remaining path into the temple was through the slave mark. The master explained that the priests of light didn't monitor marked slaves closely, believing them easy to control. So he ordered Ned to continue posing as a temple slave, infiltrate the Temple of Light, and steal the reward from the raid dungeon. Ned agreed without hesitation. Now, in the present, Ned knows they have already found a method to neutralize the slave mark, and he is confident the priests of light don't know about it. However, they have to wait until the temple weakens, and the priests fall to their knees. Far away, in a crumbling fortress, a group of outlaws works on repairing their fences. One of them calls the others for food, and slowly, the workers gather around a battered wooden table, sharing a meager meal while talking about their poverty and how they can't afford temple protection, hence the need to maintain their own defenses. As they eat, the tower guard spots someone approaching from the temple. It's Sahak. Upon entering the fortress, the first thing he asks is the number of people living there. A worker nervously answers, 50. That number brings a manic smile to Sahak's face. Without warning, he raises a strange flute-like instrument and plays a haunting note. In response, a monstrous creature bursts from the ground, impaling the workers without mercy. This is Sahak's new power, unleashed and terrifying. With it, he's certain the boy will never humiliate him again. As Sahak laughs maniacally, driven by his twisted ambition, the creature rampages through the fortress, mercilessly chomping down the remaining workers one by one. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Light, it is now nighttime, and Zephyr is busy in the laboratory, mixing and boiling ingredients laced with the queen spider's poison. He aims to create a deadly concoction of Fade, something he calls the King of Poisons. For this, he has taken over the priestess's room, believing that Ned's little minion might appear and sabotage his work. Though the priestess initially objected, he managed to convince her to lend him the space. As she looks through his blueprint, confusion clouds her expression as she cannot make sense of what he is trying to create. Meanwhile, Zephyr draws precise lines across a log of arcanwood and then smashes it with his mana-infused fist. The large pieces break away, leaving behind several small uniform sticks. This sight both amazes and confuses the priestess, so Zephyr explains that these are needles, similar to those used in Eastern medicine. His plan is to dip their ends into poison and let them sit for 10 minutes. Once ready, according to him, these needles can kill any creature with minimal effort. However, no one had ever imagined they would come to rely on poisons after the Demon Lord's attack, especially that the gods had abandoned them. With that thought, Zephyr begins inserting the poison needles into his own body. Almost immediately, the poison starts spreading through his veins, making him tremble in pain. The priestess, alarmed, moves toward him, but he raises a hand to stop her. She remembers what he had told her earlier, not to panic no matter what happens, and to simply carry out a task for him when he signals. Although she remains unsure of what he truly intends, Zephyr is clear that he seeks to upgrade himself. He knows that under the right conditions, 2 poisons can neutralize each other's effects, transforming into a medicine or even a potion that boosts one's stats. The challenge, however, lies in the fact that he is working with incredibly painful, unstable, and unpredictable toxins. The pain pushes Zephyr's body to its absolute limit, but he knows this is the only way forward. He channels his mana, directing the flow to control internal injuries and potentially boost his levels. With this, he is testing whether the technique will heal him, or if it will cause his body to shatter like a brittle mirror. Still, Zephyr knows this pain is nothing compared to what the Demon Lord once did to him. As he concentrates, the flow of mana stabilizes. His veins begin to lose their darkened hue, returning to their normal color. The transformation stuns the priestess, but she recalls what Zephyr told her earlier, that she must drive the final poisoned needle into his head when he gives the signal. The moment arrives, and though nervous, she obeys his command, plunging the needle in with trembling hands. Several hours later, deep in the woods surrounding the Temple of Light, a beam from the slave mark erupts into the sky, lighting it up with a flash. On the ground, chaos reigns as hunters flee for their lives, chased by a stampede of monstrous ostriches. They shout in frustration, cursing the recon team for misreporting the number of nests. Fortunately for them, they had fired a flare earlier, calling for reinforcements. But the stampede moves faster than anyone anticipated. As the hunters argue, the creatures catch up and tear through the group one by one. The leader is the last one left standing, and he knows the temple is still at least 20 minutes away and things look grim. He Ashton hauls to the ground, watching as one of the massive ostriches looms over him with its razor beak ready to strike. But just as the monster lunges, a powerful dagger slices through the air, piercing the creature's neck. The beast crashes lifeless to the ground. Seeing this, the leader is stunned, but his shock deepens when Zephyr crashes to the ground with a powerful impact. As soon as he lands, all the monstrous ostriches charge at him, but with his newly enhanced strength, he easily overpowers them, tearing through the horde like they're nothing more than a bucket of KFC. He targets their necks with brutal precision, and with a single powerful mana burst, he launches multiple projectiles that strike every creature squarely in the throat, killing them instantly. The leader stands frozen, unable to comprehend how a single person, temple reinforcement or not, could do this alone. Before he can say anything, Zephyr demands the location of the monster nest. Still in disbelief, the leader points it out. Without another word, Zephyr vanishes in a single leap, leaving behind an overwhelming aura and a heavy sense of awe and inferiority weighing down on the hunter captain. However, the leader immediately regrets not giving Zephyr a critical piece of information, that the nest is extremely dangerous. As he silently blames himself for the oversight, a sudden blast echoes through the forest, followed by a chain of explosive crashes and deep cracks in the earth. To his utter disbelief, Zephyr emerges from the shadows moments later, dragging the severed head of the boss monster behind him. Despite the intense battle he clearly just fought, he looks calm, almost relaxed. The poison needles coursing through his system seem to have doubled his strength and dulled the pain. But Zephyr knows his next challenge is gear. He needs new equipment, though finding a place to forge or acquire it will come first. As he considers his next move, he fires the green flare, signaling that the emergency has been handled. Meanwhile, far away in the dungeon's dark depths, Sahak continues his brutal slaughter, waiting for the moment he and Zephyr will meet again. A few days later, Matias, the senior inquisitor, and Lucius, the commander of the Temple Knights, discuss the recent news that a slave reportedly defeated a horde of monstrous ostriches, including their towering 100-foot-tall leader. They suspect the act might be a deliberate attempt to showcase his abilities in hopes of being included in the upcoming raid. Upon hearing this, Matias suggests interrogating the slave, but Lucius refuses for now. The Inquisitor pushes back, concerned that the slave could be a demon lord worshipper and might interfere with the mission. However, Lucius surprises him by proposing a different strategy, bringing such individuals along on the raid and dealing with them there, rather than risking them causing problems elsewhere. Although they've been friends for over 20 years, Matias disagrees with the idea, but the commander has a reason for involving him further. He leads Matias into the tower basement. When he opens a large sealed door, Matias is taken aback when he sees Michael's legendary heavenly lance and shield. He can't believe his eyes. He'd only ever read about relics like this in books. The commander assures Matias that with these weapons, they finally have a real chance at clearing the dungeon after 10 long years. With a confident expression, he adds that this time, he'll be nearly unstoppable during the raid. The next morning, at the slave rooms, Zephyr's hunting teammates wrap up a grueling training session. They're a bit surprised by the training area being so crowded lately. Marco explains that these are slaves hoping to claim a spot in the raid. Rumor has it that 2 or 3 positions might still be open. As they talk, the priestess suddenly walks out of their room and passes by them. The group immediately bows out of respect. After she walks past, a few of them quietly wonder what she was doing in their quarters. Soon, the group's worst suspicion is confirmed when they spot Zephyr in their room, wearing a golden ring. They stare in disbelief, unsure how he managed to get such an item from the priestess. Zephyr, however, brushes it off casually. Internally, he knows the ring is no ordinary accessory. It's the Ring of Purification, an item that boosts mana flow and enhances magical defense. The priestess gave it to him after his upgrade session, claiming she had more items like it that could help improve his stats. This gesture made Zephyr suspect that she's motivated by money. Meanwhile, the priestess walks toward her room, lost in thought. She's thinking about Persephone, the now-defunct guild of assassins known for using poison to enhance their stats and eliminate targets. Zephyr's growing skill in hunting and his poison-based upgrades make her wonder if he might be a former member. She recalls that the guild fell apart years ago due to internal conflict, but rumors persist that wealthy individuals are still seeking their poisons, or surviving members. She considers the possibility of profiting by keeping Zephyr close. If she equips him properly, he could bring in significant value. But first, she needs to find the right gear for him. Zephyr, sensing her thoughts, is surprised she came to the conclusion that he might be part of an assassin group. Still, he sees the upside that if she spreads that rumor, his intended target may eventually come looking for him. Coming out to the hunting team, Gote is sweating balls that Zephyr's got that riz, as he managed to get a ring from that mommy. The others agree as well, but just as Zephyr prepares to talk to them about the dungeon, someone suddenly slams at the door. Dale checks and finds a note pinned to it with a knife. It's an official order to leave immediately and report back on the situation. The group is confused about who would deliver an official document in such a strange way, especially one stamped by the hunting team. Zephyr also takes a look and instantly recognizes the handwriting. It's Ned's. Realizing this, he becomes excited, seeing it as a personal challenge. Without wasting time, Zephyr heads out and begins flashing through the woods, moving quickly while thinking about the upcoming raid. This raid isn't a typical mission. It will take place in the Tomb of the Fallen Princess, a massive ruin left behind by an ancient kingdom. It's known to be extremely difficult to conquer. No one has reached the boss room in over 10 years of attempts. To even qualify for the raid, a person must either be a slave assigned to a priest or a top-ranking member of a hunting team. Zephyr knows his current team won't make it to the top ranks in time, so he plans to rely on Ned. As a slave directly under Matias, Ned has the influence to get someone included. Zephyr hopes to earn a recommendation from him. He's confident Ned wants to test him anyway, possibly even suspecting him to be an ally sent by the Demon Lord. As these thoughts run through his mind, Zephyr moves quickly through the mountain paths, until he crashes through a watchtower. As the dust settles, a familiar voice calls out to him, and he instantly recognizes it as Sahak. He pauses and tells Sahak to go home, clearly puzzled about why he's even there. The ugly-ass Sahak gives an evil grin, claiming he's been feeling pretty horny for him these past couple of days. As Zephyr stands there confused, Sahak suddenly pulls out a knife, attempting to show off some new power. But before he even finishes speaking, Zephyr flashes past him and drops him to the ground with a single strike. He frowns, frustrated that Ned seems to be hiding something, especially if he's sending someone like Sahak instead of coming himself. Thinking he might be nearby, Zephyr calls out, but instead of any answer, Sahak begins to move again. He rises from the ground in an unnatural way, laughing maniacally. A slimy creature starts emerging from beneath his cape. Without hesitation, Sahak pulls out a flute and starts playing it, causing the slime to lift him into the air and morph into a large monster-like abomination. Sahak, completely unhinged, shouts wildly, cursing Zephyr and vowing to make his death slow and painful. As the creature finishes forming, Sahak wastes no time and launches an attack. Caught off guard, Zephyr hesitates, and the strike sends him crashing into the side of a mountain. However, before Sahak can react further, an energy beam melts away the monster's appendages, and Zephyr reappears, unharmed and ready. The boy quickly recognizes the creature as a biological weapon created by Demon Lord worshippers. It starts off as an egg, then hatches when activated by a hypnotic instrument like the ocarina Sahak used. The ocarina also protects the user from the monster's corruption aura. The monster itself has no mind, an unstable appetite, and grows stronger with every human it devours, especially those with mana. This makes physical attacks nearly useless. As Zephyr analyzes the situation, the creature grabs and wraps him with its appendages. This makes him remember about the corruption aura, which activates the moment this monster touches someone. Once infected, the victim's mind slowly deteriorates until they become violent and unstable, often turning against even their own allies. This creature is one of the Demon Lord's creations, designed specifically to wipe out humans. As Zephyr becomes entangled in the monster's grip, Sahak starts laughing uncontrollably, confidently claiming that Zephyr's mind is now fully corrupted. But our boy has the mommy ring with him, a relic that carries a curse removal ability. It activates, completely dissipating the monster around him. Without giving Sahak a chance to react, Zephyr grabs him by the throat. As he holds him there, he yells about back when he still cared deeply about saving people, even when the world around him felt hopeless. He often wondered if things might have turned out differently had he grown up among humans who actually stood together and knew how to fight. Maybe then, the people close to him would still be alive. As these thoughts run through his mind, Sahak begins to sweat, unnerved by Zephyr's cold words. Our boy has made peace with the fact that he's willing to give people chances, but not to someone like Sahak, who fed hundreds of innocent people to this monster and still wanted more. With anger building up, Zephyr channels all his mana into his fist and slams it into Sahak's gut, following up with a brutal punch to the face that shatters it completely. Deserved. Then, without pausing, Zephyr begins preparing the finishing move, East Dragon's Roar, a powerful technique that channels lightning through his strike. Gathering mana into his palm, he releases the attack with full force, hitting Sahak with a barrage of lightning-charged strikes. The attack burns Sahak to a crisp, so thoroughly that even Zephyr feels slightly unsettled by the result. Still, he's satisfied with the outcome. Afterward, he picks up the flute. Knowing the monster can't be taken down with physical attacks alone and requires elemental magic, he begins to play. He's aware that the creature can be destroyed with a single precise hit, but he also needs to be cautious about using too much mana in the process. As Zephyr plays the annihilation code on the flute, the magical tones begin unraveling the bonds holding the monster together. At that moment, Ned arrives, landing nearby and visibly surprised to hear Zephyr playing a song known only to Demon Lord worshippers. Zephyr notices him and instantly realizes he was right. Ned has come to find him. He's been waiting for this moment. But now, he understands that he must convince him he is truly one of them. As he reflects, he remembers the man who once trained him, the same person he failed to protect. This time, he wants to repay that debt, and to do that, he knows he must get closer to Ned no matter what it takes. While Zephyr is lost in thought, Ned draws his sword. Watching Zephyr fight has apparently convinced him that he's too dangerous to leave alive. He charges forward with his sword glowing, but to his surprise, none of his strikes land as Zephyr dodges everyone with ease. Ned quickly realizes the danger and spins around to block an incoming counterattack. 3 stones come flying toward him from behind, and he manages to deflect them just in time. Even while blocking, he takes note of Zephyr's speed and precision. These are skills that only his master and a select few warriors possess. Challenged, Zephyr raises the stakes by offering to fight unarmed. Caught in the moment, Ned agrees. Now, both stand facing each other, hands glowing with lightning as they enter into mirrored combat stances, prepared for a direct clash. Ned is the first to strike, launching a lightning-infused palm attack. Zephyr, however, remains calm. He channels the floating cloud technique, which emits an electrical charge identical to Ned's. The two forces repel each other, and the attack is neutralized on contact. Ned is visibly stunned. Blocking the lightning palm this way requires channeling a high amount of defensive electricity so the attack bounces back. Too little, and it breaks through. On top of that, the defender must react with perfect timing. Seeing Zephyr pull it off effortlessly makes Ned realize this isn't just some talented fighter. He knows techniques that only a few in the world have ever mastered. Until now, only Ned and his brother had successfully used that specific counter, an advanced form of the Dragon King's secret martial art. The technique originally belonged to Jin Ryang, a high-ranking demon lord worshipper who climbed to power by mastering and preserving the Dragon King's hidden arts. Among his many disciples, only 2 were ever taught the true secrets, his own son and Ned himself. Jin Ryang trained only those 2 to keep the Dragon King's techniques from spreading. That's why, in the present, Ned is struggling to believe what he just saw. Not only has this unknown boy used the technique, he also destroyed their sacred biological weapon, a monster carefully prepared for the upcoming raid. Now Ned isn't sure who Zephyr really is or why he's here. Zephyr catches the shift in his expression and immediately seizes the opportunity. Calmly, he lies, claiming that if Ned believes there were only 2 disciples, then he's been kept in the dark. The boy shows him the ring and raises the question that if the Dragon King's art is so exclusive, what happens if one of the disciples dies? The implication hits Ned. If either disciple were to fall, the martial art would be lost. Their master wouldn't have time to train a replacement. The realization slowly settles in. Maybe there really was a 3rd disciple, a hidden backup, trained in secret to preserve the legacy. As Ned is still processing this thought, Zephyr steps forward and presents himself as the Shadow Disciple, the one who was trained in secrecy to replace Ned on his death. Blood is a natural when it comes to lying. The Shadow Disciples are unofficial successors, trained in secret to preserve a martial arts technique in case of emergencies. If something happens to the main successors, the Shadow Disciple steps in. However, once the official heirs safely inherit their master's position, the Shadow Disciple is often eliminated. Keeping them alive poses a risk, as their existence alone can invite future conflict. Right now, though, Zephyr is making all of this up. He knows that the real Shadow Disciple won't arrive until after the raid is over. Altair and her companions are currently holding him back. Thinking of Altair, he smirks slightly, imagining her caught up in strange tasks. For now, he decides to take full advantage of the situation. Ned, still somewhat suspicious, reveals that he already confirmed with their master, and was told no disciple had been sent. This implies Zephyr is lying, but in truth Ned hasn't contacted their master at all. He knows that if he tries, he might expose Zephyr's bluff and lose the chance to handle the matter himself. Ned has already decided that if Zephyr does anything questionable, he'll kill him without hesitation. Our boy, sensing this tension, doubles down on the lie. He claims he was given a secret order to quietly join the raid party and take Ned's place if anything goes wrong. He even references Ned's mission to retrieve the Dragon Heart and escape. The Dragon Heart is a powerful magical core found within a dragon's chest. It grants immense power but is incredibly rare. One lies buried deep within the tomb of the fallen princess, the very dungeon where the upcoming raid will take place. Zephyr knows that Ned's unmatched speed gives him the best chance of escaping with the stone, but he boldly claims he can do the job better. He pushes Ned's temper even further by stating that he has something personal to discuss. As Ned clenches his jaw, the boy leans in slightly and quietly says he wants to talk about blood tier. The mention of this puts a dark expression on his face, as it is one of his family's stolen treasures, something only he and his master know about. Nervous, Ned asks him if he knows more about it. However, Zephyr first requests to be included in the raid. With no other option, Ned agrees and tells him to follow. He leads the boy to an abandoned building near the temple and introduces him to the other members as someone sent by their master. Matias, who is also present, becomes excited about the new addition and immediately starts explaining their plan. According to him, all the members of the raid are demon lord worshippers, gathered from various places. He walks Zephyr through the details of the operation once again. Zephyr, eager to learn more about the demon lord worshippers, is surprised to discover that all 40 members are followers. These individuals make up an elite unit, specially trained to complete difficult missions. Despite the group's strength, the boy remains confused about why such capable people would choose to worship the demon lord. Meanwhile, Ned silently reflects on the situation. He wonders if their master might have revealed certain secrets to Zephyr that were supposed to be known only to them. A brief moment of doubt passes through his mind, imagining that the master may trust Zephyr more than him. However, Ned quickly dismisses the thought, reminding himself of the master's promise to help him get revenge if he proves himself useful. This promise continues to drive Ned's efforts. He is determined to earn his master's approval and achieve his goal. Still, one thing continues to trouble him: the shadow disciple himself. Zephyr considers the possibility that the shadow disciple might simply be waiting for Ned to die so he can take his place. Or worse, he might be planning to kill Ned himself. While Ned reflects in silence, Matias finishes the operation briefing and divides the team into two groups, one assigned to protect Ned and the other tasked with eliminating Knight Commander Lucius. Without wasting time, Ned reaches out to Zephyr and invites him to join his team. He wants to keep him close, which would also make it easier to eliminate him if needed. Receiving the invitation, the boy pauses for a moment. He remembers that in his previous life, Ned had been consumed by his desire for revenge. That obsession caused him to place his trust in the wrong person, someone who ultimately led to his downfall. Despite this, Zephyr also remembers that Ned had been a fiercely loyal individual. If he could bring him over to his side, Ned might become a powerful ally. With that in mind, Zephyr agrees to work with him. In his previous life, Zephyr missed out on relationships like this, connections that could have changed the course of his path. This, he recalls, was the first of those missed chances. He vividly remembers the maniacal version of Ned, who once taught him the Dragon King-style martial arts. The next day, the list of raid members is announced, along with instructions on where to gather, train, and handle logistical preparations. Everything is going according to plan for Zephyr, and he knows he needs to get ready. He decides to visit his former team to say goodbye, having already cleared 3 dungeons for them as promised. The team members are genuinely thankful, and Zephyr assures them that this progress should soon lead to their promotion. As the farewell continues, Dale grows increasingly nervous. He wants to ask Zephyr to take him along but can't bring himself to say it. He finds his goals fascinating, but he believes that he and the others are still too weak to follow him just yet. However, to Dale's surprise, Zephyr assures him that if he trains hard, there will come a time when he can join him. This lifts Dale's mood, and our boy leaves shortly afterward. Zephyr knows that by this point in his previous life, 2 of them had already died. Though they are still alive now, he believes they are more or less doomed. In 3 years, the Demon Lord will be summoned, and most of them will lose their lives. This is why he needs the Dragon Heart, to prevent it all. Afterward, Zephyr heads to the priestess to collect his gear. Surprisingly, she has prepared everything exactly as he requested. The weapons are blunt and have good mana conductivity. He specifically asked for this because he knows the raid dungeon will be filled with skeletons, which are resistant to regular sword strikes. For that reason, blunt weapons are essential to break through them. After inspecting the equipment, Zephyr decides to buy everything, though he is particularly drawn to the Twilight Longsword. The priestess acquired that sword solely at his request. However, she remains concerned, knowing it is not effective against skeletons. Meanwhile, Zephyr thinks about the dungeon itself, how even after 10 years of effort, the temple failed to conquer it. Yet now even the Demon Lord worshippers are willing to risk everything for it. Also, everyone in the raid is technically Zephyr's enemy, and Ned still doesn't trust him. He knows that if he fails to win him over, they may end up fighting to the death this time. As they continue their discussion, an instabaddie named Agilia arrives. She works as an enchanter for the temple's lab and greets them politely. In this world, enchantments involve imbuing items with mana and magical energy, and Agelia is among the best at the temple. Once she settles in, she uses a holy light spell to fully infuse Zephyr's items with light energy. This process is part of the dungeon preparation, as the boy wants to ensure his gear is ready before facing off against the other raid members. After the enchantment is complete, they pay Agelia, and to Zephyr's surprise, the cost is quite low. He wonders if the priestess might have pulled some strings to lower the price. Curious, he decides to settle his own debts with the priestess, and notes that she hasn't taken any commission from his previous trades. The priestess responds by saying she's simply helping him as a friend. Zephyr thanks her, then casually reveals that he has no money left. This surprises her, and he explains that the recent dungeons he cleared didn't yield much. To make up for it, he takes out the poisons he created and offers them as payment instead. The priestess is both shocked and excited by the offer. Zephyr teases her briefly before handing the vials over. Before leaving, he reminds her not to sell them to any potential moles. The next morning, all the raid members gather in front of the temple. Zephyr is slightly surprised to see hundreds of people there, including healers and knights. He recalls that, in his previous life, only a few of them had survived. Once everyone is assembled, Lucius, the head of the raid party, steps forward and officially announces the start of the raid. The raid party this time isn't ordinary. It includes a mix of knights, hunting team slaves, inquisitors, and slaves from the lower branch of the inquisitors. A total of 86 people make up the group, divided based on their roles, such as frontline fighters, scouts, and protectors. There are also long-range attackers supported by recovery buffers. All members fall under the leadership of 4 key figures, which includes a priest, a priestess, Matias, and the highly revered Lucius. Lucius holds a respected position, partly due to the stigmata mark bestowed only upon those loved by God. Those who receive this mark not only gain special powers in life, but also become angels after death, serving the gods in the afterlife. Lucius received the stigmata at the age of 7, and because of this, people hold him in the highest regard. Many consider it a great honor just to see him in person. Our boy finds it surprising that someone of his status even chooses to appear before them. While thinking about this, Zephyr notices Ned staring at him with clear frustration, which unsettles him. Meanwhile, Lucius begins addressing the raid members. He references a prophecy, stating that after 10 years of failed attempts, this year they are destined to succeed. According to him, everyone taking part in the raid will be remembered as legends, and the slaves among them will be granted their freedom. He also announces that all participants must undergo 2 weeks of brutal training. After the announcement, the crowd joins in prayer to Almighty Arya, growing wild with excitement and devotion. With that, the training begins. The first task is to climb the summit of Screams, where the training grounds are located. As Zephyr ascends, he grows increasingly annoyed by how Lucius calls all of this an honor. He knows the truth. Clearing the dungeon isn't about glory, it's business. He understands that politics plays a major role in organizing the raid. Securing labor, gathering proper equipment, and preparing the team all require years of effort. And to fund it all, they need investors. For Zephyr, it's clear this raid is less about divine purpose and more about careful planning and financial backing. They begin constructing roads and cities in the newly secured area to capitalize on the rising value of land, effectively turning the operation into a business. The Temple of Light, now functioning as the third parish, serves as Lucius's base of operations, where he prepares participants for the raid and regularly oversees their training. As the training progresses, the Holy Priestess sets up a mock battleground using training golems, practice dummies, and her own spells. When the battle starts, the dummies begin attacking aggressively, sending the raid members flying in all directions. Many struggle to keep up and quickly become overwhelmed. However, Zephyr and Ned easily tear through the training obstacles, turning the session into a personal competition. While attacking, Ned reminds Zephyr not to use the Dragon King style, then charges at a golem ahead of him. Seeing this, our boy prepares his own strike. Their attacks hit the golem at the same time, bringing it down together. Afterward, the group takes a short break. Observing their progress, the Holy Priest starts feeling hopeful. He sees promise in the current group of slaves, especially in Ned and Zephyr. He believes that with their presence, this team might actually stand a chance in the dungeon. Soon, the healer completes his recovery spell and informs everyone that they can resume training. Thanks to continuous healing support, the group begins to feel the intensity of 2 weeks of training stretch into what feels like 2 months. Time passes this way, and eventually, the end of the training period arrives. Remarkably, not a single person is eliminated, and everyone manages to hold up well throughout the sessions. The priests offer the raid members food and drinks in celebration, but Ned sits alone, lost in thought. Zephyr brings him a plate, knowing that he has barely eaten during the entire training period. Ned refuses, saying he needs to keep his body light for agility. Hearing this, Zephyr sets his own plate aside as well. He doesn't feel like eating either, knowing he must be ready to take his position soon. This irritates Ned, but our boy shifts the mood by pulling out a luxurious bottle of wine. Ned accepts a glass and while sipping it, asks how much Zephyr actually knows about him. During training, he realized that Zephyr hasn't shown any intent to harm him. Ned recalls that Zephyr once mentioned the blood tier, but didn't explain further at the time, brushing it off and promising to talk later. Remembering this, Ned's curiosity grows. Zephyr, noticing the shift in his expression, realizes that something has changed. When they first met, Ned had tried to kill him, but after spending the last 2 weeks together, it seems Ned may have changed his mind. Our boy responds by correcting Ned's question. Instead of asking what the blood tear is, he should be asking where it is and who possesses it. After saying this, Zephyr leans in and whispers something in Ned's ear, something that leaves his face pale with shock. You see, the blood tear was shown to Ned by his father as a relic passed down through their family line. According to him, their ancestors had earned it by defeating monsters. The sword later brought their family the title of Baron after they offered it to the king, who appointed them as the sword's official caretakers. Ned's father believed deeply that Ned would one day inherit both the sword and the family name. He was confident his son would become a great knight worthy of carrying it. However, when the Temple of Light invaded their estate, they seized both the sword and the baronial title, claiming them as collateral for a loan, despite Ned's father begging them not to. According to the temple priests, the sword belonged to the title, and since Ned's father had surrendered the title in exchange for the loan, he no longer had any right to it. Hearing this, Ned's father lost control and charged at the priest with his sword drawn. But before he could strike, the guards stabbed him. Little Ned, who was there at the time, witnessed everything and screamed for his father, while the priests reminded the dying man that he was lucky the sword hadn't touched him. If it had, even his son would have been executed. 12 years ago, this kind of event wasn't uncommon. Dungeon speculation had been growing wildly out of control. Investors made fortunes during the peak, as loot prices soared due to successful raid parties. But when the raids started to fail and scams began surfacing, the dungeon market lost its appeal. The Temple of Light, which had profited the most during the boom, continued to mislead investors, claiming the market was stable. They sold worthless items at high prices to squeeze out as much profit as possible before the collapse. Ned's father was one of those investors. He had borrowed money from the temple, but when the market crashed, he lost everything. Those responsible for the collapse never faced any consequences, especially the priest Olden, who had been close to Ned's father but still deceived him. Since that day, Ned's only goal was to take revenge and bring down the Temple of Light. Alongside that, he has spent years searching for the blood tear, but has never been able to find it. Back in the present, Ned can't believe it when Zephyr revealed that their master possesses the blood tear sword. According to Zephyr, the master also disclosed that the 12 apostles of the demon lord are secretly running the organization, while disguised as high-ranking priests within the temple. This revelation deeply shocks Ned. Zephyr also told him that the master had lied when he promised to help him get revenge. As Ned walks with the raid party, the weight of the betrayal sinks in. He knows now that the master only wants them to retrieve the heart so he can deliver it to the leader. If that happens, Ned won't ever get the chance to strike back. Once the heart is handed over, they won't be able to touch the ones responsible. He realizes they've been manipulated from the beginning. The master he once considered family has betrayed him, and he knows Zephyr isn't lying. There's no way he could have known what the master had said about helping him with his revenge unless it was true. Thinking about all of this, Ned feels lost and uncertain about what to do next. After some time, the raid party arrives at the entrance of the tomb of the fallen princess. Even before entering, several members begin to shiver due to the overwhelming dark energy surrounding the place, while others feel excited at the challenge. Despite the unease, the group enters and steps onto the first floor of the dungeon. The priestess points to purification amulets embedded in the walls and explains that this level has already been cleared and purified. The dungeon contains a total of 9 floors. Everything up to the 7th floor, including the gatekeeper on the 8th, has already been cleared. However, due to the lingering evil energy from the lower floors, monsters continue to appear. As skeleton monsters begin to emerge, the raid squads prepare to engage, their excitement building at the chance to fight. Meanwhile, back at the Temple of Light, Lucius's uncle, head priest of the 3rd parish, welcomes reinforcement forces sent from the central parish. They've arrived to provide support while the temple's main forces are out on the raid. However, the head priest remains unaware that the central parish leader, Olden, the very man leading the reinforcements, is actually a secret worshipper of the demon lord. Back in the dungeon, the raid party pushes forward, tearing through the endless wave of skeletons. These undead creatures continue to appear due to the lingering presence of their fallen princess, Eurydice, once the greatest sorceress in history, who dragged her subjects with her into death. As the battle continues, a couple of massive bone golems, made up of hundreds of skeletons, appear among them. One of the golems slams into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that sends several raiders flying through the air. Reacting quickly, the holy priestess and the other casters cast Chain of Light, anchoring the golem in place. Seizing the opportunity, the raiders rush in and begin attacking the restrained monster. To their shock, the golem breaks free from the spell's grip. Just as it prepares to retaliate, Matias, who has been quietly praying and preparing, steps forward. With a single powerful slash, he brings the golem down. The raiders, stunned by his strength, briefly pause in awe. Matias immediately calls them to focus, warning that a skeleton mage may be controlling the golem. Just then, they spot the skeletal mage perched on top of the fallen golem. The holy priest issues an order to the ranged group to target the mage. Matias realizes that to create a clear path for the ranged attackers, they must first neutralize the source of the enemy's power. They need to locate the mana tomb. Suddenly, Lucius steps in, wielding his radiant lance and shield. Without hesitation, he unleashes a massive holy beam that incinerates every skeleton in its path. The blast not only clears the way but also strikes the ancient tombstone, powering the skeleton mages. In one sweeping attack, Lucius destroys both the tomb and the mage. He then turns to the others and orders them to finish off the remaining enemies. Meanwhile, the priestess watches in amazement, noting that what took the entire team 30 minutes to accomplish, Lucius completed with a single attack. Zephyr and Ned also stand stunned by the sheer power of the shining lance. With the 8th floor now cleared, the group decides to set up camp there for the night to rest and recover. As the others rest, Zephyr quietly examines a nearby wall, searching for something, and eventually, he finds it. Elsewhere, in a temporary meeting room set up within the dungeon, Lucius briefs the other head members about the 9th floor. He proposes that they clear all the tombstones before approaching the boss room. The priestess disagrees, arguing that heading directly to the boss would be more efficient. However, Lucius firmly reminds the group that the last raid failed because they took the shortcut. Although they reached the boss room, they were surrounded by waves of skeleton soldiers and lost many lives. He refuses to make the same mistake, even if it means spending extra days clearing the path. Hearing that, the priest understands that even the slower approach will result in casualties, and the burden of those deaths will fall on the survivors. One of their top priorities now is to preserve Lucius's mana and health so that he can face the boss and secure victory for the team. He recalls how, during last year's raid, the group froze in place upon reaching the boss gate, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of dark energy it radiated. Back in the present, the meeting is suddenly interrupted by distant screams from the raid party. They are under attack by the pet monster previously used by Sahak. 5 of these beasts, originally intended to assist Matias in his plan, have gone into a frenzy. Something has triggered their hypersensitive danger sensors, causing them to rampage. Meanwhile, Zephyr, still inspecting the wall, discovers a hidden wheel embedded in the stone. Without hesitation, he activates it. As he turns the mechanism, the entire dungeon begins shifting. The floor and walls move like interlocking cubes, creating a massive transformation that confuses and terrifies everyone inside. All of this had been planned a few days before the official announcement of the raid party members, during a secret gathering of the Demon Lord worshippers. At the meeting, Matias briefed the group with critical information. He explained that the boss room door would not open unless the gatekeeper was defeated, and once inside, they could only leave by killing the boss. This information was gathered from ancient wall texts and court records. One of the members questioned whether they could simply break through the dungeon walls, but Matias explained that the deeper they went, the stronger the protective barriers became. At the lower levels, the walls were as hard as steel. However, Lucius had a plan. He intended to use the Stake of Faith as a wall breaker. This item was an unbreakable pillar, and Lucius's strategy was to wedge it into the door, keeping it permanently open. Since the item could not be destroyed, this would guarantee the door remained accessible. With that in mind, Matias instructed the attack group to eliminate Lucius. The plan involved dragging the boss monster toward Lucius while pushing it away from the door. During this chaos, Ned was assigned to steal the dragon heart. Once he made it out through the door with the heart, they would awaken the corrupted creature. These creatures are powerful monsters that devour humans and corrupt anyone they come into contact with. While Lucius and the other high-ranking leaders have magic resistance and are unaffected by the corruption, the rest of the raiders do not have such protection. Once the corruption spreads, the affected raiders would begin attacking each other, creating the distraction they need. In the confusion, the boss monster would be able to finish off Lucius. According to Matias, once they successfully escape, they will report the mission as a failed raid to the temple. The group also received a special drug from their leader, designed to disable the slave mark, preventing the priest from using any forced commands. Along with that, each member is given an ocarina flute, which can summon corrupted monsters to aid in their escape. This part of the plan excites Zephyr. It makes his task of stealing the dragon heart much easier. At the time of the raid, acting outside of the original schedule, Zephyr uses the flute and activates the corrupted monsters earlier than intended. The sudden appearance of the creatures causes widespread panic and chaos throughout the raid party. He knows the healers are present, so most of the raiders will survive the chaos. As Zephyr moves forward with his plan, the leaders spot him. Matias notices him and remembers seeing him once before, when Ned brought him to the gathering. However, he is confused about what Zephyr is doing there now. Realizing he's been seen, our boy presses a hidden button and turns a concealed wheel built into the wall. It's part of an old protection mechanism from when the dungeon was once used as a shelter during the demon invasion era. The device randomly alters the dungeon's internal structure. Zephyr, having encountered this mechanism before, is familiar with how it works and uses it to his advantage. As he escapes, Lucius catches a glimpse of him and instantly recognizes him from Matias's earlier mention. Suspecting him to be a demon lord worshipper, Lucius attempts to use the slave mark's force command. To his shock, the command fails. Matias also notices this, and immediately realizes that Zephyr must have taken the special drug he had distributed earlier. Enraged, Matias charges his sword with powerful energy. However, before he can strike, Ned appears in a flash and slices through his arm using his flexible sword. Matias stands in disbelief, unable to accept that Ned is betraying him as well. While pursuing Zephyr, Ned, despite blocking Matias's attack, remains concerned about Lucius's response. At that moment, Lucius also releases a holy beam from his lance, aiming directly at Zephyr. To his surprise, the boy dodges it with ease. His evasion is the result of a powerful luck perk, an ability granted by the gods when he was reincarnated back in time. This perk allows him to receive bursts of extreme good fortune during 3 critical moments. Back in the present, Zephyr knows the dungeon's shifting structure creates unexpected openings, passages that didn't exist before. With the help of his luck ability, he hopes to locate one that leads directly to the boss room. As he flashes forward, searching for such an opening, he's suddenly caught off guard. Ned has caught up to him. But why is Ned helping Zephyr? Earlier, after the training ended, Zephyr revealed that he knew about Ned's plan to steal the dragon heart and escape, even if it meant betraying the team. However, he also warned him that, according to his prediction, he would die if he followed the original plan. If he truly wanted to survive, they would need to defeat the boss together instead. The warning shocked Ned. At the time, he lashed out, angry at what he saw as a reckless and foolish idea. But Zephyr calmly insisted that he had a better plan, one that could change everything. As Zephyr laid out the plan, he found it reasonable, but the real issue was trusting him. He questioned what Zephyr meant when he said Ned would die if he followed the plan, especially since he was fast and skilled in the Drong King-style martial arts. Zephyr explained that trying to absorb the dragon heart without a special technique would be fatal. He mentioned knowing someone who could help Ned absorb it safely. He also warned that the third parish priest, Olden, was waiting for the dragon heart, and if he didn't get it, he would send the twin knights, warriors known as the strongest in the entire land. On top of that, all the demon lord worshippers, including their master, would come after Ned. Zephyr then asked again whether Ned truly believed he could defeat them all without his help. Returning to the present, both Ned and Zephyr move swiftly through the restructuring dungeon. As they advance, Ned recalls his earlier argument with Matias, during which he requested to personally deliver the dragon heart to their leader. Matias firmly opposed the idea, insisting that he should not be concerned with the transportation, as Olden himself was assigned as the carrier and would not make any mistakes. Matias also seemed surprised that their leader had shared everything with Ned, given that the organization operated under strict secrecy. Meanwhile, Ned had asked those questions only to verify whether Zephyr's claims were accurate, and they were. It became clear that Olden, his longtime rival, was one of the leaders among the demon lord worshippers. That revelation made the situation even worse. Not only had Olden killed his father, but now he aimed to keep Ned under his control. The thought enrages him, and as they flash past a skeleton golem, he releases a burst of energy and destroys it in a single blow. His desire for revenge against the demon worshippers and the Temple of Light grows stronger. Noticing Ned falling behind, Zephyr calls him out, aware that they have no time to waste on monsters. His strong luck skill has only 15 seconds remaining. As the timer continues to tick, they dash toward the boss room door. Just as they approach, the gatekeeper spots them and prepares a slash infused with dark magic, launching it in their direction. The two manage to dodge the attack and notice a narrow opening in the boss room door. With only 3 seconds left in the spell, they rush toward the gap and barely make it inside in time. Once inside, Ned is surprised to find the room empty. There is no boss in sight. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoes through the chamber, questioning how the two managed to enter without defeating the gatekeeper and warning them for daring to disturb her. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the raid party manages to defeat all the corrupted monsters, and the dungeon finally stops shifting. As they begin tending to the injured, Lucius remains in disbelief after witnessing the slave mark being neutralized right before his eyes. His mind races with possibilities, wondering whether the boy never had the mark to begin with or somehow neutralized it himself. He is also shocked by the revelation that someone brought corrupted monsters into the dungeon and that the boy used some kind of device to interfere with its structure. These events make him suspect that demon lord worshippers might be hiding among them. Lucius finds it hard to accept, especially since he personally ensured that the raid party was made up of trustworthy individuals. Still unsettled, he asks the holy priest about the two who escaped. The priest names them, and when Lucius hears that Ned works under Inquisitor Matias, his face turns pale. At the same time, Matias stands nearby, enraged that his 2 men ruined everything simply because they were afraid of the boss. It was a perfect plan, one that would have elevated his standing with both the Demon Lord worshippers and the Temple of Light. But now it has all fallen apart. While lost in thought, he orders the other worshippers to prepare to fight or be killed. As confusion spreads, the worshippers turn around and see Lucius standing with several temple leaders, all armed and ready. Lucius gives Matias one last chance to explain himself, but he has already made up his mind. He is going to fight. Back in the boss room, our boys stand in front of the princess, momentarily stunned, especially Ned, who struggles to believe that someone labeled a killer could appear so beautiful. As he notices the sadness on her face, he begins to question the historical accounts of her supposed cruelty. He even feels a strange desire to ease her sorrow if he can. Caught in her aura, Ned appears dazed and starts to move toward her, but our boy quickly grabs him, stopping him before he does anything reckless. He cannot believe Ned nearly fell under such a basic illusion. Moments later, Ned also realizes that he had been lured into a magic circle trap. Suddenly, the princess's appearance begins to dissolve. Her expression twists into a malicious grin as she bursts into laughter, revealing that she intended to devour him. Her form transforms into something monstrous, and she lunges at them with a powerful killing intent. Sensing the danger, Zephyr scolds Ned for allowing himself to be deceived. But now that the illusion has broken, both manage to evade the attack. The princess begins using a skill called Dark Hand, where her summoned hands absorb mana and stamina from their targets. She can summon hundreds of these hands at once, a technique that overwhelmed many raid parties in the past. This ability also functions as a continuous regeneration spell, allowing her to maintain her strength while exhausting her enemies. Even someone like Lucius has struggled against her in the past. Meanwhile, Zephyr feels the pressure of the God of Death's Wall of Iron skill, lingering over him and ready to activate if he fails. On the other hand, in the dungeon, Lucius confronts Matias for throwing everything away, including 10 years of work invested into the dungeon. Upon hearing this, he realizes that his facade has been exposed. Someone like Lucius would not speak to him this way otherwise. He also knows he has no way to escape, even by using slaves as a distraction, since he is unfamiliar with the dungeon's newly restructured layout. And if he returns empty-handed, his leader will likely kill him. With few options left, Matias decides that killing Lucius might be his only way out and begins to confront him directly. Although he appears confident, he is fully aware that Lucius possesses holy-grade items and is backed by a group of healers and combat priests. Taking them down without outside help would be incredibly difficult. However, Matias still holds on to one last advantage. Some of the priests standing beside Lucius are actually his imposters. If they can catch the others off guard, he might still turn the situation around. With that thought, he discreetly signals his men to drink a potion on the count of 3 and proceed with Plan C. The potion is designed to disable their slave marks and allow them to escape unnoticed. To buy time, Matias challenges Lucius to a duel while silently counting down for his men. But the head of the raid party sees through his act and immediately orders his soldiers to attack. Before Matias's men can drink the potion, Lucius activates their slave marks, forcing them to obey his commands instead. Now Matias finds himself cornered, his own men turning against him while Lucius leads the attack from the front. Though Lucius remains in control, he expresses clear disappointment in Matias. From the age of 12, they had been friends. They grew up together, fought alongside one another, and came to know each other deeply. That history only makes Lucius's disappointment heavier. But for now, he is focused on forcing Matias to dismantle the traps he set. After a brutal fight, countless slaves lose their lives, but the group manages to trap Matias. As the slaves fall, Demon Lord-marked bugs emerge from their bodies. These insects carry the engraved mark of the Demon Lord, which grants worshippers the ability to serve as slaves to the light, the priests, and the Demon Lord simultaneously. Aware of this dark magic, Lucius steps on one of the bugs, showing his deep disappointment in Matias. He never imagined his friend would align himself with the Demon Lord. The holy priest, meanwhile, is briefly stunned by the fact that Matias managed to kill 30 slaves in just half a minute, but he remains confident in Lucius's superior strength. Now bound in holy chains, Matias is left in shock at how difficult it was to fight Lucius. He was unable to land even a single hit, which reveals the immense difference in strength between them. As this reality sinks in, he begins to wonder if this imbalance is part of the fate determined by the gods. While lost in thought, he suddenly starts coughing violently and reveals a small stone hidden in his mouth, one marked by the Demon Lord. He refuses to accept defeat and is ready to do whatever it takes to escape this fate. Lucius, unaware of the stone's presence, begins to question him about his betrayal, but instead of answering, he maniacally displays the stone, shocking everyone in the room. In an instant, he crushes it between his teeth and undergoes a rapid transformation, shattering the chains around him. The stone he consumed is a secret weapon of the Demon Lord worshippers, known as the Stone of Revelation. It transforms the user into a demon, to be used only when there is no other choice. Once activated, the user can never return to human form. Now fully transformed, Matias no longer feels regret. In his mind, becoming a demon is far better than remaining a powerless human. Lucius, witnessing his transformation, immediately panics and orders his priest to attack. The head priest casts a spell to boost the stats of all allies, and they launch a full assault on the demon. However, their attacks prove ineffective as the demon blocks them effortlessly with his bare hand. To his surprise, Lucius is already upon him, swinging his holy lance with full force. Everyone expects this to end the battle, but to their shock, the demon stops the lance with his hand. The priests and their leaders are stunned. Even legendary grade weapons seem to have no effect on the demon, leaving them unsure of how to support Lucius now. Suddenly, the priestess remembers the stake of faith, a sacred weapon Lucius entrusted to her in case of emergency. She rushes toward the demon, intending to retrieve the weapon from her inventory case. To her dismay, the case is missing. Meanwhile, inside the boss room, Ned has the stake. He had stolen it from the priestess earlier as part of their plan. As the princess casts her skill, Ned begins counting down. To his surprise, the spell fades away exactly as Zephyr predicted, after just 15 seconds. The reason becomes clear that the spell requires the caster's brain to function in overdrive. Overusing it risks severe damage, even causing the brain to melt if pushed too far. The limitation means the spell cannot be cast repeatedly, giving them a narrow window to act. To counter the side effects, the caster is forced to use lower-level skills, allowing the brain time to cool down. This creates an opening, an ideal moment for an attack while the princess's ability is on cooldown. Following Zephyr's attack pattern, both leap toward her. Our boy draws his Twilight Longsword and strikes with a powerful sweeping slash. He understands that no matter how well one prepares, the outcome can never be fully predicted. The weapons, the allies, the environment, and the unexpected challenges, they can all shift without warning. But through all of that, there is one thing he can rely on: the Dragon King-style sword technique. Executing it with precision, he lands a clean blow and appears to behead the princess. For a moment, it seems like the battle is over. However, to Ned's surprise, the princess begins to transform into an even more monstrous form. But instead of hesitating, our boy feels a surge of excitement, as this is the moment he has been waiting for. Assessing the situation, Zephyr prepares to give Ned an order, but he already knows what to do and leaps toward the princess. The boy had previously warned him about this transformation. During the shift, there is a brief moment when the princess will become idle, and that is the exact window they must exploit. Remembering this, Ned opens the inventory case midair and unleashes the massive stake directly into her. It pierces her body and immediately begins to channel holy light energy into her form. The stake responds to the dark aura surrounding the princess, radiating its own powerful energy in reaction. Meanwhile, Zephyr begins slashing at her appendages to prevent her from removing the stake. The weapon is causing immense damage, but it has a limited charge. Once depleted, it turns into nothing more than a heavy chunk of metal. That limitation is why Lucius never considered using it offensively. But Zephyr, not concerned with the cost, made the call regardless. As the holy energy burns through her body, the princess melts away. The stake, sensing that the threat has passed, deactivates on its own. Zephyr's divine item enhancements also fade due to prolonged combat. Exhausted, he drinks a mana potion and takes a moment to wonder if Lucius has survived. After downing several more potion bottles, he decides that while he hopes Lucius makes it out alive, he won't dwell on it if he doesn't. Ned, on the other hand, stares at the last remaining eye of the princess, which continues to twitch slightly. Zephyr calmly tells him to leave it. She can't revive in that state. If she dies, the gate will open and the gatekeeper will enter. He hands Ned a healing potion and instructs him to start searching for the dragon heart. Meanwhile, Ned stands in shock, struggling to process the fact that they just defeated one of the 8 toughest monsters in the world. It all feels surreal, and he knows it was only possible because of Zephyr's plan. At the same time, a part of him grows uneasy. He wonders if Zephyr might already be too powerful for them to keep up with. His thoughts are interrupted by loud bangs on the door. The gatekeeper, covered in dark poison, slams against it repeatedly. Quickly, the poison begins to seep through the cracks and is absorbed into the princess's body. She appears overwhelmed with emotion, sensing the presence of her knight. Suddenly, a dark tornado rises around her, alarming both Ned and Zephyr. Zephyr watches closely, clearly confused as this didn't happen in his previous life. He begins to suspect that the change is a result of them not defeating the gatekeeper first. As the tornado intensifies, the princess returns to her original form and notices that the stake is beginning to regain its power. Acting quickly, she opens the dungeon floor and buries the stake deep within it. The two boys immediately move in to attack from both sides, but to their shock, their swords pass through her without resistance. Zephyr recognizes the spell as spatial distortion, a technique used to trap opponents in an altered space. Without warning, a series of thorns burst from a portal beneath them. Ned barely manages to dodge the attack. However, to his surprise, the princess follows up immediately, charging at him with incredible speed. Just as she is about to strike, Zephyr reacts. Using the queen spider's webs, he anchors her in place, clenching her back and halting the assault. He grips them tightly and, like a budget Mortal Kombat scorpion, calls out to her, "Get over here!" The princess retaliates against the pull, but Zephyr activates his power boost skill and yanks her toward him. However, just before contact, she vanishes. From this, he realizes that while inside her spatial distortion, she cannot launch attacks either. That means once she reappears, they'll have a brief opportunity to strike. As she reemerges, Zephyr pulls on the web to drag her in, but the princess anchors herself by driving her thorned roots into the ground. To her surprise, Ned appears in a flash and strikes her with a powerful swing. The hit looks clean, but to Ned's shock, he's the one who ends up wounded. The princess had used a Black Mirror spell, reflecting up to 300% of the incoming damage. She quickly follows up with Dark Hand, draining his mana and stamina. Just in time, Zephyr intervenes, striking her from behind with a lightning palm attack. As the Dark Hand continues to leech power, Zephyr targets a few specific points on her body using his mana control skill. This technique disrupts her mana flow at the targeted spot, disabling her ability to cast spells. As a grand sorceress who relies entirely on mana, Zephyr hopes this tactic, learned during his training under Altair, will be enough to shut her down. As the princess attempts to retreat and gain distance, Zephyr pulls her back again using the web and follows with a series of heavy palm strikes. He then takes out a rosary item he acquired from White Rose, which contains 9 sacred temple beads. He tosses 3 of them toward Ned, hoping they will keep him alive for the remaining 9 seconds of Dark Hand. But just as he makes the throw, the princess lands a direct hit to his face, sending him crashing to the wall. Zephyr is stunned by how quickly she broke free from the mana control. The princess wastes no time. She roots Zephyr in place with another binding spell, then launches a barrage of massive dark energy spheres. All of them hit him directly, causing a powerful explosion that shakes the entire room. Meanwhile, at the temple, the priestess grows increasingly worried about Zephyr, regretting that she hadn't given him more temple beads. Back in the dungeon, the beads are destroyed, and Zephyr is covered in blood. Ned also lies unconscious on the ground. Our boy realizes that the moment he lost control of the battle's momentum, the princess gained the upper hand. He knows that, although she is a difficult opponent in this life, defeating her in his previous form would have been much easier. This failure highlights just how weak he truly is. He has exhausted all of his consumable items, his weapons are damaged beyond use, and he has no tools left to rely on. Even the divine skills granted to him before his reincarnation, Wall of Iron, Strong Luck, and Revive, seem completely useless in this situation. This realization leads him to a bitter conclusion that the gods may have given him these so-called blessings not to help him, but to entertain themselves, watching him struggle and suffer. It feels like a leash placed on him by higher beings who find amusement in his despair. With no path left to victory, Zephyr decides he can do one final thing, to provoke those who sit above. Using his own blood, he begins drawing a forbidden symbol on the ground. Moments later, an angel descends, furious, demanding to know how he is aware of such a symbol. But Zephyr smiles as she has taken the bait. Our boy knows that the mark he draws is a direct reminder to the gods of a shameful defeat they suffered long ago. Because of this, they have declared it taboo. Even attempting to draw it is enough to warrant divine punishment, or immediate death. In simple terms, the moment the symbol is completed, he would be automatically executed by divine force. As the angel appears, the dark aura surrounding the princess fades, giving Zephyr a bit more time to recover. That shift in energy, while subtle, is a small advantage he immediately recognizes. Returning to the angel's question, Zephyr counters with one of his own, how she managed to appear in the human world when divine beings are not permitted to enter so freely. The angel replies that only those with a direct connection to humans can do so, then once again demands an explanation for the forbidden mark. Unbothered, Zephyr refuses to answer without compensation. He demands something in return for the information. The angel fumes at this, while her divine aura intensifies to the point that Zephyr can no longer move his finger. She declares that by drawing that symbol, he has already angered many gods. They want him eliminated, even though they once considered him amusing to observe. To provoke her further, Zephyr challenges her to kill him, while carefully warning that she should only do so if she truly has the authority. He understands that with the perks the gods granted him, they don't want him to die easily. They prefer to watch him suffer, to be entertained by his ongoing struggle. Moreover, he knows there are gods who wish to recruit him into their divine legions. Killing him now would mean losing the opportunity to claim what they desire. That tension between divine agendas is exactly what Zephyr aims to exploit. Neither side truly wants Zephyr's death, and he knows that's exactly why the gods sent the angel, to stop him from completing the forbidden symbol. Sensing the shift, the angel becomes uneasy and asks what he wants in return. Zephyr responds by demanding more powerful perks, stating that the ones he was given so far have proven useless. He then addresses the gods directly, claiming that if he dies, some of them will lose something valuable. while others may gain an advantage. He urges those who stand to lose not to let it happen so easily. He promises them that if they do nothing, they will never find another human as entertaining as him, and if they're willing to take the risk, now is the time. The gods, stunned by his boldness, hesitate, but the goddess of light, Arya, finds his defiance amusing. Intrigued, she decides to intervene. A brilliant beam of divine energy descends from the sky. The angel watches in disbelief, unable to understand why a goddess would aid a human like him. As the beam strikes, it shatters the barrier that surrounds him. When the dust clears, Zephyr stands once more, face to face with the princess. She wastes no time, charging toward him with her dark hand spell active. But the moment she closes in, Zephyr slashes her with a radiant sword of pure light, a weapon that incinerates anything it touches. This sword was gifted to him by Arya, who deemed the boy far too entertaining to lose. Elsewhere, the other gods react with fury, especially Uzra, but the god of the sky, Akairos, steps in to defend Arya's decision. He argues that the weapon belongs to her, and she is free to use it however she chooses. Internally, Akairos understands the deeper reason for stepping in. He knows that the god of death desperately wants Zephyr for his own agenda, and Akairos refuses to let that happen. Back in the fight, Zephyr relentlessly attacks the princess with the divine light sword, striking her with such force that even her spatial distortion spell fails to protect her. He knows she has no defense against a divine item of this magnitude. Seizing the moment, he activates the sword's Yehi spell, unleashing a heavenly light strike that crashes down upon her, finally taking her down. As she falls, the princess reverts to her original beautiful form. Zephyr realizes that the Yehi spell, powerful as it is, doesn't only deal damage, it also carries the ability to break curses. That explains her sudden transformation. The curse has lifted, and her true self has returned. Now fully conscious, the princess takes in her surroundings with a dazed expression, as if waking from a long and haunting dream. She looks at Zephyr, confused, and asks who he is. Zephyr introduces himself calmly, declaring that he is the one who will carry on her legacy. The dragon heart was once given to the princess as a gift by her loyal knight, who now serves as the gatekeeper. The two were in love and had dreamed of living a happy life together. However, they were naive and unaware of what the future held. In the present, the princess reveals that on the final level of the tomb, there is a magic circle shaped like the tree of life. This circle has the power to purify the curse on the dragon heart. She claims she used its energy to cleanse the dragon heart, but in doing so, she lost her human form and became a monster. She thanks the boy and his friend for freeing her from the curse and explains that she has outlived her natural lifespan. She knows her end is near. Before disappearing, she asks about the dragon heart's intended use. In response, the boy uses the communion spell to share his memories with her. Through this, she sees everything: Zephyr's previous life and the journey that brought him here. Meanwhile, outside the tomb, Lucius battles Matias, who is now in his demon form. Although Lucius possesses a light blessing, the demonic energy overwhelms him every time Matias makes contact. Matias, intoxicated by the sudden surge of demonic power, begins to lose control and fully embraces the chaos. He launches an attack on Lucius, who raises his shield to block it. The clash triggers a massive explosion. Nearby, the other priests stand by helplessly, unsure of how to assist. Amid the confusion, a demon lord worshipper hidden among the priests sees an opportunity. Realizing that the others are distracted, he decides this is the perfect moment to eliminate the head priest and, in doing so, claim the Stone of Revelation as a reward. As the man pulls out the knife, a dark force begins absorbing into a mark on his arm. Suddenly, worms burst from the bodies of several individuals. The head priest stands in disbelief, realizing that so many demon lord worshippers are still hidden among them. This outbreak of worms is actually part of Matias's power drain demon skill, which he uses to empower himself. He absorbs all the dark energy and condenses it into a strong, glowing energy sphere. Recognizing the danger, Lucius immediately orders his men to use everything they have to stop the attack. However, it is already too late. Matias launches the energy sphere toward them, burning many in its path. Lucius manages to shield both himself and the head priest, taking the brunt of the impact. The Holy One calls out for Matias to stop, but he refuses. He has carried a long-standing resentment toward him. Lucius received the stigmata at the age of 7, which broke the traditional process. Normally, all holy candidates train until the age of 15, after which a competition is held to select the chosen one. Matias, who had trained for years with hopes of being chosen, was overlooked. Matias's family could not believe what had happened. They had invested everything into his training. According to ancient records, when someone is chosen outside of the official competition, it signals the beginning of chaos, a situation that benefits the temple greatly. Matias was enraged because, after Lucius was selected, his father used the opportunity to grow wealthy by exploiting worshippers. Many people went bankrupt as a result, and some even took their own lives. Matias believes Lucius's family did nothing to stop it, and instead created an era of dungeons and profited from the chaos. From Matias's point of view, they are the true villains. Inside the boss room, as the princess goes through all the shared memories, she begins to feel a deep sense of sympathy for the boy after witnessing everything he has endured. He adds that the demon invasion will happen again, and this time, he does not want to be weak. That is why he wants to ask her for a difficult favor. Zephyr understands that absorbing the dragon heart requires a special technique. Originally, he had planned for someone else to perform it. However, now that the princess is present, he realizes she is capable of doing it with ease. She was the one who originally planted the dragon heart in Georgios, the first dragon slayer, and he now wishes for her to do the same with him. To his surprise, the princess reveals that she cannot perform the process. 1,000 years ago, one of the second strongest dragons, Chrysaorus, unleashed devastation across the world, nearly burning it to the ground. Chrysaorus was originally one of the 12 heroes who led the war against the demons. However, after being cursed by them, it lost its mind and turned against everything it once fought for. To oppose Chrysaorus, the remaining 11 heroes, including the princess, her knight, and the golden dragon, united to stop its rampage. After a long year of battle, they finally managed to bring the dragon down, with Knight Georgios landing the final blow. In the present, the boy reminds the princess of these past events, emphasizing that all their sacrifices could be in vain if the demons succeed in summoning the demon lord into their world. While the gods are forbidden from entering the human realm, the demon lord can be summoned directly. A group of worshippers has formed with the goal of summoning him once again. The boy recalls from his past life that human greed played a major role in this. Many humans joined the demon lord's followers for power or gain. When the demon lord became a serious threat, only he and his few companions stood against him. This time, he is determined to change the outcome. He believes he has come to the past to win, and because the princess once used her power to help the good, he asks her to grant him that same power to protect the world. At that moment, Zephyr reminds her of Georgios. He was courageous and, despite her attempts to stop him, firmly believed that with the dragon's power, he could save the world from demons and others seeking to destroy it. His only goal was to create a safe and peaceful future for their daughter. With that purpose in his heart, Georgios left. Unfortunately, the rest of the story did not go well. During a battle in the temple, he was struck by the same darkness curse that had once consumed Chrysaorus. The princess, who was also present at the time, tried to help Georgios, but her maid stopped her, warning that it was too dangerous. By then, Georgios had already transformed into an evil skeleton. As the transformation unfolded, the golden dragon arrived and voiced the very question on the princess's mind. How could this happen if the curse on the dragon heart had been broken? The golden dragon answered the question himself. He admitted that he had only made it appear as though the curse was broken. He pretended to be their ally in order to complete his own hidden objectives. He then bound the princess with magical shackles and silenced her, ensuring she could never speak of the secret she had discovered. He praised her for embedding the dragon heart into her husband and revealed that she would now be forced to watch him use that power to destroy the world. As he said this, Georgios fully transformed into a monstrous skeletal warrior. He drew a massive sword and swung it toward the princess. Back in the present, the princess reveals that she was forced to tear the dragon heart from her husband's chest. Since then, she has waited for someone like Zephyr, someone capable of carrying that power. However, she senses that his body is not yet ready to receive it. If she attempts to embed the heart now, it will completely destroy him. The boy already knows this. He also knows that he cannot accelerate the strengthening process through the poison technique without resting between sessions. Still, he believes there might be a chance if he relies on a powerful luck-based effect. However, the princess believes otherwise. She reveals that he will need to use the luck perk one more time. Just as she is about to share more details, her neck snaps. It is the result of the golden dragon's binding, which prevents her from revealing certain secrets directly. Despite this, the princess chooses to speak indirectly. She explains that he would need the dragon heart when he will be forced to choose between the person who matters most to him and someone else. She advises him to first strengthen himself using the items stored within her tomb. After that, she will embed the dragon heart into him and alter the layout of the dungeon to ensure his escape. She also warns that if he insists on receiving the heart now, despite the risk, he must first defeat all the dragons within a year. Hearing this, the boy feels confident in himself. He promises that he will make the world safe, just as Georgios once vowed, and declares that he will do it in 6 months. He considers it his mission now and assures the princess that she can rest. Moved by his determination, the princess sheds a tear and opens the tomb that holds the dragon heart. When the boy sees it for the first time, he is shocked. She then instructs him to lie down and begins the embedding process. As the process begins, the boy activates his strong luck perk to maximize the chance of success. Suddenly, everything fades around him, and he finds himself in a dark realm. However, he immediately senses that he has experienced something like this before, and that he is not alone. Suddenly, a massive red eye opens behind him, followed by a claw that grabs him in an instant. It is Chrysaorus, still lingering within the dragon heart. Though only a remnant of the dragon's overmind remains, its presence is powerful enough to make the boy feel as though his heart is being torn in half. Kaisaris, filled with rage, recognizes the scent of the gods within Zephyr and questions why they have sent another puppet into his domain. The dragon refuses to grant his power, especially not to Zephyr, and with that, crushes him tightly in his claws. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Matias, in his demon form, has managed to take down everyone, including the head priests. Lucius is now the only one left standing. He blocks his relentless attacks with his holy grade shield. As Lucius deflects another strike, he attempts to retaliate by launching a fiery beam. However, Matias easily dodges and flashes behind him, striking him hard in the back. This moment confirms what the demon has suspected. Lucius is growing tired. His reaction time is slowing, and the signs of exhaustion are starting to show. Also, the holy leader grows more concerned, realizing that Matias is becoming increasingly adapted to the demonic power. With each moment, Lucius is the only one sustaining damage and tiring. The two clash again, exchanging blows, but Matias begins to overwhelm Lucius with sheer speed and strength. Lucius's shining lance stands no chance against Matias, so the Holy One knows that no one is left to protect him, and he will now have to rely on a hidden power. However, activating it will put his life at serious risk, but he sees no other option. As Matias prepares his final blow, he is suddenly interrupted. A flash of light deactivates his attack. He notices a heavenly feather floating in the air, the result of something Lucius has triggered. An angel now stands behind Lucius, shedding radiant feathers. Upon her arrival, she questions how much of his life Lucius intends to sacrifice this time. Lucius considers offering 1 month, but the angel deems it insufficient. She proposes 6 months instead. Lucius agrees, and the angel vanishes immediately after. A surge of divine energy begins to radiate from Lucius. His entire body glows with holy light so intensely that Matias, even in his demon form, begins to feel fear. He does not understand why he is afraid, but the sensation is undeniable. While Matias tries to comprehend this fear, Lucius unleashes a barrage of holy light beams. The blasts overwhelm Matias completely, shredding his demonic form into pieces. Now fully defeated, he struggles to accept that the Holy One had kept such immense power hidden for 20 years. According to Lucius, the ability he used is called Shard of Glory, a skill that only the Holy Ones can access. It allows them to borrow power from their future angelic selves in exchange for a portion of their lifespan. This is the main reason why most Holy Ones do not live beyond the age of 30. They are often forced to use this skill to fight powerful enemies, and the temple frequently places them in such situations. In truth, they are treated as little more than pawns. After explaining this, Lucius questions whether Matias truly believes his betrayal was worth sacrificing their friendship. But Matias remains consumed by jealousy over Lucius's chosen status. He believes that the goddess values his life while treating them as worthless. Matias insists he was the one everyone expected to be chosen, but everything took a strange turn. The goddess never even answered his prayers or acknowledged his questions. As he speaks, Matias begins to fade into the air, his form slowly dissipating. Meanwhile, in the boss room, Ned wakes up disoriented. As he regains focus, he is suddenly shocked to see the dungeon boss engaged in some kind of mysterious ritual. Outside, Lucius manages to heal both the head priest and the priestess, but he remains concerned that the three of them are the only survivors from the raid party. Once they are fully healed, he instructs them to find a way out of the area. Meanwhile, inside Zephyr's mental realm, the dragon is momentarily stunned by a strange glow forming around the boy. The energy takes the shape of a pinkish female figure. Zephyr immediately suspects it may be the effect of his strong luck perk activating again. However, he considers it excessive, as the protection is triggered after only a brief lapse in focus. This sudden reaction makes him realize that he is within his own mental realm. Here he must remain strong and fearless. If he shows weakness, the dragon could devour his mind, rendering the heart transplant completely ineffective. With that realization, Zephyr grabs the dragon's claws and forces them apart, freeing himself. He remembers who he once was, and that memory fuels him. In a flash, he dashes toward the dragon's head and delivers a powerful strike. Then, he pulls a sword from the ground, an immense weapon, and claims this battle as his fifth dragon fight within his realm. His body radiates power, and his entire appearance has shifted, glowing with a renewed aura. As he walks toward the dragon, Zephyr channels his resolve. He is frustrated that these ancient beings always demand tests before offering their power. He prepares to face the dragon head-on, determined to knock some sense into it. The dragon accepts the challenge and prepares to face Zephyr directly. With that, the two collide in a powerful clash. Meanwhile, outside the realm, Ned notices Zephyr lying unconscious. He also realizes that the dungeon boss is so absorbed in the process involving Zephyr that she has completely forgotten his presence. Thinking it might be the right moment to strike, Ned tries to stand, but he is unable to move due to his low mana. The dark hand from the princess had drained all his energy earlier. While he reflects on this, the princess herself turns her attention to him and advises him to rest. With a simple motion of her finger, Ned suddenly coughs up a marked bug. the same kind used by demon lord worshippers. As he stares at it in shock, the princess reveals that she removed it from his body. She expresses her admiration for the fact that he never used its power and instead relied entirely on his own effort. She recommends that he rest now, as the extraction will leave him with extreme fatigue. She then encourages him to enter a deep sleep. Ned still struggles to understand why the dungeon boss is helping him, but before he can process it, he falls asleep. Outside the tomb, the head priest informs Lucius that the entire structure of the dungeon has changed. They have been searching for a way out for 2 days without success. Lucius suggests that their best chance is to locate the stake, as it may be the key to escaping in time. As they move quickly to search for it, they begin to wonder about the 2 suspicious slaves who had stolen the stake of faith. According to Lucius, although the 2 suspicious individuals appeared to be demon lord worshippers, they never allied with Matias. In fact, they even attacked him during the battle. The head priest speculates that they may belong to a different worshipper faction. Their goal could have been to manipulate the fight between Matias and Lucius, hoping both would weaken or destroy each other, giving them a better chance at success. This possibility makes Lucius realize something important. If he were to die, the temple would likely auction off the dungeon, leaving it vulnerable. He suspects this was the true intention behind the infiltration, to create a scenario where the dragon heart could be seized. He believes the worshipper faction plans to purchase the dungeon at a low price, and then send the 2 infiltrators back inside as part of a new raid party. Since they've already explored the area, they likely have an escape route prepared, or will be given one. Lucius concludes that the infiltrators must be captured before they vanish. That, at least, was their plan. But when Lucius and the others reach the boss room, they are shocked to find that the gatekeeper is still alive. They have sensed the lingering holy presence of the stake, but are confused as to why the skeletal knight still guards the room. The gatekeeper proves to be overwhelmingly powerful. He easily overpowers Lucius and pins him to the ground. The Holy One knows he cannot use Shard of Glory again, as it can only be activated once per week. With no other options left, his thoughts turn to his family, and he begins to believe this could be the end. Just then, Zephyr bursts through the boss room door like a real Chad. Lucius, stunned, wonders what he is doing here. Zephyr, now radiating power, casually remarks that he needed to do a favor for someone anyway, so he decided to lend a hand. Clearing his throat, he activates a dragon skill and issues a commanding order to the gatekeeper to drop on the ground. The skeletal knight crashes to the ground under the force of the command, surprising Lucius. He can't understand how such a powerful creature is obeying someone like Zephyr. Meanwhile, the boy restrains the knight and begins counting while observing the knight's resistance. The skeletal knight struggles fiercely, trying to break free from the spell. It takes exactly 10 seconds for the control spell to wear off, and from this, Zephyr confirms that he has only a 10-second window of control. Currently, his access to the dragon heart is limited to just 1% of its full power in order to match the capacity of his still developing body. Once freed, the skeletal knight grabs his sword, which Zephyr immediately recognizes as Graham. The weapon was specifically forged to slay dragons and is highly effective against them. Wielding the sword with full force, the knight swings it at Zephyr. Zephyr counters with his own light sword, a divine weapon given to him by the goddess of light. The sword came with a condition to use it in order to protect the Holy One. Zephyr agreed, and now he is fulfilling that promise. He channels all his holy energy into the blade. Then, with a respectful goodbye, he releases the energy in a powerful attack aimed at the skeletal knight. The impact generates a massive wave of radiant light that even takes Lucius by surprise. Lucius cannot believe a former slave is wielding such a divine item. Even more shocking, he senses the direct presence of the goddess of light emanating from Zephyr. The overwhelming aura reminds him of the first time he encountered the golden dragon as a child. Realizing the significance of what has just happened, Lucius drops to his knees in reverence, joined by the head priests in honoring Zephyr. Meanwhile, the boy reflects on his battle with Kaisaurus, which lasted 3 full days within his mental realm. Despite the intensity of the fight, he ultimately proved his worth, so Kaisaurus granted him access to his power, but warned him to stay cautious and vigilant. As Zephyr awakened from the realm, he was stunned to find that the princess had turned into a pile of ashes. F's in the chat. He pauses in respect and thanks her for everything. Among the remains, he discovers 2 relics that carry the essence of the princess's magical abilities. However, one must first reach level 2 in that magic class to properly wield them. The relics also grant him access to everything within the tomb. From the crystals she left behind, the princess reveals more details that with his current body, he can only access 1% of the dragon heart's full power. Over time, that capacity will increase as his body gradually adapts. The princess also leaves him with a final request, to find her descendant and deliver the mage crystals to her. This descendant will assist him further. Zephyr immediately recognizes the name, Altair. However, he grows concerned that the gods might interfere with her in an attempt to extract more entertainment from his journey. He hopes to intervene, but first he knows there are other matters he must take care of. As the group regathers, Lucius steps forward and officially removes the slave mark from their shoulders, setting them free. Zephyr casually jokes about his debt, which Lucius confirms has also been cleared. The Holy One remains astonished by the fact that they operated in secret for all those years, working quietly to bring down the Demon Lord's worshippers. As the son of the Goddess of Light, Lucius's mission was to eliminate the Demon Lord worshippers, so he offers the boys all the support he can provide. However, Ned remains suspicious, believing Lucius may simply want to align himself with the Dragon Heart Wielder in order to gain an advantage within the temple. Despite his doubts, Ned chooses to accept the alliance. He considers the potential benefits, connections, resources, and status, all of which he needs to help dismantle the remaining factions of Demon Lord worshippers. With everything settled in the tomb, Lucius suggests returning to the temple to rest. But Zephyr interrupts with an alarming revelation that the temple may already be overrun by Olden and his forces, who, in reality, serve the Demon Lord as well. He adds that they have the Twin Knights with them, two of the most powerful warriors alive, which makes the situation even more dangerous. The news deeply unsettles Lucius, but he continues, explaining that he still needs time to adjust and fully unlock the Dragonheart's power. As he speaks, he pulls out the crystal, triggering a sudden shift in the dungeon's structure. A hidden treasure chamber reveals itself, filled with artifacts left behind by the princess, signaling that it was now time for them to gear up. No one has been able to access the chamber for the past 1,000 years. When Zephyr finally opens it, everyone is stunned to see multiple glowing crystals floating within the room. Even the priests are left speechless, recognizing several ancient items encased inside the crystals. There are dozens of high-level artifacts scattered throughout the chamber. As Zephyr activates one of the crystals using the princess item, the sight makes Lucius realize that without Zephyr's help, they would never have gained access to these items, nor could they claim any credit for defeating the dungeon boss. After retrieving several items, the priests begin using their appraisal skills to inspect them. They quickly confirm the equipment is of extremely high quality, infused with powerful magical enchantments. Many of the items are rare, with none of them having appeared for sale in any known market. While exploring the chamber, Zephyr notices a familiar potion bottle and becomes visibly excited upon recognizing it. The others also begin selecting what appeals to them, especially Zephyr, who reclaims the Gram Sword from the Skeletal Knight and equips a full Dragon Slayer outfit. As the group settles and organizes their newfound gear, Lucius expresses concern. He explains that although Zephyr revealed Olden's true identity as a Demon Lord worshipper, the temple currently has no method to identify infiltrators like him. This presents a serious problem for the battles still to come. The only way they can confirm someone as a worshipper is by forcing them to use a skill, which makes it nearly impossible to catch Olden. Ned suggests killing him, as doing so would reveal the worshipper bug from the body. However, Lucius strongly disagrees. The problem lies in Olden's position. He comes from a noble family and now holds the rank of cardinal. His pedigree and responsibilities within the central parish make him nearly untouchable. Additionally, he maintains a neutral stance in the temple's internal politics and is closely associated with Lucius's family. Arresting or killing him without solid proof would carry enormous risk. Ned begins to suspect that Lucius doesn't fully believe Zephyr's claims and is simply avoiding confrontation. However, Zephyr remains calm. He knows there's a way to prove everything. The answer lies in the familiar potion bottle he discovered earlier. Meanwhile, back at the temple, Olden is in the process of hypnotizing a bishop. At the same time, Lucius's wife and child are held hostage by the Twin Knights. She is confused and terrified, unable to understand why Olden is doing this. At that moment, Olden reveals the truth. According to him, all Demon Lord worshippers carry a marked bug inside them. The bug grants them power and grows over time. Once the bug fully matures, as in Olden's case, it becomes a queen. This queen bug can produce larvae, which are used to brainwash and control others who ingest them, just like the bishop currently under his influence. Olden explains everything to Lucius's wife because he plans to use her to manipulate her husband. She doesn't understand what he means, until he reveals his intention. He takes out a small larva and attempts to place it into her son's mouth. Horrified, she reacts quickly and slaps his hand away. The area where she touches him begins to writhe and squirm, as if Olden's body is made of bugs. The sight horrifies her. Enraged by her defiance, Olden prepares to retaliate, but before he can act, one of his men bursts into the room, shouting that Lucius has arrived outside. The news stuns Olden. He rushes to the window and sees Lucius and the head priestess cutting down his guards and making their way toward him. Panic begins to set in. As Lucius confronts him, Olden yells out in protest, accusing him of attacking temple priests. But Lucius remains unfazed. He used the special potion Zephyr gave him, an item that allows him to see the worshipper bug inside those who serve the Demon Lord. With the truth now undeniable, Lucius finally understands how blind he has been to the deception around him. He steps forward and formally announces Olden's arrest for betraying the Temple of Light. Olden, refusing to acknowledge defeat, bursts into arrogant laughter and mocks Lucius, calling him a prick. Inside, Olden is terrified. Lucius's return is completely unexpected, and none of their leaders foresaw it. There is no logical way the dungeon could have been cleared this quickly. Worse, there's no sign of Matias, which likely means he was captured and revealed everything about him. Still, Olden tells himself it doesn't matter. Lucius has already walked into the trap by returning to the temple. Just then, the bishop enters and publicly calls out Lucius for accusing a cardinal without proof. But Lucius calmly activates the special skill granted by the potion, immediately spotting the bug inside the bishop. He realizes Olden must be controlling him. As the bishop continues pressing him for proof, Lucius takes out a collection of letters and tosses them to the floor. Olden immediately recognizes them and is visibly shocked. He can't believe Lucius has obtained those documents. A while earlier, back in the dungeon, Zephyr had suggested keeping the true sight potion a secret for the time being to avoid attracting assassins. Instead, he proposed gathering more concrete evidence to expose Olden. Zephyr then briefed the group on the dungeon's hidden depth, explaining that it extended far beneath the temple. He believed there would be a pathway leading to a strategic exit point. Following his plan, the group made their way out, eventually surfacing near Matias's old hideout, a location often used by the Demon Lord worshippers for secret meetings. There, they discovered a set of abandoned letters. These documents contain detailed plans between Matias and Olden, including their strategy to steal the dragon heart. Matias had held on to the letters as a safeguard in case Olden ever betrayed him, and now Lucius has possession of them. Hearing this, Olden bursts into maniacal laughter, and finally admits that he is the leader of the Demon Lord worshippers. However, he quickly adds that they still can't do anything to stop him, because he has Lucius's wife as a hostage. Lucius spots her and, gripped by worry, calls out, but Olden quickly stops him, warning not to come any closer. With a sinister calm, Olden reveals a special larva, what he calls the princess bug, claiming it was prepared specifically for Lucius's family. Then, with a chilling smile, he gives Lucius a cruel choice: his wife, his son, or himself. Without waiting, he begins counting down from 3. As Olden reaches the final count, Lucius desperately offers to take the bug himself and pleads for his family to be spared. But Olden ignores him and, right in front of his eyes, shoves the bug into his wife's mouth. Before the larva can take hold, Olden is suddenly stabbed from behind by none other than Ned. The twin knights are stunned, unable to understand how an assassin slipped through unnoticed despite their detection skills. What they don't realize is that Ned is wearing the Misty Bracelet, an artifact that renders its wearer undetectable. Without wasting a moment, Ned slashes Olden in half with his sword and grabs Lucius's wife. He immediately starts defending against the incoming strikes from the Golden Knight, the elder of the twin brothers, whose overwhelming power begins to push Ned back. As they clash, Lucius fires a powerful lightning beam toward Olden. The Golden Knight leaps in to block it, taking the full hit. The blast gives Ned just enough of an opening to escape. Taking advantage of the moment, he strikes the other twin knight and launches into the air, carrying Lucius's wife to safety. Meanwhile, Olden's body begins to regenerate as the worms within him start reconstructing his form. He is shocked to see Ned, his master's disciple, still alive. Olden had planned for him to die inside the dungeon, yet here he is, standing in his way. This makes Olden question whether Master Jinriang deceived him all along. With their hostage now gone, Olden realizes the situation is turning against him. He knows that if Lucius uses the Shard of Glory spell again, it could end everything. Acting quickly, he orders the Golden Twin Knight to hold Lucius back and buy him some time. The tension excites him, and with renewed energy, he draws his sword and walks toward Lucius. As he approaches, the Holy One maintains his composure and exchanges a few sharp remarks, but the guy appears confident, certain he can handle him. The two formally introduce themselves before engaging, each preparing to demonstrate the full extent of their strength. Outside the temple, people begin gathering as it is time for the healing rituals. However, the guards stop them, lying that a knight's training session is underway. From a distance, even the mining group notices smoke rising from the main building, leading many to speculate about what is happening inside. Priestess Rose also suspects the guards are lying. She remembers when Zephyr last traded with her and warned her to stay away from the main building for a while, explaining that a high-ranking official would be visiting and that her shady business might be exposed. Since then, she has mostly stayed in the slave quarters as a precaution. But now, seeing the smoke coming from the main structure, she begins to worry. Back inside the main building, the head priests and priestesses are actively defending against waves of Demon Lord worshippers. They are using items acquired from the princess's treasury, which helps them hold their ground. They do their best to avoid killing any of the corrupted priests, knowing that if word gets out, the rival factions within the temple will seize the opportunity to discredit them. They maintain their defense as best they can when suddenly, they are stunned to see the temple spire collapse in front of them, despite being protected by a barrier. Looking up, they spot Lucius locked in battle with the Golden Knight. To their surprise, the knight appears to be growing tired. His sword is at a disadvantage against Lucius's spear, which gives Lucius superior reach and control. The Golden Knight tries to avoid the spear's tip to close the distance, but when he finally lands a strike, it is completely reflected by Lucius's mirror chainmail. He quickly realizes that Lucius intentionally baited the attack just to reflect the blow back at him. Lucius confirms his strategy, explaining that the twin brothers are considered the strongest warriors on the continent, and defeating them requires more than brute strength. Lucius dashes toward the Golden Knight, and they swing at each other, blocking one another's attacks. However, the Holy One gains the upper hand as he dodges and strikes the knight with his golden arm. He immediately follows up by flashing behind the knight and landing a powerful crashing light beam. The impact completely obliterates the knight, sending him crashing to the ground in defeat. Seeing this, the head priest assumed Lucius defeated the twin knight with ease. But as Lucius turns, it becomes clear that he has taken significant damage himself. During the Divine Judgment spell, the knight managed to counterattack, landing multiple blows on Lucius. The Golden Knight also realizes something crucial. The mirror damage effect only activates when he strikes Lucius's body directly and only reflects 50% of the damage. Thinking about it, he is recovering from his wounds using the worms inside him, and his rage is building. In a flash, he appears behind Lucius and prepares to deliver a deadly blow with his sword. However, just as he is about to strike, the queen bug inside him sends a signal, halting his movement. Lucius seizes the opportunity, chaining him in place and blasting him with a heavenly beam. Though wounded, he continues to receive signals from the queen bug. At the same time, Olden's body has been dragged into a secluded forest by Zephyr. The boy gives him a brutal beating but chooses not to kill him yet, keeping him alive for a reason. Back at the main building, Lucius and the head priests reveal that the strategy was to isolate the twin knights and Olden by keeping them occupied, allowing the group to take them down one by one. The plan worked perfectly. Realizing he has been outmaneuvered, the twin knight loses his shit. Some time ago, Olden personally volunteered to oversee the transportation of the dragon heart. He confidently told the master that, with his mind control skills, he could safely take over the temple in the third parish and keep the dragon heart under close watch without needing to move it. The master approved the plan and gave him the green signal. Now with everything falling apart, he tries to make sense of how everything unraveled, how the raid ended so quickly, how Ned uncovered the assassination plot, and how the dungeon was cleared in record time. It all seems unbelievable. He begins to suspect that the master may have orchestrated this to eliminate him once his part was complete. When they reach their royal carriage, one of the demon lord worshippers has already prepared it for escape. Still, Olden's mind keeps racing. Even if Lucius exposes him as a worshipper, the Temple of Light might protect him to secure his vote in the upcoming papal conclave. But what truly worries him is his growing list of enemies. If Jinryang has betrayed him, then more disciples like Zephyr could be coming after him. As Olden steps in the carriage, he suddenly feels something sticky on his hand. Within seconds, his body trembles in pain. It's one of Zephyr's poisons, crafted to inflict unbearable agony, even on the worms inside him. Suddenly, the cloaked accomplice at the carriage removes his hood, revealing himself. It's Zephyr. Before Olden can even react, he kicks him in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. The twin knight tries to retaliate, but before he can act, a poison needle strikes him, instantly knocking him out. It turns out he isn't the real twin knight at all, just a regular warrior in disguise. Sensing defeat, Olden desperately calls for the real twin knight's help. Meanwhile, as Zephyr walks toward Olden with his sword drawn, the old man begins pleading for mercy. He's confused, unable to understand why his body isn't recovering from the poison. Desperate, he starts offering anything he can, hoping to buy enough time for the real twin knight to arrive. But Zephyr stuns his ass out by revealing the bloodied helmet of the silver twin knight. 12 hours earlier, at dawn, Zephyr, along with Lucius and the priests, successfully identified the twin knight as a demon lord worshipper and eliminated him. Ned, seeing the truth, realized they planted a disguised silver knight in there, waiting for him to deliver the dragon heart so they could dispose of him afterward. In his previous life, Ned barely escaped the twin knight but was forced to spend his days in hiding with the dragon heart, unable to absorb it himself. Eventually, he was found and killed by another of Jinryang's disciples. Lucius also fell under the control of the marked bug, becoming a nightmare to deal with. He too was eliminated. All those deaths traced back to Olden's manipulation and betrayal. That's why, in this life, Zephyr refuses to take any chances. Back in the present, fueled by that memory and rage, Zephyr unleashes a blast of divine lightning upon Olden. But to his shock, the remains it leaves behind seem far too small. While thinking, Zephyr suddenly senses something approaching from behind and manages to block the attack just in time. It's Olden, now in his true demon form, transformed into a grotesque, slithering mass of worms. According to him, he is far stronger in this form than the twin knight ever was. This makes Zephyr realize that Olden had shed a portion of his body earlier as a decoy, allowing him to transform back into his demon form undetected. In this state, Olden possesses overwhelming power and the ability to return to a human appearance at will. Anyone who has seen his demon form has never lived to speak of it. Calling Zephyr's resistance a mistake, Olden slams his massive fist into the ground, creating a violent shockwave that rips through the forest. Elsewhere, Ned, who is guarding Lucius's wife and child, hears the tremor. He quickly instructs them to stay hidden inside the cave and hands them cloaking bracelets to render them invisible. As he turns to leave, Lucius's wife expresses concern, but Ned, the Chad he is, assures her that he stands on business and doesn't need that. With determination in his eyes, Ned flashes toward the source of the shockwave. As he moves, memories of his father's death resurface, fueling his resolve for revenge against the inhuman sloth Olden. He's ready to bring down everyone involved. Back in the main building, Lucius continues his battle against the stronger of the remaining twin knights. The marked bug inside the knight is enhancing his power, but it's causing his precision to falter. Lucius notices that the knight is growing anxious from being held off for so long. Seizing the opportunity, he calls out to the head priest, who activates his battle light spell. The spell boosts allies' stats and recovery by 120%, empowering Lucius immediately. To the priestess's surprise, it also strengthens her summoned spirit, increasing its size and intensity. With the support spell active, they launch a coordinated assault on the knight. He defends himself with confidence, believing their slower attacks pose no real threat. However, he suddenly begins to feel dizzy, the effect of the shooting star spirit's debuff kicking in. Lucius uses the moment of weakness to charge forward. His lance, glowing with holy energy, pierces through the knight's torso with a massive blast. Though the knight attempts to strike back, he misses completely. When the dust settles, only the lower half of his body remains, slumped to the floor. Just as it seems the battle is over, Lucius turns in shock to see the entire structure behind him sliced cleanly in half. The head priest quickly realizes what happened. During the fight, the knight wasn't just aiming at Lucius. He was targeting the building, attempting to bring it down on the brainwashed priests inside. Lucius immediately rushes toward the bishop to help, but he's too late. The rubble collapses, burying the area. Meanwhile, the knight, gravely injured but still conscious, begins to flee. A third of his bug has been burned away, weakening him significantly, and he's now headed toward Olden in hopes of being restored. Despite everything, he remains shocked at how effectively Lucius managed to keep him occupied. Believing it to be the only option left, the twin knight rushes toward Olden, the man who once offered him purpose when everything seemed lost. In the past, the twin knights joined Olden after their elder sister claimed the earldom. At that time, the priest manipulated them with slick words, convincing them that only by supporting the true God could they ensure the world's rightful order. The promise worked. Now, filled with gratitude and a sense of debt, the knight races toward Olden, determined not to let him die. However, just as he nears his target, a sudden flash cuts through the air, and the knight is sliced cleanly in half. It's Ned. He uses the Blade of Mirage to literally give the knight another twin brother. As Ned lands, the twin knight recognizes him as Jinriang's disciple and demands to know why he's getting in their way. Ned, however, calmly reminds him of the day he killed his father. This triggers a realization in the knight that this is about revenge. But he scoffs, claiming he has killed hundreds and doesn't remember every face. Fully recovered, the knight throws off his damaged armor and warns him to move aside, stating he has somewhere important to be. He acknowledges that Ned is agile, likely using some sort of cloaking skill that avoids detection. Despite that, he doesn't take him lightly. Still, the knight remains confident that no one can defeat him in direct combat. He gives Ned 10 seconds to run, but his heart skips a beat when Ned draws a familiar sword, the blade of his fallen twin brother. The sight stuns him. That weapon had been their shared symbol, a sacred gift from Olden himself. Now holding it, Ned calmly offers to share his brother's final words, if the knight manages to defeat him. That is all it takes to make the twin knight a mad dog who is fully prepared to take Ned's life. Meanwhile, on Zephyr's side, the demon Olden is relentlessly sending blow after blow, but to his surprise, they have no effect on the boy. He is using the swarm of bugs inside him to transform his body, summoning multiple fists to launch continuous attacks at Zephyr. This transformation allows him to achieve the sharpness of metal and even hurl acidic stomach fluid from the bugs toward his target. However, Zephyr is able to dodge every strike, following up with precise counterattacks using the Dragon King style. With one of these counters, he manages to cut Olden into pieces. Yet even after being torn apart, the scattered pieces morph into fully formed weapons that begin attacking Zephyr from all directions. Despite being repeatedly sliced, Olden's demon form shows signs of immortality, recovering each time without fail. He seems unfazed by the damage, confident that Zephyr will eventually run out of stamina and mana. As the fight continues, Olden charges forward and grabs Zephyr by the collar. He reveals a disturbing intent that he admires Zephyr's power and strength and plans to implant a bug inside him to turn him into a servant. He then hurls him to the ground with immense force. As he crashes into the earth, Olden follows up by slamming his massive fists down on him, generating a series of powerful shockwaves. Finally, the demon reshapes his arm into a sword and brings it down onto Zephyr. The move takes a toll on Olden as well, visibly tiring him. Well, how did Olden become like this? In the past, he was persuaded by the master himself to join the worshippers, who offered him power beyond imagination. The master gave him a marked bug, advising him to take good care of it. From that day onward, Olden began borrowing the bug's power, He went on to kill countless people, and once the bug inside him matured, he used the Stone of Revelation to complete his transformation into a demon. In the present, despite unleashing a series of powerful attacks, Olden is shocked to see Zephyr completely unscathed. Zephyr holds back the demon's arm with his bare hand, showing no signs of injury. This stuns Olden, but the boy explains that he could have taken down Olden along with the twin knights earlier. However, he intentionally split them apart to give Ned a chance for personal revenge. The other reason is that Zephyr recently gained the power of the dragon heart and wanted to test it against a strong opponent like a demon. He activates his dragonification skill, temporarily boosting his heart's power by 9%, a skill that can be used only once a day. Since Olden poses a real challenge, Zephyr chooses to test the enhancement on him. At the sight of the dragon heart, Olden begins to panic, unable to comprehend how Zephyr possesses such power. The boy attempts to grab him using his enhanced dragon arms, prompting Olden to flee in desperation. However, before Olden can get far, a powerful slash strikes him from behind, slicing him into several pieces. For Zephyr, this is only the beginning. Meanwhile, back in the jungle, the twin knight manages to pin Ned down with his sword. As Ned holds the blade back with his hands, he recalls Zephyr's earlier instructions. He had briefed him on a critical detail on how the twin knight could be defeated, using something deeply connected to Ned himself. 25 years earlier, when the twin knights were just children, their father was informed by the master of the magic tower that the boy's mana was connected. When one activated his mana, the others would respond as well. The master added that, if trained properly, the two could grow into a formidable knight duo. That day, their father made the decision to do whatever it took to nurture their potential. Thanks to his dedicated efforts, the twins eventually developed into highly promising knights. Later, Olden intervened. He manipulated events to prevent the twins from inheriting their family title and used that opportunity to bring them under his command. He enhanced their combat abilities further by giving them the twin blades, weapons that allowed them to perfect a unique fighting technique. Over the years, the two warriors trained together relentlessly. Their synchronization became so precise that one would immediately follow the other's attack, forming a continuous and nearly impenetrable storm of sword strikes. Their coordination extended to the point that they could control each other's sword as if it were their own. Zephyr explains all of this to Ned, comparing their technique to the floating cloud style. This style mirrors the balance of yin and yang, enabling users to reflect enemy attacks when fighting alongside a compatible partner. Having already mastered the secrets of the floating cloud technique, Ned is able to resonate with the twin knight's sword and form an eclipse-like counterattack. During the battle, Ned focuses on reading the flow of the knight's movements, waiting for the right moment to strike. When he finally mirrors the technique perfectly, the knight leaps back in shock. The move is a closely guarded secret, known only to him and his brother. The realization hits him hard. For Ned to use that technique, something terrible must have happened to his twin to force it out. In that moment, the knight once again hears Olden cry out for help, but he chooses to ignore it. Instead, he decides to eliminate Ned within the next minute. With that thought, he charges at him, swinging his sword wildly with heavy, forceful blows. However, Ned is already prepared. Zephyr had told him that the knight would continue fighting without attempting to assist Olden. Their plan depends on preventing the knight from reaching Olden, as any contact could allow Olden to escape or regroup. Recognizing this as his only chance, Ned presses forward and attacks. But the twin knight moves faster. In a flash, he delivers a powerful slash that appears to cut Ned down the middle. To his shock, it's only an illusion. The real Ned is behind him. Ned uses his Thunder Palm technique from behind and immediately follows it with a sword strike. But again, the knight reacts quickly. He blocks the attack, and Ned's sword gets stuck to his. The twin blades are magnetically drawn to each other. Using this connection, the knight turns it to his advantage and stabs Ned in the gut. He then pins him down, attempting to finish him off, while Ned holds back the blade with all the strength he has left. At that moment, his mind flashes back to the blood tier and the memory of his father's belief that he would one day be worthy of wielding it as a true warrior. This memory ignites a burst of strength within him. Ned forces the sword back using only his fingers, and immediately follows up with a brutal attack to the knight's eyes, burning them with electricity. The shock is so intense that even the twin knight struggles to recover. Blinded and unable to see, the knight tries to rely on his senses to detect Ned's presence. But as he moves based on instinct, Ned slashes across his body and finishes him off with a final, devastating lightning blast that burns him to ash. With his defeat, the title of the strongest warrior in the land is now left unclaimed. Back at the main building, the head priestess and priest are focused on healing the wounded. Fortunately, the damage was not too severe, as they had managed to break up the falling building in time and used several defensive spells to minimize the impact. All the larvae inside the priests and slaves have also died, either due to Olden's death or because he has become powerless. As Lucius observes the scene, his face lights up with relief when he sees his family approaching, accompanied by Ned and Zephyr. With that, they have successfully stopped Olden's plot and reclaimed the third parish. In the following days, everyone becomes occupied with treating the injured and arresting the remaining worshippers from the central parish. Lucius continues to offer encouragement through ceremonial blessings, hoping to relieve some of the lingering fatigue among his allies. In doing so, he also manages to uncover and purge the last of the Demon Lord's worshippers who had been hiding among them. They were also able to rescue the bishop, who remains in disbelief over everything that has happened and is still recovering from internal wounds. Lucius personally looks after him with great care. Zephyr and Ned are hailed as heroes, and the bishop thanks them both in person for their efforts. As a gesture of goodwill, Zephyr presents the bishop with the shriveled, worm-covered head of Olden. The bishop is visibly disturbed by the gift, worried it might still be dangerous. Zephyr assures him that the head is now powerless and may even hold valuable information. When he asks Ned for his opinion, he doesn't seem concerned. They have already extracted everything they needed from Olden. Internally, Ned feels a sense of satisfaction, but he is also troubled by the fact that he can no longer follow through with his original plan. Finally, Zephyr hands over the intelligence they retrieved from Olden to the bishop. It contains the locations of hideouts, operational plans, and the names of worshippers across the region. Upon reviewing the information, the bishop is shocked to discover that it contains plans to summon the Demon Lord himself. Even more alarming is the revelation that the ones pursuing this goal are from the Eastern Union. The Kingdom of Cayenne lies on the continent of Aslan, which is divided into the Eastern and Western Unions, both of which originally held equal power. However, when the Holy One was chosen from the Western Union, the balance of power shifted significantly. As a result, the Eastern Union fell into economic decline, to the point where it was forced to sell land to the West. This growing disparity fueled resentment and opened the door for Demon Lord worshippers to spread quickly among Eastern nobles, corrupting them through greed and desperation. According to Zephyr, two of the most dangerous threats, the Ice Dragon and the Blue Dragon, are currently attacking territories in the West. These dragons have already established nests in the continent's largest breadbasket region, and have even taken control of the central trade hub. This disruption is causing widespread starvation in the south. The worsening situation explains why the East has begun aligning with worshipper groups. It is possible that the dragons themselves are part of a broader plan orchestrated by the Demon Lord's followers. Zephyr confirms that, based on the information extracted from Olden, the worshippers did not summon the dragons but instead provoked them into attacking. To resolve the crisis, the dragons must be hunted down and eliminated. Zephyr suggests that he and Ned will take on this task. However, the bishop doubts his claim, questioning how they could possibly defeat a dragon. Lucius is also surprised that he is not included in the mission, but the boy explains that the third parish still needs Lucius. This likely will not be the last invasion attempt, and someone must remain to defend their home. The Holy One agrees with the proposal and officially appoints both Zephyr and Ned as temple knights. He offers them a reward of gold and gems and grants them unrestricted access to the main building. They are also allowed to take supplies whenever needed. In addition, he assures them that both he and the bishop will contribute half of their temple offerings to support their mission. The two accept the offer, but they request not to bear the priestly mark. After some consideration, Lucius agrees and promises to support them in every possible way during their upcoming dragon hunt. This decision deeply concerns the bishop, but he cannot oppose the words of the Holy One. Instead, he remains silent, choosing to wait and observe the outcome. As they begin discussing the arrangements for a farewell banquet, a strange rumble echoes from Olden's containment chamber. They turn to see a bright, unnatural light emerging from within the sealed cage. Suddenly, the severed head of Olden rises, now clearly controlled by another presence. This new entity reveals that it sensed Olden's life force fading and has come to investigate. It then asks if Zephyr and Ned are the ones responsible for defeating Olden. Lucius, alarmed by the sudden development, demands to know who the figure is. But before anyone can act, a flash of purple light erupts from the chamber. The cage shatters, and Olden's head begins to float toward them. The presence speaks again, ordering everyone to kneel before it before asking any questions. It declares itself as the true leader of the Demon Lord worshippers. Realizing who it is, everyone freezes in fear. Their weapons are still under repair, and they are not prepared for another battle. However, the leader seems focused entirely on the dragon heart's energy radiating from Zephyr. He asks if Zephyr is the one who possesses it. Meanwhile, the boy is confused. In his previous life, the head of the worshippers had shown no interest in the dragon heart and was content living a double life, staying hidden. The master was not supposed to intervene for another 2 years, giving Zephyr time to eliminate his subordinates one by one. That's why he had been calmly executing his plan, killing Olden and the twin knights without fear of early retaliation. Now, with the master appearing so soon, many questions flood his mind. While he stands in thought, Ned and Lucius move in front of him, shielding him from the master to buy some time. They both know this enemy is not someone they can defeat easily. After all, he broke through the reinforced cage without any effort. Lucius, however, holds on to some confidence as he already has the Shard of Glory spell. With no time to waste, both he and Ned channel their mana into their weapons and launch a simultaneous attack, hoping that a single decisive blow will be enough to end the threat and deactivate the spell. Just as their strike lands, the master suddenly transforms. Two massive claws made of dark energy emerge, capturing both of them mid-air. They are unable to activate any skills while trapped inside this binding spell, known as Ancient Dragon Shadow. Then the master speaks. He admits he came expecting a woman had interfered with his plans. Disappointed, he realizes it's not who he thought and decides the encounter is a waste of time. As he prepares to leave, he unleashes multiple dark curse spells upon Ned and Lucius. The magic strikes them both, causing them intense pain. Even the bishop is unable to stop the curse from overwhelming them. At that moment, Zephyr steps in and uses his light sword to cut through the dark energy claws, shocking the worshipper master. The master cannot believe what he's seeing. It's the Sword of Light, a weapon that requires exceptionally high stats and the direct permission of the Goddess of Light. It is also the only known way to break the loop of that curse. Meanwhile, Zephyr has boosted his stats by combining the effects of 2 enhancement spells, allowing him to wield the sword for 10 seconds without the goddess's permission. He understands the risks. The worshipper master might have been sent directly by the demon lord, and engaging him in a head-on battle is extremely dangerous. However, Zephyr also remembers something from his past life. The demon lord, after suffering a humiliating defeat at his hands, wouldn't allow Zephyr to die easily. Instead, he would want him to grow stronger, strong enough to reach his ultimate form, before facing him again in a final battle to reclaim his lost honor. With that understanding, Zephyr realizes that the worshipper master is likely acting on his own initiative, not under direct orders from the demon lord. Turning his attention back to Zephyr, the master, now intrigued by his power, expresses interest in learning who he truly is. Zephyr, not one to give in easily, proposes a challenge. They will flip a coin, and whoever loses must reveal something the winner wants to know. If Zephyr wins, he promises to reveal the true identity of the worshipper master in front of everyone. This declaration shocks not only the master but everyone else present, as even Olden, who served closely under him, never knew the master's true identity. The idea that Zephyr might know it seems impossible. To confirm whether Zephyr is bluffing, the master uses a mana detection technique to scan for signs of deception. But to his surprise, Zephyr isn't lying. He genuinely knows. Sensing tension rising, the boy warns the master not to act rashly, suggesting that any aggressive response will only escalate the situation. The master hesitates but ultimately agrees, so Zephyr flips the coin while everyone watches anxiously. As the coin lands, the master chooses tails. Everyone in the room clearly sees that the coin lands on tails. Aside from Bishop, the others have trained their eyes well enough that the coin appears to move in slow motion. They are all surprised, not because it landed on tails, but because the boy allowed the master to call it so easily. Ned suspects there may be some kind of trick involved, while the master himself is confused by how easily Zephyr gives him the choice, even though the outcome seems obvious. However, this isn't just an ordinary coin toss. As the coin spins through the air, beams of highly condensed light clash mid-air, one from Zephyr and one from the master. Both had cast spells as part of the flip. The outcome isn't determined by the coin's landing alone. It is decided the moment the hand is lifted, but only if the one flipping the coin can strike first and prevent their opponent from interfering. Whoever beats their opponent before the reveal controls the result, turning the game into a contest of power rather than chance. The master summons a claw of dark energy to restrain Zephyr, attempting to overpower him before the hand can move. Zephyr struggles against it, fully aware that backing down now would mean surrendering the outcome. This rule, in fact, exists for that very reason, to ensure both parties see the contest through to the end. Despite the pressure, Zephyr breaks free of the claw and launches the coin high into the air. In a flash, he activates Jinryang's lightning acceleration spell and bolts toward the coin. With explosive force, he strikes it mid-air, slamming it down into the ground. The impact is so intense that it leaves a crater where the coin lands. At that same moment, Zephyr's dragonification time limit runs out. When the dust settles, the coin lies split cleanly in half, one half showing heads, the other tails. The result is a draw. This is how they managed to send the master back without suffering much damage. Ned later reveals everything to Priestess Rose over tea. According to him, Zephyr is able to read the master's intentions precisely and knows exactly how to end the entire situation. When Rose questions the details of the coin flip bet, Zephyr enters the room and interrupts, implying that they will settle it another day. He also now bears an oath bond skill, one that binds him from revealing anything directly about the Demon Lord worshippers until his next rematch. However, the cheeky boy knows he can still speak indirectly, offering riddles or cryptic hints to help them uncover the truth on their own. He warns them that the information is more shocking than the Eastern Union, and insists he will share it only with those he truly trusts. As he prepares to reveal a hint, the scene shifts. We now see the master, walking through a royal palace, carrying a large bouquet of flowers. Looking at the oath bond, he seems surprised that the mad boy has not exposed his identity yet. Despite Zephyr's bold challenge and open hostility, he has kept his silence. This makes the master wonder whether the boy is simply mad or dangerously ambitious, perhaps hoping to learn more before acting. As he enters the grand palace hall, the master greets a black-haired girl. He addresses her as Altair and hands her the bouquet for her 20th birthday. She is the first princess of the Kingdom of Cayenne. The master, her brother, is Polaris, the first prince of Cayenne and the youngest cardinal of the Temple of Light. Back at the third parish, Lucius can't help but think about the hints Zephyr gave them, clues that suggest the master is someone with unimaginable power. He knows they can no longer back out after committing so much. They've gone all in. Ned, too, understands that his revenge is far from complete. The master and all his disciples still remain. He also realizes that everything worked out so far only because of Zephyr. For that, he owes the boy a debt far greater than his own life. Meanwhile, Zephyr, while focusing his mana, is troubled by the master worshipper's sudden appearance. There's always a reason behind one's actions, and when someone behaves out of character, it often means something, or someone, has tampered with time. He also finds it strange that the master left Ned and Lucius alive, even though he could have killed them both with ease. This inconsistency bothers him. It feels as if there's something important he has forgotten, or something he simply doesn't know yet. Whatever it is, Zephyr is determined to uncover the truth. But first, he has something else to take care of. The silver key embedded in his hand glows faintly. It was given to him by the angel as he was interfering with the gods, even if only for a moment. According to the angel, the silver key now holds increased privileges, and Zephyr is instructed to use it once he completes his mission, as the gods have something important to share with him. Recalling this, the boy dresses himself and activates the key. In an instant, it transports him to a stunning silver palace, a guest chamber within the angel's villa, where she welcomes him. Curious, Zephyr wonders if she might grant him more perks, just as she once gave him the key. The angel explains that she only does so to make his life more entertaining for the gods. Her answer irritates Zephyr, who wastes no time demanding the real reason for his summons. With a flick of her hand, she summons a seat and delivers the message directly. The gods have added new rules and rewards to his life. If he ever attempts to blackmail them again, all of his perks will be revoked. He will be disintegrated and classified as prey, and the one who kills him will inherit everything he had. Zephyr understands that the warning means if he doesn't behave, his enemies will inherit everything he possesses. Still, he has no intention of challenging the gods again. He presses the angel to reveal the perks promised by the goddess of light. According to her, he has already received one, the loosening of the restriction on the sword of light. He is now the only person, without being a priest, who can wield that sword. However, to use it, he must first complete a task for the goddess. She also explains a new rule. Zephyr must now carry out divine requests. In return, he will receive powerful perks. By passing the gods' tests and fulfilling their missions, he must prove himself worthy of the blessings he has been given. Zephyr accepts the conditions. Now, alongside Ned, he prepares for the upcoming dragon raid venture. The head priest, along with Lucius, arrives to personally offer their apologies for sending them through the back gate in secrecy. Zephyr assures them it isn't necessary. Given the current situation and the looming end date of the raid, informants are everywhere, and caution is essential. The boy uses a cloaking enchantment bracelet to keep them hidden, but even so, they choose not to take any risks and continue through the back entrance. Before their departure, Lucius's wife hands them a care package filled with healing meals and other useful supplies. After that, they say their goodbyes and head off. Staying behind, the Holy One knows he must deceive everyone by making them believe he now holds the dragon heart. This way, no one turns their attention toward Zephyr. With that, they lock the gates to the main building entrance until the boy returns. In the dungeon's boss room, the princess and her night spirit also decide to rest. Their duty is complete, and their thousands of years of loneliness finally come to an end. Whatever happens now is in Zephyr's hands, and in the hands of those descendants who will walk beside him, like Altair. As Zephyr continues on his journey, Altair receives a letter from Lucius, her cousin, wishing her a happy birthday. At the end of the letter, he mentions a birthday present. Reading this, Altair already senses it will be something strange. Just like always, suddenly she hears a commotion outside. When she looks out the window, she's stunned to see Zephyr taking down the palace guards. According to Lucius, this is the one who will help her. At the Lindell fortress, Zephyr and Ned arrive at the gate. The boy recalls that Altair became Grand Duchess of Lindell at the age of 16 when she inherited the territory. He presents a sealed letter to the butler, claiming it's from Lucius, the Holy One of Light. The butler accepts the letter and agrees to guide them inside. As they follow, Ned takes in the sheer size of the fortress. He remembers that Lucius entrusted them with a letter for the fortress's master, confident that she could aid them. Ned silently wonders whether the princess will truly support their mission to raid the dragons. Zephyr reminds himself that he holds noble status as well. He asks Ned if he knows the princess. He remembers seeing her only during royal processions as a child. Rumors suggest she wasted her immense potential, making him doubtful of her involvement. Suddenly, a guard collapses near them. The butler apologizes and explains that the fallen man is one of many suitors hoping to win the princess's hand. At first, Ned assumes they're just common thugs, but he quickly realizes they're stronger than expected. Zephyr starts recalling details from his past life. He remembers Altair Justina Cayenne as a woman blessed with beauty, talent, noble blood, and incredible luck, Aslan's brightest star. In a ceremony years ago, Prince Polaris had renounced his right to the throne and his title as Duke of Lindel to become a priest of light. Since his younger brother was unwell, the royal family planned for Altair's future husband to become king. Some noblemen saw marrying her as a pathway to power. However, Altair made it clear that no man would win her hand without proving his strength. She refused to waste time on the weak. Her challenge drew waves of hopeful noblemen to Lindel, yet each of them was soundly defeated. In the present, her elite bodyguard Ophelia continues the tradition. She knocks out one challenger after another with ease. Ned watches, surprised by the skill of the combatants. He expected weaklings but sees that they're far from it. The butler explains that many of the men are hired fighters sent by the actual suitors, and if one manages to land a blow on Ophelia, the princess considers that enough to earn a meeting. Ned notices that some participants are even priests. Zephyr, while recognizing that none of them rival his or Ned's strength, admits they aren't ordinary fighters. Still, they're facing one of the 10 most powerful individuals on the continent, and it shows. Zephyr notes to himself that it's been a long time since he last saw Ophelia, and she looks much younger now, likely because he met her earlier in this lifetime. As he reflects, a giga-big man confronts them, demanding to know why they're cutting in line. He points out that others have been waiting for 3 days and tells them to get in line like everyone else. Zephyr observes his blue uniform with a golden bird insignia and recognizes him as a priest from the Sky Temple, the second most powerful religious order after the Temple of Light. The boy assumes a noble must have hired this man to act as his representative in the challenge for the princess's hand. Without directly engaging, Zephyr shows the man a sealed letter from Lucius, insisting that the matter is urgent, and they must pass. The big guy, not wanting to be held responsible, reluctantly steps aside. As Zephyr moves forward, he grows irritated by the unnecessary delays. He overhears those priests nearby discussing Lucius. One suggests Lucius has probably completed his dungeon raid. Another questions the timing, wondering if the princess had invested in it. The big one explains that once a raid is finished, Lucius must notify 3 groups in order. First his lover, then his temple, and lastly the investors. Zephyr listens and scoffs internally. He finds it absurd that such baseless gossip still circulates in the capital, rumors that Lucius believes in Sweet Home Alabama. Annoyed, Zephyr smacks the ditty out of the priest who made the claim and throws him aside. He understands the tension between the Temple of Light and the Sky Temple, but he doesn't see why Altair should be dragged into it. He knows for a fact that she's only ever been with one man, him. He motions to the other priests and taunts them, reminding them that they've been waiting for days just to be beaten. He tells them they no longer have to wait and invites them to step forward. After the fight, Zephyr casually remarks that it's been months since the last time he had to deal with this kind of scuffle in a waiting line. He apologizes, explaining that he only acted because they insulted someone he deeply respects. The butler reassures Zephyr and apologizes for failing to stop the conflict earlier. He knows that Ophelia usually handles such matters herself, but notes that Zephyr resolved the situation before she could act. Judging by their outfits, the men Zephyr fought are clearly not regular temple knights. Just then, Altair arrives and comments on her greenhouse. Zephyr turns and sees her, realizing that in his past life, they had met much later. Time only seemed to move for him after he left the cave where he trained with Ned for a year, and he finds it hard to believe this moment has come so soon. He respectfully kisses her hand. She silently observes him. After a moment, she mentions reading the letter from Lucius, who recommended them as temple knights. However, Lucius also advised her to speak directly with Zephyr for more details. She asks what he can offer. Meanwhile, Ned notices Altair's bodyguard glaring at him. He wonders if she's mistaking him for someone else, or if they've crossed paths before. Meanwhile, hearing Altair's question, Zephyr reflects that, at this point in time, she hasn't yet awakened her full communion ability. She can't read minds the way the Dungeon Princess once could, but she was born with the potential to develop that power. Right now, she uses a form of sensory magic to assess others, seeking out trustworthy allies to resist the growing threat of the Demon Lord worshippers. Zephyr realizes that she had already committed to this path long before he did. In the beginning, his motivation was vague success, which then narrowed to revenge for Ned, his mentor. But Altair expanded his perspective, taught him to aim higher. He now sees that the public contest for her suitor is just a clever trap. It's not about marriage, it's bait to attract strong warriors. With the kingdom under threat, even a royal heir like Altair has limits. What she truly needs are powerful, reliable allies. Wanting to prove himself, Zephyr begins casting magic, deciding it's faster to demonstrate his power than to explain it. Ophelia watches closely and wonders if his strength comes from the dragon heart. Altair, recognizing the aura within him, asks Ophelia if she's ever fought him. She hasn't, but soon gets her chance. Ophelia steps forward with her sword and announces that she will attempt to strike him 3 times. Zephyr prepares to face her. Though his posture seems relaxed, she notices no openings. She knows that any reckless move will give him an advantage, so she proceeds carefully. On her first strike, his smooth movements deflect her blade with ease. On the second, despite a full-force thrust, she can't even break his skin. On the third attempt, just as she loses grip on her weapon, he silently appears behind her and gently taps her shoulder. Stunned, she wonders when he moved behind her. She admits to herself that she's seen enough. His defensive magic and battle instincts are beyond exceptional. Later, Zephyr brings up the recent destruction of the granary by the Blue Dragon. He says rebuilding farmland won't help. It will only attract the Demon Lord worshippers again. Instead, he urges Altair to move forward with a more aggressive strategy. Clear out the thorny mountain range. If she takes control of at least 1 or 2 mountains, she can redirect the enemy's attention during the upcoming dungeon raid. He promises her that if she follows the plan swiftly and quietly, he will bring her the Blue Dragon's head within a month. Altair then asks what he wants in return. Zephyr says he'll accept any reward she finds appropriate, but brings up a more pressing concern. Due to complications during the raid on the princess's tomb, the third parish lacked the healers he needed. He requests that she send him as many healers as she can spare. Altair reflects that Zephyr clearly wants something more meaningful than wealth or rank. She asks how likely he is to defeat the dragon. He replies that it depends on her support, and then hands her a crystal. The crystal is an elite-level magical artifact, containing a spellbook encoded with ancient magic from the lost kingdom of Medea. Zephyr reflects that the lineage of ancient Medea magic has long been broken. Fortunately, Altair learned it at a young age, though he remembers she had reached a plateau around this time. He explains that the mage crystal is an heirloom, entrusted to him by one of her ancestors. He believes that if Altair absorbs the crystal, she will fully awaken her powers and gain the ability to properly balance the dragon heart for him. With that, he informs her that he's taking his leave. If she's impressed by his abilities, she will call for him again. As he departs, he notes to himself that this first meeting has gone far better than it did in his previous life. He had missed her deeply, and although this is their first encounter in this timeline, he now has a chance to show her what he can offer. Confident, he plans to keep his distance and let her curiosity bring her back to him. Altair watches him leave, intrigued, then asks Ophelia for her thoughts. She agrees Zephyr is skilled but questions Lucius's judgment. Based on ability alone, he fits what Altair seeks, though she finds him underwhelming for someone who holds the dragon heart. Altair agrees, noting that the dragon heart hasn't fully settled within him yet, but she's confident he'll grow stronger. She recalls Zephyr mentioning the item came from one of her ancestors, something she herself had requested. It sounded as if he had met the dungeon princess personally. Then again, she was such a powerful sorceress that Altair wouldn't be surprised if she were still alive in her tomb. If that's true, it must have been her who implanted the dragon heart in him. She reflects that although she has never heard of Zephyr before, his power is remarkable. He may be the key she needs for her plans. One thing, however, continues to trouble her. Whenever she touches someone, she either feels warmth or cold, a sign of their nature. But with Zephyr, she feels nothing. Instead, she saw a vision. It's only the second time in her life this has happened, and she wonders what it could possibly mean. Meanwhile, in a distant place, Alfred, the second in command of the Demon Lord worshippers, kneels before their head. He acknowledges her summoning and awaits instructions. The master informs her that a position among the 12 apostles is now vacant. Alfred assumes this means Olden has failed, but when she questions him further, he rebukes her, implying she should have already known. He recommends a replacement for the apostle role, reminding her that while his apostles are given great freedom, their final mission must be fulfilled no matter what. Olden's absence must not disrupt the plan. She accepts this order, silently ashamed that her earlier failure disappointed their leader. Soon after, Alfred spots a priest nearby and orders him to prepare the phantom horse immediately. She must depart for the third parish without delay. Meanwhile, Altair reflects on how everything has gone smoothly. The investors are satisfied, and the ancient script in the dungeon has been successfully deciphered. The raid on the princess's tomb is finally complete. She thinks about the spellbook she's been seeking for so long. Her magic has been stuck at level 2, but with this discovery, she's ready to advance further. Altair recalls a farewell message from a woman, likely her master, who told her that her time was ending. The woman apologized for not being able to teach more, trusting her disciple to complete the spell and defeat the leader of the Tartarus worshippers. As Altair holds the crystal and meditates, magical energy surrounds her. She senses that the crystal is linking directly with her mind. Countless fragments of magical knowledge drift around her like stars. Then Princess herself appears. She explains that she has a consciousness preserved inside the mage crystal, an overmind. She tells Altair that she has long waited to meet her descendant and heir. Elsewhere, Zephyr plays a game with Ned and wins, which means he'll attend the upcoming party. while Ned will search for hidden demon lord worshippers in the fortress. Zephyr points out that his real goal is information gathering. Ned offers him a special bracelet, but he declines. However, the system window reveals that the mist bracelet has powerful cloaking abilities. When worn as a pair, it renders the wearer nearly undetectable. Only a legendary grade detection skill could spot them. Zephyr suggests that he should wear both bracelets since one of the continent's top 10 warriors is currently in the fortress. He admits that wandering around with just one would still attract attention. Ned also mentions Ophelia, who kept staring at him, though they've never met. Ned agrees that it's strange. He rarely meets Southerners and would remember someone with such a powerful presence. He wonders if Ophelia recognizes him from his time spent undercover among demon lord worshippers, or maybe she's the real threat, not him. He examines the potion of true sight, which reveals the insect-like mark hidden inside all worshippers. Zephyr doubts Ophelia is one of them but advises Ned to stay alert just in case. Zephyr then prepares to use a skill called transfiguration, an Eastern technique that manipulates facial muscles and expressions to disguise identity. It's a signature trait of a true shadow disciple, one destined to become a member of the 12 apostles of the worshipper's cult. He reflects on how powerful appearance and behavior can be. A true master of disguise can deceive even someone they just spoke with, and then vanish without a trace. Zephyr believes his camouflage skill isn't yet master level, but it's good enough for a crowded ballroom where faces change every night and most people are distracted by alcohol. He arrives at the ballroom and spots the big guy from earlier. From the setting, he realizes that the suitors competing for Altair's hand are powerful warriors and noblemen from across the kingdom, essentially VIPs. Naturally, they expect elite treatment. As a result, the fortress annex now serves two purposes. It houses the suitors, their bodyguards, and the spectators, and it functions as a ballroom for nightly parties. Elsewhere, party guests chat about the princess. One person wonders if she's truly as beautiful as the rumors say. Another insists she's not just beautiful, but also the most talented sorceress in history, according to a professor at the academy. Some even believe she might be the prophesied hero who will save the world. Yet, instead of acting like a hero, she hosts lavish parties and constantly travels. Another guest enjoys the drink and comments on how different royal life is. They express a desire to meet the princess, but doubt she'll appear at the event. In another room, a yellow-haired man mentions that nothing has been heard from the third parish recently. His brother-in-law, who was there as an investor, was told to leave town and wait in the surrounding areas until the raid was over, but hasn't been allowed back in yet. Zephyr listens quietly as he meets them all, realizing they're unaware of the raid's completion and Olden's disappearance, meaning that information has been restricted. As Zephyr blends in, one of the men observes him and remarks that he looks familiar, mentioning that earlier, people even mistook him for the Baron, despite the real Baron currently dancing. He finds it impressive and suggests Zephyr might be the same man who fought the priests from the Sky Temple. This surprises Zephyr, as the man doesn't seem particularly powerful, yet he can see through the disguise. Zephyr begins to wonder who this man really is. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the fortress, Ned kills a guard in the hallway, noting that the east building is now clear. He watches as a bug crawls out of the guard's mouth. Later, he climbs to the rooftop and takes in the vast size of the fortress. It still amazes him that a single person owns this entire place. He remembers how much more at home he felt in Lucius's temple house, which reminded him of his old family home. A memory returns to him. His sister once promised to bring him a present the last time he ever saw her and their mother. He imagines she'd be married by now, with children like Claudia, if it hadn't been for the typhoon that day. Suddenly, Ophelia appears and questions why he's out walking alone. Ned is caught off guard. He scolds himself for letting his guard down, but reassures himself that he's wearing both mist bracelets. Even with a legendary detection skill, he should barely be visible. Still, Ophelia is no ordinary warrior. She's the princess's elite bodyguard and one of the 10 strongest fighters on the continent. Her reputation is well earned. She assures him not to be nervous and explains that she sensed something unusual in the area. She also mentions she came to speak with him directly. Ned, suspicious, asks how long she's been following him. She admits she's been tailing him since the second floor of the East building, and says that makes things easier now. Ned explains that the people he killed were demon lord worshippers, and that the bugs are crawling toward the bodies as proof. He invites her to check it herself and apologizes for not seeking permission before acting. He argues that eliminating the cult was more urgent. She accepts his reasoning but tells him that it's not the reason she sought him out. Then without warning, she attacks. Ned dodges, surprised. She explains that the princess has been preparing for the dragon raid for a long time and has gathered only the best warriors. Zephyr has already proven his worth, but Ned still has to do the same. She challenges him to show his abilities. Ned responds, understanding this is a test. He agrees to the challenge. Elsewhere, near the temple of the third parish, Alfred searches the area with the help of her minions. She finds another clue, scorch marks and signs of demonic transformation, evidence that Cardinal Olden was there and that something powerful was destroyed by lightning. Alfred investigates the aftermath of a battle and identifies signs of the Dragon King-style martial arts, concluding that one of Jinriang's disciples was present. At the site where she previously found the remains of the Silver Knight, she observes evidence of a clash involving at least 3 individuals, some of whom used divine energy. While inspecting a carriage, she notices something sticky on the door. Out of curiosity, she tastes it and immediately recognizes it as a deadly poison that shouldn't be there. This discovery leads her to suspect that the Eastern One, the Saint and Tarantula, may have formed an alliance. She's shocked, wondering if they're responsible for Olden's death, but can't believe they'd go that far. She reflects on how the Temple of the Third Parish has blocked all incoming and outgoing activity, using a barrier that suppresses detection skills. Even carrier pigeons are getting misdirected, which points to a strong effort to hide something important inside. Recalling Polaris's statement that only 2 or 3 people in the world can implant a dragon heart, she suspects the leader of the Demon Lord worshippers might be one of them. However, she also wonders if the Saints group has obtained others. It's possible the Holy One and his allies are stalling for time to let the heart's power stabilize. If that's true, they likely don't care about investors or complaints from the Central Parish. Their secrecy is a calculated move to avoid interference. She despises how meticulously everything is being carried out. The critical question now is, who has the dragon heart? Realizing time is running out, days have passed since the battle with Olden. She decides to act quickly and gather proof before the heart is fully integrated. Suddenly, a mysterious woman appears and comments on the bird mask, wondering if it belongs to the second in command. She then tries to flee. Sensing her involvement, Alfred orders her minions to pursue. As they attack, the woman defends herself using Lightning Palm, confirming Alfred's suspicion. It's the Dragon King style. Alfred quickly identifies her as the Jinriang's disciple and states that she has urgent matters to discuss, asking her to cooperate peacefully. Internally, the woman finds it all rather annoying. Meanwhile, back at Lindell Fortress, Ophelia continues to test Ned. She knocks him off a building during their spar. Ned questions the fairness of the test, reminding himself they've already exchanged 3 sword strikes. He wonders if he's being excluded from the dragon raid because he's only as strong as Ophelia. When she attacks again, he blocks her strike and shifts the shape of his mirage sword, catching her blade mid-air. Catching it, he tosses it aside. She reacts quickly, trying to kick him, but he dodges by bending down. When she strikes again, her target vanishes into dust. It was just a clone. In the next moment, Ned reappears behind her, having used the crow's cloak, which creates a clone using mana and teleports the real user nearby. He quietly observes that if she had hit him instead of the clone, it would have really hurt. Ophelia is surprised by the trick and wonders how he pulled it off. Ned reflects that he's heard stories about her power and is sure she hasn't shown her full strength yet. Neither has he. He believes if they both went all out, the fight would turn disastrous. He suggests they stop. Ophelia guesses his hidden trump card is the Dragon King-style martial art and asks about it. She reveals that her highest stat is in her eyes, meaning cloaking or barrier skills don't work around her. This is the reason she was assigned to a special mission until recently. Meanwhile, the strange woman, a shadow disciple of the master, drinks from a lake after escaping pursuit. She realizes just how dangerous the second-in-command truly is. She reflects that things are going smoothly. By the time she slipped away from the princess's guards, the raid had ended, and she had already found proof that one of their own had betrayed their master. She also witnessed the second-in-command sneaking around where the events unfolded. Elsewhere, Ophelia confirms that Ned shares traits with the shadow disciple also known as the Smiling Woman, who is one of Jinriang's elite disciples and a master of camouflage. Both use the same breathing, movement, and anticipatory fighting techniques. She explains that her mission was to prevent the Smiling Woman from stealing the dragon heart, and fighting Ned has confirmed her suspicions. She also acknowledges that while Zephyr shows similar characteristics, the princess has vouched for his loyalty. The Smiling Woman, unaware of Ophelia's assessment, wonders where to begin next. Ophelia again emphasizes how much Ned resembles Jinriang's shadow disciple. It's as if they share the same bloodline. She begins to question his loyalty. Ned, however, doesn't understand what she's implying. The scene shifts to Olden after his defeat, now held in the Third Parish. As Ned is investigating, Olden apologizes for the past, revealing that he was simply following orders from the temple and never intended harm. He claims Ned should actually thank him, as he sent Jinriang to raise him and paid for his upbringing. Thanks to this, Ned grew up training in martial arts in a secluded cave, free from worldly worries, and became strong. Olden tells Ned that he could never understand how bad things were in the past. Many children from bankrupt families starved, were sold into slavery, or became victims of vagrants. He claims he saved Ned from that fate and shaped him into who he is now. But as Ned attacks him, Olden pleads for just one chance to speak, urging him not to trust Zephyr, saying he is deceiving him. In the present, Ned walks outside Lindell Fortress, lost in thought. He reflects that Olden sounded like a madman, which is why he ignored him until now. But things no longer add up. He remembers Zephyr once saying he was trained as a shadow disciple in case something happened to him. Then he recalls Ophelia's warning. Jinriang's shadow disciple, a red-haired, yellow-eyed woman, was one of the 12 apostles and trained in Dragon King-style martial arts. She resembled him so much, it was as if they were siblings. Ned begins to question everything. Could his sister, whom he believed dead, still be alive? Could she be the smiling woman, the disciple of Jinriang? He doesn't know who is lying to him or if he's simply making the same mistakes again. All he wants now is the truth. Meanwhile, a brown-haired girl plays the violin inside the ballroom. Zephyr and the guy who suspected him sit together, chatting. As the music plays, a priestess there notes it's the night sonata, a signal that the ballroom is closing for the evening. He shakes hands with Zephyr and suggests they meet again tomorrow for a drink. Zephyr agrees. As they part ways, the guy laughs to himself. He reflects that Zephyr is a rare kind of person, strong, cunning, and sharp. Despite seeming like a man in his 20s, Zephyr carries the wisdom and strategy of someone who's lived twice that. The guy realizes that during their conversation, Zephyr subtly pulled key information out of him without ever losing the upper hand. He concludes that Lucius must not have simply found Zephyr, he must have been chosen. With that thought, the man predicts a shift in power is on the horizon. The man, whose name is Philip, is the leader of the pilgrim merchantry. Speaking to his son Edwin, he urges caution. He warns that merchants, unlike noblemen, can't afford to be careless. If they lose their money, they have nowhere to go. And men like Zephyr, if not handled wisely, can strip them bare without lifting a blade. Edwin asks whether they should report to the princess that, based on his observations, Zephyr seems unfit. However, he's told not to do so. They can't afford to lose someone with such potential. They need to secure him before anyone else notices. Elise Brenta, the head healer of the Temple Knights in the second parish of Lindell, agrees. She insists that they need the best people possible, so they must either recruit Zephyr or eliminate him. Meanwhile, Zephyr reflects on his situation. Everything he knows comes from what he saw, heard, and experienced in his past life. Naturally, some individuals are unfamiliar to him, people who died before he could ever cross paths with them back then. He thinks about Philip, the head of the Pilgrim Caravan, one of the 3 largest merchant caravans on the continent. In the past, Philip made his fortune trading spices with the East and gained fame as a patron of Altair, the so-called debauched princess. More importantly, he was one of the 3 key figures who helped Altair shape the future of humanity. A flashback reveals Philip advising Altair. He tells her that even royalty is powerless without the right support. With the leader of the Demon Lord worshippers standing in her way, her vision would be impossible to achieve. So, he advises her to appear as though she's indulging in luxury, all while secretly building her power. He promises to fund her in that endeavor. Back in the present, Zephyr considers why he's so high on the worshippers' watch list. In his past life, when Ned ran off with the Dragonheart, the shadow disciple, known as the Smiling Woman, killed Philip. Zephyr remembers that Philip's son, Edwin, had taken good care of Altair. If Philip survives this time, it could save many lives in the upcoming desert operation. This realization gives Zephyr 2 new goals. First, to ensure Philip Pilgrim stays alive, and second, to stop the Smiling Woman, who may strike at any moment. That won't be easy. She can disguise herself as anyone and never reveals her true appearance, not even to him. Zephyr doesn't even know what she actually looks like. Walking into the room, our boy assumes Ned must be back by now, but to his shock, he sees him sitting in a chair, holding a knife. As Ned lifts his head, the boy instinctively flinches and steps back, puzzled by his own reaction. Even though he's stronger now, that particular look in Ned's eyes takes him back to the cave, back to when Ned used to beat him and had the same look in his eyes. Zephyr keeps his behavior normal, trying not to give anything away. He notices something feels off. Ned explains that Ophelia caught him snooping around the mansion and told him she met someone who looked just like his sister. Zephyr is confused. He doesn't remember Ned ever mentioning a sister. But then it hits him. He once said his whole family, except for his father, died when he was a child. Ned says he believed his sister drowned in a boat accident 13 years ago. Now he's learned she's alive. And not only that, she's the shadow disciple of the Dragon King-style martial art. This revelation shocks the boy. He can't tell if Ned is being manipulated or testing him. He wonders if Altair could be using him, but quickly dismisses the thought. She wouldn't go that far. Still, he knows he can't keep pretending to be the shadow disciple much longer. He remembers something from his past life. The Smiling Woman once grabbed his shirt and asked who taught him that technique. She later admitted she'd lost most of her memories after an accident. Her adoptive parents found her washed up on shore, and her master recognized that she had the warrior's bone structure innate gift. She recalled that if her brother is like her, it's likely he has the same gift too. She had hoped to meet her brother again someday, to recover both her memories and her lost family. Though she was technically Zephyr's enemy, she told him all of this. The boy now recalls that Jinriang once told him the warrior's bone structure innate gift is extremely rare and hereditary. If one sibling has it, the other likely does too. This realization makes him suspect that Jinriang and Olden worked together to destroy Ned's family in order to obtain someone with the gift, only to discard them once they were no longer useful. Meanwhile, Ned wrestles with confusion. He finds no reason to doubt Ophelia, yet her story seems too wild to believe. He reflects on how his father once trusted Olden, and how that trust led to ruin. He trusted his own master too, and that almost destroyed him. He's now afraid to trust anyone. Yet something about Zephyr feels different. Ned thinks about everything they've been through, the battles, the life-or-death moments, the bond they built. A part of him wants to believe in that connection. Desperate for a sign, he throws the knife and demands just one shred of proof that he can trust Zephyr. Zephyr responds by explaining the truth. They were originally meant to meet 3 months later, but after stealing the dragon's heart and encountering the Silver Knight, Ned realized a greater danger and ran, not just from a demon lord worshipper, but from the entire world. He recounts how Ned ended up in the Canyon of Oblivion, one of the world's 8 most dangerous quests. There his master's son left him for dead, and he lost the dragon's heart. During that time, while hiding in a cave at the bottom of a cliff, a temple slave searching for him found him. Our boy was that temple slave. Zephyr learned the Dragon King-style martial art from Ned because they had no other choice. With one of them injured and the other inexperienced, they wouldn't have survived the canyon otherwise. Ned silently reflects on everything he's just heard. Zephyr continues explaining that, with his help, he once became the most powerful human alive. Even so, he failed to prevent the world's end and couldn't save anyone. Now, he questions his identity, calling himself the last human, a failed hero, someone who returned to the past with 10 years of future memories, and also Ned's only disciple. He reflects on Ned's plan from his previous life. Back then, Ned calculated how long Zephyr would need to train in the cave, factoring in the strength required to escape the Canyon of Oblivion and his own physical limits. Survival and revenge were his driving forces, pushing him to live through impossible odds, but they were forced to leave the cave sooner than planned. Our boy remembers the battle with Ondur, the Lord of the Canyon, where Ned was badly wounded. Zephyr still regrets what happened. If he had been a little stronger or trained a bit longer, things might have ended differently. Ned had pushed him away to protect him, sacrificing his long-awaited revenge for someone who, at the time, was just a nobody. They could have both escaped alive. In that final moment, Ned demonstrated one last secret technique, something he never had the chance to teach Zephyr. With his remaining strength, he unleashed it using magic, striking with his spear. Zephyr will never forget the sight of his master's back that day. Back in the present, the boy now sits in front of Ned, who tries to process everything he's heard. It sounds unbelievable, but it explains so much, like Zephyr's unnatural strength, his deep knowledge, and his ability to wield divine items without being a priest. Ned realizes that everything is unfolding just as he once predicted. If he really returned from the future, blessed by a god, then all of it begins to make sense. Zephyr acknowledges how hard it is to believe but affirms that it's all true. He leaves out some difficult truths, like his connection to the smiling woman, and admits, even if silently, that he approached Ned under false pretenses. He hadn't thought Ned would believe such a story, so instead he tried to direct suspicion toward the demon lord worshippers. Now he just wants Ned to live, and help him face the god of destruction once again. Ned, holding his head in his hands, reflects. Revenge wasn't the only reason he began this journey. He once believed he would live his whole life under his family's noble title, protecting their legacy. But after losing that title, along with the duty to uphold it, and even the family itself, he became a nobody. His master gave him a new name and purpose by taking him in as a disciple. He remembers Jinriang once promising to help him get revenge if he proved himself useful. Ned accepted every harsh task willingly, believing there was a good reason behind everything his master ordered. To him, the bond between master and disciple felt like family, bloodless, but deep. It seemed only natural to trust and support someone who gave him purpose. But now, looking back, he feels like nothing more than a pawn in someone else's game. Ned expresses that he used to feel disappointed in himself, believing he had ruined his life. But now, he realizes his life held meaning. He left something behind in this world. He places a hand on Zephyr's shoulder, silently thanking him for everything, for avenging him in their past life, and for standing by him in this one. He reflects that he chose a hell of a disciple by picking a hero who traveled back in time to save the world. Then again, that's exactly what he would expect from someone trained by him. As he prepares to leave, Ned decides not to let him carry the burden alone. This time, they will move forward together. Later, Zephyr reflects that their conversation went well. Ned agrees to keep everything a secret. Revealing too much about the future could cause widespread panic, and for now, that information gives them a critical advantage. Next morning, our boy is invited to a meeting called by Philip and his group. That morning, Philip officially introduces them as Princess Altair's permanent party members. Everything is handled quickly and efficiently, just as Zephyr expects from people chosen by Altair. Since the princess is currently unavailable, Philip suggests they have a chat in her absence. Ned silently notes the word unavailable and wonders about her absence. Zephyr suspects it's because of the crystal spellbook. Unlike ordinary spellbooks, crystal ones transfer their contents directly into the user's mind, forcing the body into a deep sleep during the process. The stronger the spell, the longer the sleep. Some users also experience fevers or other symptoms. He assumes a healer is looking after her, though it won't help much. It's not a physical injury. Ultimately, how quickly she recovers depends on how fast she can absorb the magic. Zephyr hopes she hangs in there. After all, he had a tough time in the dungeon, and now it's his turn to rest. The next few days pass quickly as the group focuses on preparing for the Blue Dragon raid. They gather supplies, sharpen their strategies, and adjust to the latest equipment. In the middle of all this, Elise Brenta gives Zephyr a quick hug. He tells her not to drag it out, and she promises to be quick. With that, he gained a new skill, Angel's Embrace. It's a medical ability that uses antenna-like sensors on the back to check a person's health through physical contact, usually a hug. Elise suddenly binds him with magical chains to keep him still, warning that if he moves, she'll have to start over. As she works, she casually comments on how muscular he is. Ned, watching the scene unfold, grows uneasy. He suddenly remembers he has something urgent to do, but as he turns to leave, Philip grabs his shoulder and asks where he's headed. Ned stammers that every party member needs a health check before a raid. They can't risk someone being unwell. But Elise doesn't let it slide. She says it's Ned's turn now. He quickly tries to dodge her attention, politely refusing and looking for a way out. At that moment, Ophelia walks in. Clearly unimpressed, she tells them that the princess has asked to see both of them. Hearing this, Zephyr immediately thinks Altair must be awake. They follow her to the room, and on the way, Zephyr remembers that the dungeon princess Overmind is still sealed in the magic crystal. During their last conversation, she had shared a few important things with him. Inside the room, Altair is sitting up in bed, awake and alert. She greets them calmly, while Zephyr studies her carefully, wondering if she already knows something about Ned. Some time ago, within Altair's consciousness, the dungeon princess appeared and shared that 3 stars had aligned, signaling that Altair's Median magic had advanced to level 3. She congratulated her and explained that this meant she now held all the basic knowledge of Median magic. From here on, she would need to continue training, awakening her powers, and gaining levels. With each new level, another star would join the alignment. The princess went on to say that no one, not even herself, had ever reached level 8, but she remained confident that she could be the first. If she managed to succeed, a gate to the stars would open. Altair agreed, though she was already feeling the effects of overusing her magic. Princess revealed she would now fall into a deep sleep. Because of the overwhelming magic flow, she wouldn't remember anything from this moment afterward. Before fading, the dungeon princess gave her one final reminder to trust Lord Zephyr. He was doing all of this for her, both in this life and the one before. Meanwhile, in the present, Princess Altair slowly opens her eyes. As she reaches for her hair and tries to sit up, a priestess gently advises her to take it easy. She's been asleep for an entire week. The news stuns her. She vaguely remembers someone telling her something important, but no matter how hard she tries, the memory won't come back. Not wanting to waste any more time, she immediately asks to see Lord Zephyr. Later, Zephyr arrives, clearly relieved to see her awake. Altair greets both him and Ned, apologizing for meeting them while still in her pajamas due to her condition. Seeing her like this, Zephyr quietly wonders how much she might have learned from Princess Overmind. He considers what this could mean for their relationship, the raid on the Blue Dragon, and the role she's expected to play in it. Zephyr suspects that Altair may have learned a communion skill, an ability that lets users read memories through touch, just like princesses. He remembers how the dungeon princess had tapped his hand and shared her memories. If Altair had that same skill, it would make things much easier. It could help him avoid long explanations and keep her out of unnecessary danger. He steps forward and offers his hand, testing the possibility. Altair immediately understands what he's doing. She tells him that when he gave her the mage crystal, she originally thought he was just trying to impress her and join her raid team, but she realizes now there was more behind it. Even so, she admits she hasn't learned communion yet. It's a high-level ability. She's only level 3, far below her ancestor, who was level 7. For now, reading minds is beyond her reach. She shifts the conversation to something more urgent, the plan they discussed a week ago. If Zephyr wants her support and access to her troops, he needs a real strategy to defeat the Blue Dragon. And not in some distant future. He has 3 weeks at most. She invites him to make his case. Zephyr agrees, but first asks if she's eaten, noting the talk will be heavy on an empty stomach. Then, to everyone's shock, he summons hundreds of strategy scrolls. A few days later, the group finishes all preparations for the Blue Dragon raid. They set out, joined by knights and healers from Lindell. Zephyr carries his silver key and a fully stocked inventory. To cover their movements, Altair claimed she was simply traveling and shopping. Meanwhile, a maid dressed as the debauched princess rides in a luxurious carriage, keeping up appearances and helping maintain the illusion that Altair never left. As they travel, Zephyr figures the demon lord worshippers are now suspicious of each other. He had deliberately removed any traces of the Dragonheart's power from the third parish, stirring confusion. He believes powerful figures are still trying to figure out why Lucius has locked himself away. With any luck, this confusion will buy them a month or two, but no more. That makes it even more important for Zephyr to stay low and move quickly. The first step is the Blue Dragon raid and securing an alliance. He decides not to tell Altair the full truth yet. She hasn't recovered her memories, and she doesn't know he's from the future. Ned also cautioned him to hold back. If Zephyr suddenly claims they were lovers in a past life, she might think he's crazy. After all, she barely knows him now. Ned pointed out that, despite everything, Altair already seems to trust Zephyr, maybe because of a skill tied to touch. Either way, he warned Zephyr not to break that fragile trust. Zephyr sees that Ned is right. He can't ignore the past, but he has to be careful how he brings it up. Still, Zephyr couldn't help but wonder why Altair trusted him so easily. Maybe it was because Lucius had introduced them, or perhaps it was tied to their past life, where she had already lost several people close to her. As the journey continues, Edwin announces they've reached the plains of Danakil, the largest farmland region on the continent. He mentions that both he and his father are originally from here. Ned shares that he visited as a child and remembers being amazed by the golden fields that stretched as far as the eye could see. The thought impresses the group until they open the carriage window. What they see instead is a landscape in ruins. Broken homes, scorched earth, and decay cover the land. They step outside. Ned quietly comments on how bad things have gotten. Philip Pilgrim explains that the damage began 3 years ago, when the Blue Dragon first appeared. Princess Altair adds that even the kingdom's best healers couldn't purify the soil. In just 3 years, 80% of the farmland has been lost. Zephyr looks around and estimates that the remaining 20% won't last another year. In his eyes, it's a miracle they've made it this far, likely due to the river's rare healing properties. But he knows time is running out. If they don't act now, they won't just lose farmland, they'll lose everything. Soon, a guard welcomes the arriving caravan. Philip mentions they've brought food and asks about the current situation inside. According to the guards, it's pretty bad. Princess Altair adds explaining that things are still difficult. The location serves as a temporary aid station for farmers who've been displaced by the poisoned land. She mentions that they're expecting to join forces with troops sent by the Lord of Danakil, but for now, the front line remains low on supplies. She suggests they stay at the station for a while to regroup and get organized. Zephyr agrees and heads into one of the rooms, where Lord Grimes lies unconscious. A nearby priest fills him in, explaining that Grimes is a knight from the Lord's castle. While patrolling, he encountered a monster and managed to defeat it, but suffered serious injuries in the process. Examining him more closely, Zephyr notices that Grimes's skin has turned a deep purple, a clear sign that the Blue Dragon's poison has spread through his body. He immediately recognizes the symptoms. Whether it was from drinking tainted water or being attacked by a creature from the dragon's nest, the result is the same. The poison can't be purified. Even the best healers can only ease the pain while the victim slowly succumbs. Altair quietly comments that she knows Grimes. He's a dependable and seasoned knight, and she suspects he may be part of the reinforcements sent by Danakil. Zephyr agrees that it's likely and asks how secure the station is, noting that they'll be working with these troops soon. She assures him that the station can be secured if needed, and he nods, satisfied. Though the dragon's poison is lethal, Zephyr has a countermeasure in mind, one that involves using poison to fight poison using his needle skill. Zephyr recalls that Fade only completed these poisons near the end of his previous life. Many of the ingredients were incredibly rare. This one, for example, uses the blood of Asmodeus, the 32nd Dragon Lord. Though originally meant to melt flesh from the inside, when used carefully alongside healing magic, it can actually burn away other poisons and rapidly restore health. He explains the process to the priest that each time he inserts a needle, he should wait 3 seconds before casting a recovery spell. The priest agrees to help. Watching closely, Altair thinks about the dual nature of poison. Depending on how it's used, it can either harm or heal. She wonders if this method might work against the Blue Dragon's toxin, especially since nothing else has. Just then, her mana perception picks up movement, indicating that someone is approaching. Moments later, Regulus Danakil arrives. As the commander of the Scarecrow Knights and the Lord's eldest son, he brings several knights with him. He greets Philip Pilgrim warmly, who returns the greeting. Regulus says he saw Philip's letter to his father about launching the raid earlier than planned, and because they've known each other for so long, he feels it's only right to share something important. He admits he's been deceived by someone. The Blue Dragon raid, according to official plans, wasn't supposed to happen until a year later, and only after the Holy One of Light discovers the dragon's heart. Regulus explains that he had spies in the Third Parish to keep him informed. They've reported that the entire area is now locked down, and that Lord Lucius hasn't been seen in public for days. He stays in his room and communicates only through requests for more troops. To Regulus, this all seems suspicious. Philip chuckles, acknowledging Regulus's caution, and reassures him that his father has already promised reinforcements. He then asks if Regulus came on his own or was sent by someone. Before he can respond, Regulus abruptly changes the subject and immediately orders the aid station to be shut down. However, just as he's about to finish his sentence, a loud scream erupts from a nearby house. Shocked, Regulus rushes over to investigate and finds Lord Grimes inside, vomiting blood with several needles embedded in his body. Alarmed, he immediately recognizes the poison-tipped needles and draws his sword, demanding an explanation. His eyes land on Zephyr, and suspicion takes hold as he orders him to step away from Grimes. Before tensions escalate further, Ophelia bursts in and kicks Regulus, stopping him in his tracks. Blood trickles from his nose as he questions whether she's Princess Altair's bodyguard and why she's interfering. At that moment, Altair steps forward, revealing that she overheard everything using her mana perception. She acknowledges Regulus's concern, but firmly states that he has no right to interfere with her raid party or threaten its members. Removing her cloak, Altair formally identifies herself as Princess Altair Justina Cayenne of the Kingdom of Cayenne. She clarifies that the letter sent to his father was not a merchant's plea for help, but a direct royal order. Realizing his mistake, Regulus immediately bows and expresses his honor at seeing her again. Meanwhile, Grimes, now stabilized, reaches out and grabs Zephyr's hand in gratitude. He thanks him sincerely and asks how he can ever repay him. Regulus also apologizes to Zephyr, admitting he didn't realize he was trying to save one of their elite knights. Zephyr accepts the apology and silently notes that, at the very least, Regulus takes responsibility for his mistakes, a promising trait that means he won't need to be dealt with harshly. Princess Altair then brings up their time at the academy. Zephyr realizes they must have been classmates. She recalls how other students feared Regulus because of his strict and serious personality. Still, he had a talent for noticing details others missed, which helped his team consistently outperform even the top groups, hers included. She continues, noting that now, as Junior Earl and commander of the Scarecrow Knights, Regulus remains careful and thorough, and she respects that about him. Addressing herself formally as the Grand Duchess of Lindell, Altair shares a closely guarded secret, calling him her most trusted ally. She claims that Lord Zephyr received a divine oracle from the goddess Aria and was chosen to save both the Holy One and the world from an approaching disaster. Both Regulus and Zephyr are stunned by the statement. Altair continues, explaining that their raid party had become vulnerable to infiltration by demon lord worshippers, but the goddess intervened. As a result, Zephyr was granted the dragon heart and entrusted with their protection. She produces a letter, which she says is from the Holy One, Lucius, confirming Zephyr's divine mission. With this, she declares that all members must follow Zephyr as they would the goddess herself. Regulus, deeply moved, pledges to serve her and support Zephyr with all his strength. Zephyr meanwhile fights the urge to laugh. The letter is forged, and he knows it, but watching Altair deliver the lie so flawlessly makes him admire her performance. Without thinking, he taps her head, a familiar gesture from their past lives that slips out unconsciously. As they talk in their own world, a mage with glasses watches them from nearby. Just like that, the raid party members at the aid station have accepted Zephyr as their commander with little resistance, though the role comes with greater responsibility. He adds that while he used acupuncture to slow the spread of the poison in the victims, the relief is temporary. Without a proper cure, the poison will return in a few days. Luckily, the ingredients they need can be found nearby. The group finally reaches the Great Forest of Elfin, a vast, untouched land in northwestern Alsan. Ned is surprised to see that the forest remains pristine, unlike the ruined farmlands they've passed. Zephyr also notes how massive the forest is, larger than several territories combined. Altair explains that the forest feels different because of its high mana concentration. Horses can't go far beyond the nearby town. The intense mana causes them to panic. Philip Pilgrim hesitates, suggesting they leave the goods outside the forest, admitting he feels uneasy. But Zephyr knows they're safer inside, recalling the threat of the smiling woman who still roams the outer lands. He wishes he could store the group in the Silver Key for their safety. He remembers the angel once telling him that the Silver Key can store people too. However, she warned him that the previous owner who tried this retrieved a companion who had gone mad, screaming like a wild animal. Altair, curious, asks why someone would lose their mind in the Silver Key. Zephyr decides not to explain. Instead, he concludes it's better to keep his companions nearby, where he can watch over them. In moments like this, he wonders whether he truly needs the Silver Key at all. Altair explains that the nearby forest town used to be home to about 50 residents from the Danakil territory. Now it serves as a frontline base, and the rest of the raid party is already stationed there. She suggests they head in that direction. Zephyr agrees, though he briefly senses something strange, like someone had been watching them from the woods. When Altair asks if something's wrong, the boy says there's something he wants to check. She remembers that the last message from the forest town came 2 days ago, sent by a carrier pigeon while they were still at the aid station. The mage, Daisy adds that the sorcerers from the magic tower had installed a device in the town that would release red smoke in case of trouble. Altair's guard confirms she's already checked for hidden enemies or shapeshifters and found nothing unusual. Regulus also seems confident that they'll be fine given their current strength. But Zephyr isn't so sure. He recalls a conversation from a past life with an elf, who once called his homeland a place filled with old, meaningless stories. Yet, whenever things got desperate, the elf would open up more. Zephyr has come to understand that despite its beauty, the great forest of Elfin is a dangerous place, one that lures people in only to consume them. Back in the present, Zephyr quietly conveys Ned to take the lead and guard the front of the caravan. Ned nods and walks ahead. As they move on, Altair points out a section of tangled bushes that mark the forest's entrance. She notes that a magical security device used to be placed deeper within the woods, beyond the forest town. Now strangely, it's been moved here. Suddenly a voice calls out from within the bushes, morphing into a monstrous face that warns the humans to leave. Zephyr grips his magical key, thinking that 2 days is more than enough time for the town to have been taken. With that, he draws the Graham's sword, declaring that the enemy has had more than enough time to occupy the bases. He questions what the monster did with the remote village people. Just as the monster is about to respond, Altair dismounts and tells everyone to wait. She then steps forward and, addressing the monstrous figure as the president of the forest, introduces herself, stating that she comes in peace and wishes to speak. The creature in the bushes responds, asking why she speaks of peace while arriving with an army. He reminds her that several warnings were already sent through carrier pigeons. Calling her the human princess, he accuses her brother of destroying any chance for negotiation. He recalls how her brother once proposed a truce. Each side would build a town and a sentry post on opposite banks of the river, with no contact, no interference, and no conflict. It was meant to mark an era of silence, sealed by a rare item as a token of cooperation. But now, he says, all they can offer intruders is death. As the roots begin to move, the group braces for a possible attack. Suddenly they erupt, sending the party members flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Zephyr reflects on the elves, long-lived beings with pointed ears and a deep connection to magic. For over 2,000 years, they've lived in the great forest of Elfin, drawing on its life force to create unique magic and transform the land into a living fortress. As the battle begins, the creature warns them once again to leave or face death. Regulus Danikil tries to reassure the group, but he accidentally steps on some kind of berries that explode. Meanwhile, Altair quietly disapproves, but her attention is soon drawn to a strange glow coming from the bushes towards her. It is a watchtower interior, used by gatekeeper elves to monitor the forest and control its magical plants. The elves, seeing the beam strike the princess, get excited and begin mocking her. However, to their shock, someone has shielded her. It's Zephyr, our boy, who used his dragon cape and the barrier of light to block the beam. The nearby warriors are surprised by the barrier's strength and praise the healer who helped create it. Zephyr turns to Altair and asks if she's all right. She nods, grateful for his quick action. Altair then wonders if the gatekeeper elves might just be following orders. One of the elves watching is visibly shocked that the humans survived the attack. Meanwhile, Zephyr, unfazed, believes that no magical device can truly stop him. With his team gathered behind him, Zephyr steps forward and using his dragon tongue skill commands the elves to open the gate. As he speaks, he senses the same uneasy gaze he felt earlier, likely coming from the central watchtower hidden inside a giant tree. When the gate creaks open, one of the elves asks, confused, what just happened? Without hesitation, Zephyr enters, quickly knocks out 2 guards, and grabs the young elf girl. Despite her young appearance, he can tell she's likely well over 100 years old. He jokes that sometimes, a conversation starts better after a good smack, but she demands that he let her go. He pauses for a moment, noticing something off. Her eyes look different than he remembers. Before he can ask, someone attacks, and he throws the girl aside in defense. She accuses the attacker of nearly killing her and warns them to control their strength. It's another elf who just attacked using a bow, but as the young girl gives him instructions, Zephyr notices him. It's none other than Dariel, the divine archer, one of the strongest archers across the 10 continents. Hearing the girl, Dariel calmly announces the exact distance to his target, 0.63 miles, and begins preparing his shot. After that, he suddenly launches an attack. Meanwhile, Altair's group is left stunned, unsure where the attack is coming from. The mage quickly takes control, using her Grea's Eye spell to summon a few long-range scouting golems to assist Zephyr, and another to trace the direction of the attack. To her surprise, she discovers it wasn't a spell. It was an arrow, fired from over half a mile away with incredible precision. Back at the clearing, the arrow is about to hit our boy, but he deflects it with his sword. Though it cuts his arm, he casually remarks that it was a decent shot. The little elf girl doubts he blocked it on purpose, but the wound convinces her he won't last long. She urges Dariel to use a stronger skill, promising to back him up. Dariel agrees and unleashes his Crimson Meteor attack. Now his arrows fly 3 times faster and hit much harder. Zephyr knows he can't rely on language enchantment to stop them. It takes too long to activate. Dodging them is risky too, as the shockwaves could hurt his allies. With no other choice, he decides to go all in and fight at full strength. As he transforms, Ned watches in awe. To the untrained eye, Zephyr's movements appear slow and his sword swing almost lazy, but it all happens in less than a second. The path of the blade forms the shape of a dragon and shoots into the air. Zephyr's powerful attack collides with the meteor, resulting in a massive blast. Meanwhile, Ned reflects on the Dragon King style, a martial art he once thought was simply named for its elegance and flow. But now he's beginning to think it might have a deeper connection to dragons than he ever realized. Seeing him block the attack, the little elf girl watches in disbelief. To her, he doesn't seem entirely human, more like a dragon disguised in human form. She wonders how they're supposed to fight someone like this, especially after everything they've already lost to the blue dragon. A memory flickers in her mind, sitting by her mother's bedside, crying over the family's losses. Back in the present, she lowers her head and admits defeat. She says they won't fight anymore and asks Zephyr whether he's truly human or something else. Either way, she's willing to give him anything he wants if he agrees to help them. As she pleads, the rest of the group makes their way toward them. Meanwhile, Zephyr has already decided to help her. Inside, the elf head grabs Lord Grimes's hand, surprised to see the knight still standing after being poisoned by the blue dragon. Though some traces of the poison remain, he has never seen a detoxifier that powerful. Regulus Danikil stays worried. Grimes isn't fully healed and walking around won't help, but Grimes insisted on coming. He wanted to prove the antidote worked, no matter the risk. To him, that kind of resolve is what makes a true knight. Meanwhile, the elf head introduces himself as Heron, a high elf elder, and points out the two high elves Zephyr fought earlier, Dariel, standing to his left, and Kiara. Zephyr recalls that high elves are considered part of the ruling class. Their unique pupils often hint at rare magical abilities from birth. He also notes that Kiara seems different from the one he knew in his past life, more mature now. Still, he knows it's hard to guess an elf's age. Maybe she's about to go through a growth phase, though with elves, it's never easy to tell. Heron remarks that the Tree of Life must have guided Zephyr to them, calling it a stroke of fortune to meet someone who might actually help. Since their truce with Prince Polaris, the elves have stayed deep within the forest, away from the outside world. Heron explains that Zephyr is only the second human they've ever welcomed. The first had risked everything to enter the forest and save the elves from a deadly poisoning. Hearing this, Zephyr recalls someone from his past, Fade, also known as the Viper. According to Heron, however, Fade was searching for his lost companions. Heron also believes that even a friend of a friend can be trusted, and with that, they might be able to help each other. Hearing that our boy's thoughts drift to the rivers that flow through the great forest of Elfin. These waters once carried the healing power of the Lake of Vitality, nourishing the forest and all who lived in it. For generations, the elves flourished, drawing their strength from the divine energy of the Tree of Life. The tree grew tall and powerful by feeding on the lake's life force. One of the lake's tributaries flowed into the Danakil Plains, turning the region into humanity's richest farmland. But things changed when the blue dragon made its nest in the lake. The once pure water turned toxic, poisoning the rivers and slowly spreading corruption across the forest. The sickness now threatens not only the elves but the nearby human lands as well. A few days earlier, at Lindell Fortress, Zephyr's group had gathered to go over their strategy. Edwin explained their plan to raid the Blue Dragon's nest, which would involve both their team and the troops based in Danakil. He emphasized the need to gain the elves' support, but admitted he wasn't sure they would agree. Princess Altair challenged his doubt, asking why he lacked confidence in her. Edwin responded calmly, explaining that it wasn't her skills he doubted. He was simply unsure how the elves would respond to the crisis. While it was clear the elves were in a tough position and might be open to cooperation, Edwin knew the real obstacle wasn't them. The bigger problem, he said, would be getting the people of Danakil to agree. He explains that for those living far from the elven borders, elves are seen as something out of legends, mythical beings from fairy tales. But people who live near the edge of elven territory have a very different view. To them, the elves have always been a threat, often compared to wild beasts like wolves or boars. Over time, that tension grew until it finally broke out into open hostility. He continues, saying that 4 years ago, just 1 year before the Blue Dragon appeared, two powerful high elves known as the Scarlet Moon and the Black Moon crossed into Danakil territory. Their actions only made relations worse, deepening the divide between elves and humans. The elf argued that any land touched by water from the Lake of Vitality should rightfully belong to the elves. However, since the lake's water flows through the Danakil fields, they believe that gives them ownership. He remembers a time when the elves nearly claimed the land by force. But then Prince Polaris arrived with the Temple Knights and led a counterattack. As a cardinal, Polaris spearheaded the battle, forcing the elves to retreat after the Golden Dragon appeared. The humans won and secured a truce. A year later, the farmland was poisoned. It was then the Lord of Danakil and his son, Regulus Danakil, realized that working with the elves was the only way to resolve the situation. They also took steps to stop the false rumors blaming the elves for the poison. Many believed the elves were acting out of revenge, so the Danakil leadership found themselves managing not just the mission, but also the growing mistrust among their own allies. Edwin admitted that launching the raid at that moment might be too soon. but Princess Altair laughed at his hesitation. She told him he was missing the bigger picture. In her eyes, the timing was exactly what made the plan likely to succeed. What seemed like a bad situation was actually a rare opportunity. She reminded him to look beyond the immediate obstacles and focus on their long-term goal. Back in the present, while treating a poisoned elf, Zephyr recalls a small favor he once did for one of Fade's former guildmates. In return, the guildmate took him in as a disciple, teaching him poison making and acupuncture. Zephyr decides to stick to that version of the story. When he shares it, Elder Heron, Kiara, and Dariel seem to trust him, at least a little. Kiara watches in shock as the antidote takes effect and quietly remarks that Zephyr might even be more skilled than Fade. The boy explains that the poison he used is far rarer. There's a recipe floating around, but no one has ever managed to make it before. He's the first. He even suspects that the actual formula doesn't exist yet, and won't until Fade invents it in the future. Curious, Zephyr wonders about Kiara's connection to Fade. She speaks about him like she knows him well. Soon enough, she says that Fade would want to meet the entire group and asks where Zephyr's master is. The boy replies that he can't say. He claims that both his master and Fade once belonged to a now-destroyed assassin guild named Persephone, which collapsed due to betrayal. Until he knows for sure whether Fade is still trustworthy, he says he won't reveal anything more. Kiara understands and responds that she also can't share everything for the same reason. Then Dariel speaks up, revealing that Fade had already visited a year ago. After hearing rumors about the poisoned lands, he reached out to an old guildmate and came to investigate. Hearing that, Kiara tried to shut him up, which annoyed him, and he casually lifted her up while calling her out. Watching the argument unfold, Elder Heron thinks about how bad things have gotten. For the past year, the poisoned elves have survived only because of the small doses of deadly poison that Fade left behind. That supply is nearly gone. He remembers the painful choices they've had to make, deciding who would receive treatment and who would be left to die. In his eyes, Zephyr's arrival is nothing short of a miracle. Without him, the elves might have been torn apart by civil war. Now Heron sees a spark of hope. Not only can Zephyr neutralize the dragon's poison, but his strength might even match or exceed Dariel's. If they can earn his full support, Heron believes there's a chance they could recover the Queen's last sealed box, still hidden deep within the poisoned lands. 3 years ago, a powerful elf woman got her hand on the last of the sealed boxes hidden within the 12 towers. She claims that with this, they finally have enough strength to form a new kingdom. Elder Heron questioned her decision. He asked if she truly meant to leave behind both the kingdom and the Queen. He reminded her that she's only alive today because the Queen once risked everything to hold off the blue dragon. But the elf scoffed at the idea. She asked if he's looked around lately, if the state of the forest looked anything like a victory to him. She criticized the Queen harshly, saying she was never strong enough to lead. Even before the poisoning began, the Queen was weak and sickly. She failed to prevent the Scarlet Moon and Black Moon from taking control of the army. A real queen, she said, would have used mind control from the start to deal with such traitors. She declared she's done relying on a foolish ruler and will now lead anyone willing to follow her. Thinking back, she admits that the Scarlet and Black Moons taught her something important. Even though they were exiled for losing the war and destroying towers, they escaped with sealed boxes in hand. Their betrayal opened her eyes. She now sees where she went wrong. As she left, she told Heron to enjoy what's left of a kingdom with no future. Still, she added that if he ever changes his mind, he'll always have a place in the new realm she plans to build. Then laughing, she walked away. Left behind, Elder Heron quietly reflected that he didn't stay out of loyalty to the Queen. He stayed because he never had the strength to claim power for himself, not without one of the sealed boxes. Looking back now, he thinks he chose the wrong side. He admits he once considered training Dariel to be his ally, as the young elf has real talent. But Dariel is too loyal. He could never betray his mother, the Queen. If he ever found out about Heron's real intentions, to leave once he had a sealed box, he'd probably have him imprisoned without hesitation. Because of that, Heron sees the current situation as a rare opportunity. As the head walks Zephyr and Altair through the main building, he reveals that he truly believes the dragon must be slain, not just for the elves, but for the humans as well. While he fully supports that goal, he also notes that most of the other high elves have already abandoned their duties. Only a handful of capable fighters remain, and even they are barely holding on. He explains that he already sent scouts across the river a few days ago to search for possible resettlement sites. Those scouts ended up capturing some prisoners in a nearby forest town, but he assures them they were treated fairly and will be released soon. For now, he goes along with the Alliance while keeping his true goals hidden. Inside, he wonders about the tower where the last sealed box is kept. The area around it is far too dangerous to approach because of how badly it's been contaminated. However, with Zephyr's rare ability to neutralize the poison, Heron believes he can persuade him to retrieve the box. Once he has it, Heron is confident he'll finally have what he needs to claim the throne and become king. Elsewhere, Edwin reports that the elf elder has agreed to cooperate. With their poisoned kin now saved, the rest of the elves are beginning to support the Alliance as well. They watch as the people of Danakil eagerly follow Princess Alair's preaching and devotion to the goddess of light. This confuses Philip, who wonders why the people revere the goddess so deeply. His son explains that she has protected them since ancient times. Although Philip remains doubtful, he brushes off his concerns, thinking everything turned out fine after all. Still, with a knowing smirk, he quietly advises Edwin to stay alert, sensing that trouble is near. Not far away, Milia, a mage from the magic tower, grows increasingly frustrated. She's already irritated about being sent to such a remote, unsanitary place, especially one where no one is even allowed to bathe. On top of that, she has no patience for Altair. With a dark look in her eyes, she wonders if she could kill her now, asking Daisy if she's discovered any of Altair's weaknesses yet. Meanwhile, in the southern metropolis, the fake Altair signs a petition to proceed with the Thorn Mountain Clearing Project in partnership with the Architectural Guild. The crowd celebrates, and she pretends to be excited about turning the mountains into farmland. After wrapping up the announcement, she asks for leave to continue her work. While the real one carries out their missions, the fake Altair stays focused on pushing the mountain clearing plan forward. However, hidden among them are Demon Lord worshippers in disguise, ready to sabotage the project. But it doesn't matter. This plan was only a cover for the real objective. Zephyr knows that if anyone investigates closely, they'll eventually discover Altair is an imposter. Fortunately, the Demon Lord worshippers seem distracted by their own internal problems, especially with one of the 12 apostles' positions left vacant. It's the perfect opening to move forward. Back in the forest, Kiara leads the group to a magical plant called Flora, designed to produce food and water based on coded input. But the plant is now malfunctioning due to poison contamination. Instead of helping, it's turned into a monster-producing factory surrounded by toxic mist. This makes the elves fear for their village. The poison has already pushed them back from the forest center, and if it spreads further, their home may be lost. Daryl remembers that while Zephyr helped them stabilize the poison, his mother was hit by the worst of it, and she's been in that condition for 3 years, so they must hold the defenses. Following Zephyr's suggestion, the group prepares to fight the monsters while collecting magic stones from them as loot. Determined and ready, they brace themselves for battle. As the monsters charge, the mages, Altair's guard, and Ned fight back fiercely, knocking them down and keeping the horde at bay. After they manage to stop the attack, Daryl invites Zephyr to a meeting to thank him for helping defend the village and stabilize the poison. He admits it was surprising to receive help from humans. However, despite his gratitude, Daryl calmly explains that the 2 ingredients Zephyr requested are essential for protecting the village from further contamination, so he cannot hand them over. This response deeply frustrates Zephyr. He begins lecturing the elf, insisting that he needs those ingredients to craft a cure for his mother. According to his plan, once he heals her, he will restore both the lake and the Tree of Life, at which point those very ingredients will begin growing naturally again. To make his point, Zephyr gives him the middle finger salute and firmly assures the elf that he will also slay the dragon, just as he promised. What more does the elf want? A Hawk Tuah tribute or something? Still, Daryl remains hesitant. He doubts Zephyr can truly slay the dragon and insists that without the ingredients, the village would be contaminated within seconds. He sees himself as the last capable warrior among the High Elves, and believes it's his duty to protect their home at all costs. Hearing Daryl's refusal, Zephyr warns him that there won't be another chance. No one else is coming to save them. Not from the Blue Dragon, and not from the Queen's illness. All the humans have lost their minds, so asking them for help is pointless. Zephyr even is sacrificing his own blood to make an antidote for the poison, yet they still don't trust him. Stepping closer, Zephyr urges Daryl to open his eyes. This isn't something they can hesitate on. It requires full commitment. Agitated, Daryl challenges him to settle it through combat. As Daryl strikes, a sudden burst of light flashes into the sky. Altair watches in shock, surprised they would use their full skills in such a confined space. But to her surprise, the two vanish into the dust. Inside the dust cloud, Daryl tried to prove his point by aiming his strongest shot at Zephyr. But even that attack can't pierce Zephyr's dragon-like scales. Though Daryl also wants to defeat the dragon, deep down he knows the task might be impossible. Seeing him tear up, Zephyr tells him to get up. Then, to everyone's surprise, he snaps his bow in half, calling it useless. But before the moment grows too bitter, he assures Daryl that he'll craft something better for him, and warns him to hold back his tears, because once he sees the new items, he won't be able to stop them. Despite his assurance, Kiara begins tearing up, insisting they cannot give away the bow or discard it, as they are already short on firepower. She cries out that it's a hero-grade weapon, a revelation that stuns Philip and his group. Curious, Elise examines the bow and confirms that it truly is a hero-grade item, ranked second among all item grades. According to her, since the bow belongs to Daryl, it could easily sell for 50,000 gold at an auction, which leaves Philip visibly shaken. However, Daryl calmly responds, stating that 50,000 gold would be a bargain. He doesn't care about the price, knowing it was his own hesitation that led to this. Although the bow was once used to defend his town from contamination, he now looks forward to what Zephyr might create in its place, especially after mentioning he possesses some exceptionally rare crafting materials. A part of Dariel wonders if the high-quality material Zephyr referred to might be the branch from the Tree of Life, though he quickly dismisses the thought, assuming the branch is too small to craft a proper bow. Later, inside the main hall, Dariel fulfills Zephyr's request by offering him a glass of the Water of Vitality, along with a young branch from the Tree of Life. As Zephyr observes the shimmering liquid, he realizes how numb he has become since his brush with death. Nothing seems to stir him anymore. Yet, this water before him radiates a beauty that momentarily awakens something inside. Just as Zephyr prepares to drink, Dariel reminds him that it's the last remaining cup. Still, he remains hopeful that if their raid succeeds, they will take control of the Lake of Vitality and gain access to a plentiful source. Zephyr confidently assures them and quickly gulps down the Water of Vitality in one go. Suddenly, a burst of glowing energy erupts within his body. To his excitement, it begins to merge with his effectiveness-boosting perk, amplifying the potion's effects even further. In this empowered state, he immediately initiates dragonification and activates mana flow. He knows he must grow stronger, as the conditions for the upcoming dragon raid are far harsher than those of the princess raid they recently completed. The area surrounding the dragon is enveloped in a massive, poisonous field, and at its center lies the beast itself, the dragon, king of beasts. Zephyr understands that no ordinary human can face such a foe. To stand a chance, he must enhance his dragon heart, and the vitality-infused water is the key to that transformation. Watching this unfold, Altair recognizes the risk. She knows that although the dragon heart must be strengthened slowly and with care, they no longer have the luxury of time. Acting decisively, she casts Moirai, a powerful spell named after the three goddesses of fate, to stabilize and adapt Zephyr's mana while he meditates. With great precision, Altair begins merging the elements. His mana, the Water of Vitality, and the energy flowing from the dragon heart. She channels all of it into the core of his being. As the merging begins, Zephyr's body convulses with a sudden power surge, his very frame starting to fracture under the pressure. Seeing the signs of physical breakdown, Elise immediately casts her healing spell to stabilize him. At the same time, Zephyr pushes past the standard 5% threshold of the dragon heart's power. Slowly, the power rises, but Altair continues adjusting the mana with intense focus. To her shock, however, the energy within the dragon heart begins resisting the fusion. The merging process falters. As a result, Zephyr's dragon heart power starts to drop, threatening to undo everything they've built. Meanwhile, Ned sits beside Zephyr, guiding the wild surge of power flowing through his body. Despite the mounting pressure, everyone remains focused on their roles. Suddenly, the entire chamber erupts in a blinding flash of light. As the dust settles, Dariel stares in disbelief as Zephyr has transformed into a half-human, half-dragon hybrid. The group breathes a collective sigh of relief, their expressions softening into smiles. They've succeeded. Now in his transformed state, Zephyr's dragon heart surges to 10% power, with a temporary spike reaching up to 19%. Though still far from the strength he wielded in his past life, he feels himself closing the gap. With his companions having done their part, Zephyr decides it's now his turn to contribute. He casually asks Dariel for a towel, but to everyone's shock, he bites into it hard, claiming it's time to repay the favor by securing material for his weapon. Without hesitation, he raises his claw and cracks his own dragon scales from his arm. Dariel watches, stunned, as the boy tears the scale from his body with no sign of hesitation. Zephyr explains that Dariel can use the dragon scale to forge dragon skin, a material strong enough to create a bow and arrows capable of piercing even a dragon's hide. He knows he's still operating at only 19% of his true power, but the scale itself holds immense strength. With the right craftsmanship, it could become a weapon powerful enough to deal serious damage to the Dragon King. Afterward, the elven blacksmith places the mana stones into a boiling pot, explaining that they'll need to mix additional high-quality ingredients with the core materials to forge a top-tier weapon. He then begins boiling the secondary components, including one of their finest mana alloys, clear gold. After a period of careful boiling and preparation, all the components of power are finally ready. Now comes the most critical stage, the fusion. For this, Altair activates her Magic Circle skill, which amplifies all spell effects within its radius. This enhancement empowers Zephyr's dragonification, allowing him to channel his energy more efficiently. Using both his raw power and his language enhancement ability, Zephyr directs the ingredients to flow together and bind in perfect harmony. As the fusion completes, a powerful blast erupts from the center of the ritual. When the light fades, a newly forged weapon emerges, a black dragon longbow, accompanied by a set of dragonbone arrows. Time passes and now only 2 weeks remain until the raid. Both humans and elves are busy preparing, fortifying their forces and gathering resources. Zephyr, acting as their leader, reveals the structure of their combat units. The army is divided into 2 specialized teams, and Ned has been appointed as the supervisor of their training. Though he understands the weight of the responsibility, Ned accepts the challenge with unwavering determination. Zephyr also informs the army of the harsh path ahead. To reach the dragon, they'll need to fight through countless hordes of monsters. Their objective is clear: cover the distance and reach a point 1 mile east of the Lake of Vitality in under 10 days. Following Zephyr's guidance, the troops begin gathering supplies and refining their strategies. Among their efforts, they collect mana stones, which they use to construct powerful golems, living defenses for the treacherous march to come. The mages are responsible for golem production. The mana stones are being used for a variety of purposes: constructing buildings, crafting weapons, and especially powering magic circles. These circles act as traps that protect the base and serve as temporary safe zones. According to Altair, if a circle is created using a branch from the Tree of Life, it can shield the area from the poisonous fields. She assures the group that she has already installed several of these protective circles along the cleared paths. Meanwhile, the blacksmith also depends on mana stones to meet the demanding requirements of crafting Zephyr's new, rare weapons. As for Zephyr, he continues training his body relentlessly. Despite upgrading his dragonification, he can currently only maintain the form for 10 minutes, far from enough. The power continues to spread through his body even when he's not actively using it. Still, with each use, it grows stronger. He understands that unless he pushes his limits now, he won't stand a chance against the monster. His goal is to increase his threshold, sustaining 19% power for at least 28 minutes before the raid begins. Without reaching that benchmark, he knows there's no hope of victory. Zephyr also recognizes that he needs more strength, not just to fight, but to craft additional weapons essential for the raid's success. So he continues pushing forward, preparing both body and mind until he reaches his limit. Just like that, the final night before the raid arrives, everything is in place: the scouting, the supplies, the defenses, and the troops. Zephyr gives a final order for everyone to rest well and prepare their bodies for what lies ahead. As the exhausted troops retreat to their quarters, Zephyr and his closest companions gather inside their tent, savoring warm, hearty steaks in silence. Ned watches in disbelief as Zephyr devours his food like a pig. Once finished, Zephyr quietly rises and takes his leave from the tent. Seeing him go, Altair quickly follows, offering the excuse that she's tired and needs to rest. Ophelia moves to follow Altair, but Ned grabs her arm, reminding her they still have sparring to do. She protests in anger, insisting she never agreed to that, but Ned pushes her toward the training ground regardless, unwilling to let her off the hook. Meanwhile, Altair walks toward Zephyr's tent, her thoughts drifting to everything that has changed since he entered their lives. From the moment he appeared, things that once seemed impossible began unfolding right before them. She remembers how everyone mocked her when she announced the dragon raid. Letters sent to nobles and foreign rulers were all returned, rejected. Even the other parishes refused aid. Her own brother turned against her, warning that any rash move would get her framed for conspiracy. Not even the adventurers were willing to help. In the end, the only people she could count on were her small team. And then, out of nowhere, Zephyr arrived, and somehow, like magic, her impossible problems started to vanish. Some might call it fate or luck, but Altair never believed in either. Lost in thought, she reaches Zephyr's tent. Without hesitation, she steps inside and kisses him. Zephyr freezes, surprised, and quickly realizes she just used the Kiss of Darkness, a spell that forces the target to speak the truth. He starts to ask what's going on, but she gently silences him, insisting that now isn't the time for questions. Calmly, she reminds him that the Blue Dragon raid, the one she had worked toward for so long, is finally becoming reality because of his efforts. She admits she hadn't trusted him at first and had quietly kept an eye on him. But over time, as he followed through on every word he spoke, she found it harder to keep doubting him. Still, one thing bothers her. No one willingly removes their own dragon scales day after day without a deeper reason. Leaning in a little closer, she calmly presses him, asking if he's hiding something. If he has another motive, something he hasn't shared, now is the time to say it. The princess's eyes take on a steady glow as she leans forward and plainly asks who sent him. As the Kiss of Darkness activates, Zephyr reveals that he came here of his own will, and that everything he's done has been for her. The answer stuns Altair, and the spell confirms it. He's telling the truth. She presses for more details. In response, Zephyr gently pulls her closer and quietly explains that she had died once for his sake, and that he traveled back in time to change the outcome. Altair freezes, caught between disbelief and rising panic. She summons her dark hand, grabbing his arm and demanding the truth. But Zephyr remains calm. He knows she already understands. It's the truth, and the spell has confirmed it. As a user of Median magic, she would instantly know whether or not her spell succeeded. And in this case, it has. Gripping her hand firmly, Zephyr thinks to himself that he had been waiting for this moment. He knew she would eventually use the spell, and it was the only way to make her believe him, at least until she learns communion. Leaning closer, he reassures her. She can ask anything, and he urges her to do so. But now, knowing the truth, Altair starts to feel unsettled. The tension lingers for a moment, until Zephyr gently pulls her closer and kisses her. Meanwhile, outside, Melia grows increasingly frustrated with her golem duties. She yaps to Daisy, feeling like Altair is simply toying with them and bossing her around. Daisy, however, calmly reminds her that although they were hired by Lord Danakil, their actual employer is Princess Altair. Hearing that, Melia becomes even more annoyed, loudly expressing her dislike for Altair. She admits she's never liked her, not since their academy days. Back then, Melia stayed up late every night studying, working hard, while Altair always seemed relaxed and carefree. In Melia's eyes, Altair acted superior, relying on her wealth and connections to gain respect, even from professors. As Melia continues yapping, Daisy listens quietly, recognizing that despite her frustrations, Altair has actually been doing a decent job so far. Deep down, she suspects Melia's anger might stem more from an inferiority complex than from anything Altair has actually done. Still, Daisy knows she needs to calm Melia down before she says or does something reckless. To help with that, she reveals that if Melia performs well during this mission, she's set to be promoted to exclusive sorceress, a role that clearly surprises her. Daisy adds that both dukes had requested a sorceress for their courts, but have yet to find a suitable candidate. From what she's seen, Melia fits the position perfectly. If she proves herself during the dragon raid, her future will be secure. That's all the motivation Melia needs. Her view shifts, and with new determination, she returns to her work. Unnoticed by either of them, Heron waits silently in the shadows nearby. Once they're gone, he approaches the golems and begins scribbling his own set of commands onto their control plates. Golems follow the instructions written directly on them, and Heron takes advantage of this, rewriting the runes so they will obey him alone. The next morning, war drums echo across the camp as everyone moves into position. They all understand what's at stake. Some will fall, their bodies turning to dust, while for others, today may mark a turning point. Once the formation is ready, Princess Altair gives the signal to bring forth Zephyr's powerboat. The group begin their chants, praying and channeling their respective abilities. As Altair assists them, her mind drifts back to what Zephyr told her the day before, the bloodshed that was coming, and worse, the weight of witnessing it firsthand. He had spoken with quiet determination, promising that this time he would do better. He vowed that once it was over, he would finally claim what he wanted. Thinking back to that moment, Altair calls upon her star power, channeling her magic to grant Zephyr strength. She remembers him being confident that after everything ends, he intends to give her the throne, and he hopes to stand beside her not just as an ally, but as her king. Suddenly, a bright flash lights up the field. Zephyr appears out of it, fully transformed into his dragonification form. With that, the Blue Dragon raid begins. Their party consists of 225 members, with healers and long-range attackers like Melia and Dariel positioned in the backline, alongside support units including Altair and other mages. Guarding the rear squad are Ned and Ophelia, bringing the rear guard's count to 224 out of 225. At the front stands the vanguard, Zephyr, ready to lead the charge. As the raid begins, he instantly leaps into the air and surges forward. He knows the formation is unusual, almost reckless, but it's their best shot at completing the raid successfully. The closer he gets to the lake, the thicker the dragon poison fog becomes. That's the reason he positioned everyone else in the rear, away from the contaminated zone. Zephyr, on the other hand, is prepared. He has the Gold Tears potion, his effectiveness boost spell, and his dragonification, all giving him enough resistance to survive and fight within the poison zone. He's effectively the only one capable of operating properly inside the lake's radius. As massive monsters appear in his path, Zephyr activates his electric acceleration spell and charges straight into them. Using his massive sword, Graham, along with his dragon claws, he unleashes a powerful slash that cuts through most of them in a single strike. Pushing through the wave of enemies, he realizes he's approaching the lake and shouldn't waste time dealing with low-tier monsters. Without slowing down, he summons golems stored in his inventory and places tombstones that disperse mana wavelengths within a small radius, designed to draw enemies and keep them from interfering with his advance. Zephyr places one tombstone every 100 meters to cover the entire area, creating a mana road. This pathway allows magic from the main camp to travel through it all the way to the front lines, though the effect will be halved by the time it reaches the end. The team also uses strengthening magic on the golems, allowing them to control the constructs remotely through the tombstones. Despite the intensity of the raid, Daisy seems unusually excited, mainly because Altair finally approved her thesis. The proposal had been deemed costly by the Magic Tower, but Altair's green light gives Daisy a rare boost of confidence. Kiara, too, stays engaged. She deploys a Cyclops to accompany Zephyr for scouting, which makes her optimistic. With its help, they can easily circulate real-time attack coordinates. However, the moment they lay eyes on the polluted Tree of Life, the contaminated lake, and the dragon, their optimism fades. The scene feels different from 3 years ago. Back then, the dragon had growled instantly at the first hint of a presence. Now it stays silent, unmoving, and that silence unsettles them more than any roar could. They recall Zephyr previously questioning the strangeness of a territorial dragon remaining idle in one place, especially in a forest teeming with intruders. That thought returns to Kiara now. As she reflects, she realizes something they all overlooked. What if the dragon came to the lake for a reason? Meanwhile, Zephyr reaches close to the dragon and feels a sense of relief. As expected, the creature remains quiet, which works in his favor as he's already used up 2 minutes of dragonification just flying there. With the remaining time, he gets to work. He summons black dragon chains and wraps them around a large branch near the Tree of Life to anchor himself, then charges directly toward the sleeping dragon. He's already informed the others and is certain of one thing: the dragon isn't actually a poison type. The last recorded appearance of a blue dragon was 600 years ago. Despite lying in a lake known for its healing properties, this one is poisoning everything around it. That contradiction never sat right with Zephyr. As he charges in, he deliberately disrupts the dragon's rest. The dragon stirs, and in an instant, it lunges forward and swallows him whole. The knights watching from afar are stunned, but their shock deepens when they see Zephyr force open the dragon's massive jaws with both hands from the inside. Zephyr knows the truth that the dragon isn't the source of the poison, it's the victim. It's being slowly poisoned by demonic energy and is using the lake to try and heal itself. The beast is dying, not attacking. As he pushes the jaws open, Zephyr clenches the black dragon chain between his teeth and anchors it tightly around the dragon's mouth. He understands the creature is trying to stay submerged in the lake to recover, but the poison is wearing it down faster than it can heal. That's why he's chosen to take it down now, while it's weakened. Pulling with everything he has, Zephyr binds the dragon's mouth shut. The black dragon chain, forged from his own scales, proves effective. The moment the dragon senses the restraint, it lets out a thunderous cry, shaking the ground as it struggles against the binding. Zephyr pulls the dragon out of the lake, aiming to accelerate the spread of poison within its body. Without the lake's healing properties, the dragon won't be able to recover from its injuries. However, to his surprise, even with 19% output from his dragon heart, the creature resists. Its strength is greater than he expected. Not one to back down, Zephyr adjusts quickly. He draws Graham and slashes the inside of the dragon's jaws, where the tissue is softer than the outer scales. Suddenly, a momentary lapse in focus costs him. The dragon charges forward, jaws wide open, and manages to pin him against the Tree of Life with its mouth. Before Zephyr can react, the dragon releases a burst of its dragon breath directly at him. From the rear lines, the others watch in alarm. The same devastating beam had once burned part of their forest, and now it's aimed at their leader. Altair immediately senses the urgency and calls for everyone to prepare their skills. Still, deep inside, she believes Zephyr is unharmed. She, and even the dragon, notice something strange. Despite trapping Zephyr between its teeth, the dragon doesn't actually feel anything solid between them. There's only the faintest tingle just before it breathes. That's because Zephyr has already activated his silver key. The key allows him to teleport between the same entry and exit point. Once inside the dragon's mouth, he deliberately uses it to vanish before the breath hits, and reappear right after it ends. With perfect timing, Zephyr re-emerges inside the dragon's open jaws. Without hesitation, he strikes. His thunder palm lands cleanly, sending a surge of powerful force through the creature's body. Electricity crackles across its scales as the attack hits from within. Despite the pain, the dragon charges up another dragon breath attack. This time, however, Zephyr reacts swiftly. He strikes directly at its breath glands, burning them and successfully disrupting the buildup. The attack fizzles out before it can be released. Zephyr notes that the dragon won't be able to use those glands again for at least 10 minutes, making this their best window to strike. The mages take the cue, channeling a variety of spells through the mana road created by the tombstones. Bursts of elemental energy bombard the dragon, holding it down. At the same time, Dariel prepares his dragon arrows, coating them with venom before firing. His shots hit their mark with precision, piercing the dragon's thick hide and forcing a painful roar from the beast. Seeing the impact, the party erupts in cheers. Many begin praising Dariel for his accuracy and power. Dariel, however, is lost in thought. He recalls how Zephyr once told him that he was still weak, because he lacked real combat experience. Kiara hears it and finds the comment odd. Zephyr looks younger than Dariel, yet speaks with the confidence of someone who's seen countless battles. Dariel, meanwhile, grows more curious about what the boy really meant. He suspects the meaning may not lie in this raid alone, but perhaps in something tied to his future path. Back in the moment, the arrows explode on impact, further damaging the dragon. Dariel doesn't celebrate. He simply watches, aware that this battle is just a stepping stone. The blue dragon isn't their final challenge. Kiara, observing Dariel's composure and focus, realizes that he's finally beginning to find his footing, just like he had once done in the past. As a child, Dariel never dreamed of being king. His ambitions were different, but now his resolve is returning. Zephyr, seeing Dariel's arrows actually hurting the dragon, feels a sense of relief. But even now, he isn't sure how they're going to finish it off. Zephyr tries to tear into the dragon's body, aiming to enter through the wound, but his hand suddenly stops just as it's about to slip inside. It feels like something invisible is gripping him, holding him back. At the same time, from the rear, Altair sees something that shakes her to the core. Without hesitation, she calls out to the party, ordering them to stop their attacks and switch to a defensive stance. The mana road is shifting. Its direction is changing. She quickly recalls Zephyr's briefing. If they ever spot anything unusual in the Watchers or sense a surge of power, they must immediately reroute the mana flow. Zephyr had explained that the tombstones, while useful for extending spell range, also act as open channels. If a powerful enemy can manipulate mana, those same paths could send attacks right back at them. To prevent that, they need to disable the back end of the tombs. Doing so will block the incoming attacks, but it will also weaken their own offensive power. Following Altair's orders, the team begins reconfiguring the mana road. Just as they shift it, a massive shockwave tears through the field. A tremendous energy blast strikes them, confirming their fears. Zephyr had warned them of this exact moment. When he would be flung backward and the lake's surface began to ripple, it would mean one thing. The dragon had activated its unique attribute, telekinesis. This ability allows it to move objects without making physical contact. Only dragons with infinite mana reserves can wield it, an ability that, in simple terms, means destruction and pain. On the battlefield, Zephyr regains his stance but knows he's running out of time. He has only 20 minutes left of dragonification, and the real fight is just beginning. Earlier, during Zephyr's briefing, he explained to the party that the poison in the air wasn't affecting humans or elves as severely, likely due to the water of life mixed within it. That water actively repairs the damage caused by the poison, which is why no one is dying outright. However, he warned that losing consciousness would still result in extreme pain. Zephyr also pointed out that the same effect applies to the dragon. Because of the constant internal pain, the beast remains partially dazed and might not be able to activate its unique abilities right away. Kiara, recalling past raids, finds this unusual. In those battles, the monster's attacks had grown more repetitive over time, something that always felt off. Zephyr explained that this was their window of opportunity. The moment they deal enough damage to break the creature out of its daze, it will regain clarity, and that's when it will activate its real powers. That's when the true battle will begin. Now back on the field, Zephyr stands in front of the massive wheezing dragon shrouded in purple energy. He draws Graham, his sword. The dragon's eyes fixate on it and widen in recognition. It remembers the blade, it remembers Georgios, and now it realizes that it's him again. Meanwhile, chaos briefly erupts in the rear squad, but they quickly regain formation. Altair and the mages manage to redirect the mana roads, successfully cutting off the feedback loop of the dragon's counterattacks. The rear squad is safe, at least for now. However, even with that defensive advantage, they all begin to understand a harsh truth. Despite their efforts, despite the strategy, they are still painfully small in the face of the dragon's overwhelming power. Altair grows increasingly concerned. Their long-range attacks will be far less effective under the current conditions, and she knows that supporting Dariel is now critical. He's the only one who can make full use of the mana road to land direct hits on the dragon. Meanwhile, Dariel himself is feeling the pressure. The distance is so great that each of his arrows takes nearly 4 seconds to reach the target. That means Zephyr will need to hold the dragon in place for at least 4.5 seconds, an eternity in battle. At the same time, the dragon gate appears to be closing again, and everyone holds their breath, waiting for Zephyr to force it open once more. Inside the battlefield, Zephyr continues dodging the dragon's swirling beam attacks. Each strike carries enough destructive force to disintegrate whatever it touches. He quickly realizes that tanking them head-on is not an option. As he analyzes the pattern, the dragon suddenly unleashes a devastating surprise attack. It catches him slightly off guard, but he manages to block it just in time. Without hesitation, the dragon lunges forward with jaws wide, trying to devour him. Zephyr instantly activates electric acceleration, darting out of reach. He draws Graham mid-movement and delivers a powerful slash across the dragon's jaw, forcing it open. Wounded, the dragon lets out a roar and dives into the lake. The entire battlefield watches in disbelief, realizing that the dragon is trying to heal. But Kiara quickly realizes the bigger problem. The dragon's dive is stirring the waters, and violent waves ripple across the lake. The nearby plants, which produce magical byproducts, might absorb this chaos as energy, and if they do, they'll start spawning powerful minions. As the summoned monsters emerge, they immediately begin targeting the golems. In response, all rear support mages shift their focus to reinforcing the golems and eliminating the incoming threats. Altair quickly orders the monsters to be cleared, knowing they could interfere with Zephyr's fight. However, to Daisy's shock, despite everything going according to plan and the golems being exceptionally powerful, several of them suddenly start fleeing the battlefield. Their movements become erratic, and they fall out of command. Meanwhile, Heron, silently watching, knows that his sabotage has begun to take effect. Back on the front line, Dariel spots a monstrous projectile rapidly approaching. He reacts just in time, deflecting it mid-air with a perfectly timed arrow. The force of the deflection draws everyone's attention. Altair watches the impact site and realizes that if Dariel hadn't intervened, the entire rear squad would have been wiped out. Kiara examines the trajectory and determines that the attack originated from nearly 700 meters away. She warns the others to stay alert, as the presence of something that powerful can only mean one thing: the enemy is on the level of a dungeon boss. As she finishes speaking, a towering beast appears in the distance. Meanwhile, Zephyr reflects on his past life, recalling that the Blue Dragon raid began about a year and 4 months later than the current timeline. In that attempt, they lost both the Black Dragon's heart and Lucius the Holy One. However, Altair still managed to gather strong allies and rare items, allowing them to initiate the Blue Dragon raid and eventually slay the beast. Despite the success, they failed to obtain the dragon's heart due to a critical mistake. As a result, Danakil's vital agricultural land became irreparably contaminated, turning the operation into a failure by every measure. Around that time, after returning to the temple from the cave, Zephyr struggled to rise through the ranks. Meanwhile, Olden, one of Ned's staunch rivals, took control of the Third Parish. Zephyr saw becoming a temple knight as his only path to revenge, a way to close the distance between himself and Olden. He knew that finding a weakness would be crucial, and the more information he gathered, the better his chances became. Elsewhere, Matias and Olden sipped tea as they acknowledged the princess's failure and reflected on the decision to withhold troops from the Great Forest, a strategic move that wasn't solely Olden's idea, but a brilliant one nonetheless. Zephyr recognized the political cost of the failed campaign. The princess lost soldiers, resources, and much of her standing. Even if she joined the upcoming Ice Dragon raid organized by the Guild Alliance, he doubted she would hold any real influence. With the Black and Blue Dragon hearts already secured, only the Ice Dragon's heart remained to complete their objective. Olden anticipated generous rewards once it was done. Back in the Silver Key, Zephyr notes that the situation has shifted. This time, he fully understands the traps laid out for them and refuses to let things unfold according to his enemy's plans. He also got the healing potion that restores wounds, a mana potion that replenishes energy, and golden tears, an enhanced protective item that blocks harmful effects. Confident in his inventory, Zephyr checks the status of the video transmission golem. While the large golem at base can transmit footage from his end, he needs to see what's happening back at camp. Unfortunately, inside the Silver Key, the golem fails to connect. He assumes the storm has passed by now and decides to focus on the task ahead. Back at the fight, the group is locked in battle with the monsters, including the massive boss. It rips a tree from the ground and hurls it toward them. Seeing it, Kiara asks Dariel about their remaining Black Dragon arrows. Dariel reports having only 24 left, barely enough to deal with the dragon itself and none to spare for the surrounding monsters. These arrows are crafted from hippogriff feathers, with gem seed branches enhancing their power. Kiara and Dariel coordinate their attacks, using Blue Storm and Flame Dance in tandem. Zephyr notes their synergy and the solid performance of the entire party. However, he also recognizes the core issue. They simply are facing too many monsters. Seeing them coming, Dariel prepares to fight, undeterred by the number of enemies. Whether dozens or hundreds, he intends to destroy them all with his arrows. Meanwhile, the monster boss speaks in his own language while casting an area of effect spell from horseback. In an instant, he vanishes, leaving the knights stunned. Moments later, he reappears out of nowhere, a massive jaw slamming down on them with crushing force. One of the soldiers spots more monsters, some already reaching the outskirts of the camp. The troops move to defend, but the monsters strike first. However, to the monster's surprise, Ophelia arrives just in time and stops its stomp with her leg. With calm confidence, she notes that it stands too upright to be one of them. Then, without hesitation, she kicks, sending the monster flying backward. Despite the chaos, Regulus Danakil, seated on a wooden stool, reminds himself of his duty, protecting the fragment of the Tree of Life's branch hidden within the hut. He recalls Princess Altair entrusting him with this responsibility, explaining that the small branch powers the core of the magic circle. Without it, the base's safety zone would collapse within 10 minutes, and the area would fill with poisonous mist. Though he understands the importance of his task, Regulus struggles with inaction as he hears his knights screaming outside. Lord Grimes encourages him to remain strong. Meanwhile, Regulus is using the Impenetrable Fortress, a family skill passed down through generations of the Danakil line. It generates a powerful force field that protects a designated building, though the user cannot leave while the skill is active. The smaller the space, the stronger the barrier, enough to resist even legendary weapons. Only those he permits may enter. Regulus reassures himself that he is the right person for this task. Then someone knocks on the door, coughing and asking to be let in. The voice resembles Princess Altair's. He hesitates, believing she might be in danger, and that failing to help her could cost him and his knights their lives. Lord Grimes, however, warns it might be a trick, but Regulus insists on opening the door. To his shock, Elder Heron stands outside. Regulus briefly doubts the elf's identity, before realizing Heron mimicked the princess's voice using an item. It's an imp acorn, which allows the user to remember and reproduce another person's voice. As Heron removes the acorn from his mouth, he uses a blinding flash. Regulus, though only temporarily blinded for 3 seconds, becomes immobilized. Enough time for Heron, already under an acceleration spell, to act and get his hands on the Tree of Life branch fragment. A horn sounds in the distance, signaling an emergency. Ophelia recognizes it as a sign that the magic circle's core is compromised. At the same time, Heron confirms their successful infiltration and urges his imposter group to move quickly. Ophelia notes that the safety zone will deactivate in 10 minutes. Elsewhere, Princess Altair, calm and composed, attempts to contact Zephyr, informing him that her side is falling apart. She reveals to use a space core to restore the circle, but urges him to kill the dragon quickly. Zephyr, hearing this, doubts he can finish the fight in less than 10 minutes. He considers whether a reward might help motivate him. Hearing that, she offers him last night's unfinished work if he takes down the dragon in 10 minutes. That's all the motivation he needs. He ends communication and shifts into action. Meanwhile, he notices the blue dragon's breathing sacs beginning to recover, restored by the water, likely in preparation for another breath attack. As he seems momentarily distracted, the dragon suddenly bursts from the water, ready to strike. But he reacts just in time, summoning the stake of Fath and slamming it down on the creature. He borrowed the weapon from Lucius, who, despite concerns about the debt it carried, agreed to lend it. He then activates the Watcher Golem and signals the rest of the squad to follow his lead. Determined to end it within 10 minutes, he now sees the monster as nothing more than dead meat. Back in the forest, the imposters cheer over how easily they succeeded, but the mage controlling the golems quickly silences them. She struggles to maintain the copied magic circle and recalls Altair's instructions about the activation requirements for her skill, Mock Board. Though she successfully copied the magic circle of purification from Altair's earlier briefing, she now finds it difficult to keep it stable. She warns the others that, being a copy spell, she can only use it once, and urges them to move quickly. Their goal remains clear. They are heading toward the final sealed box, which contains the seed of the Tree of Life, essential to founding their new empire. Stopping there, Heron thanks his teammates, who reassure him that they are honored to follow a leader like him. Yet, deep inside, Heron harbors other intentions he does not reveal. Back at the battlefield, the elf warriors begin to falter after their elder retreats. From a safety bunker, Philip and his son watch the situation unfold with concern, feeling helpless. They know they did everything they could, ensuring steady food supplies, deploying Ophelia to tear through enemy minions, relying on a skilled healer, and placing their hopes in Zephyr, who carries a dragon's heart. Even the princess stood by them, protecting the soldiers with her blessings. Despite all this, morale continues to drop as the absence of their elder weighs heavily on the elven forces. Philip's son, however, finds it strange that Dariel still holds his ground firmly, even though the one he looked up to has already abandoned the fight. Philip explains that although Dariel appears strong and determined now, he is not the true center of the elf kingdom. That role belongs to the chief priestess, the chosen partner of the Tree of Life. The tree itself selected her, and only an elder who has received the tree's favor can become a leader. Through the Tree of Life, she can connect with all elves and influence their minds. Her name is Sylvestia, also known as the Broken Moon. Born blind, she became paralyzed after giving birth to Kiara, yet she remains a wise and respected figure. Hearing this, Philip's son wonders how Sylvestia gave birth to Dariel if she was already paralyzed after Kiara. He responds that rumors once spread about an affair. Kiara may have been born from it and is only half-elf, which is why she is not recognized as a high elf. Dariel, on the other hand, is a pure-blooded elf and was born with remarkable talent. However, he never wanted to become king. Instead, he aspired to become the queen's loyal protector, rather than a ruler. Initially, Dariel's stance wasn't a problem for the elven people, but when the situation began to deteriorate, they started seeking someone to lead them through the crisis. Even then, Dariel refused to take on any leadership role. Left without options, the elves were forced to appoint Heron as their temporary leader. Back with Heron's party, the mage struggles with guilt over abandoning the remaining elves. She tells herself there was no realistic way for them to defeat the dragon, and tries to find comfort in the belief that they did what they could, especially while Dariel chose to turn away from them. They sent their Black and Silver Moon units into human lands 4 years ago, sparking a war. In the process, they lost a precious item and allowed part of the forest territory to fall into enemy hands. The blue dragon soon appeared, taking control of the lake, and the strongest moon elf departed with the seed box, leaving Heron behind to manage a broken kingdom. The one who left stood no chance against poison, and even Dariel ignored the situation, choosing not to intervene. Then Altair arrived in the forest, accompanied by a dragon-like warrior, requesting an alliance. To the mage, it all feels like a facade. She believes they lack the strength to stand as equals with humans, and even if they do manage to defeat the dragon, the elven kingdom is already lost. Overwhelmed by the thought, she begins to cry, realizing Dariel truly abandoned them, leaving them with no real hope. What they're doing now, she tells herself, is for the sake of finding a new one. As they reach the tower containing the Tree of Life seed, Heron looks ahead with determination. He plans to plant the seed far away from this place, hoping the new tree will eventually choose him, allowing him to finally become king. However, to their shock, a large red monster is already there, clawing at the tower walls. Back at the safety bunker, Philip feels puzzled. The High Elves, especially those of the Black and Crimson Moon, had left the kingdom to build a new one, but no one has heard anything about these new elven realms since. He wonders where they went. As the thought crosses his mind, the crimson beast near the tower begins to radiate an overwhelming energy. Taking charge, Heron deploys 2 sparrow golems, one to distract the monster and the other to retrieve the sealed box. The plan works perfectly. While one golem draws the monster's attention, the other blasts through the tower and swiftly returns with the box. However, what they don't realize is that the demon has spent 3 years searching for that very box. The moment it sees it in their hands, it strikes, slashing their throats and seizing it with ease. The monster is no ordinary beast. It is Crimson Moon, once known as Masha, a former queen candidate from 60 years ago. After undergoing demonification, she lost herself completely. The only emotion she retains is her deep hatred toward the elves. 3 years earlier, both the Crimson and Black Moons were brought to their knees by the master of the Demon Lord worshippers. Furious that they had dragged humanity into war, he punished them. In that moment, he revealed 2 stones of revelation, powerful relics known to transform their wielders into powerful demons. He explains to the smiling woman standing beside him that the stones are braided with the same parasitic worms, yet each one grants different powers after demonification. The process isn't always successful, and the master believes its outcome depends on the hatred, anger, and greed within the heart. The stronger these distortions, the more powerful the transformation becomes. With that, the master begins to remind the Moon siblings of their resentment toward the elves, those who stole their future and took everything from them. He offers them the stones, and in an instant, with a violent surge of energy, they undergo demonification and transform into monstrous beings. Watching the transformation, the smiling woman questions the master's true intentions, but he simply claims he had none. Then, without warning, he snaps his fingers and summons the 12 apostles of the demon god cult to welcome the newly born demons into their ranks. Over the next 3 months, the demonified siblings wage havoc, killing countless individuals, both humans and monsters alike. As they grow accustomed to their powers, Olden lends them his demon soldiers to assist in a new mission, killing the blue dragon. Upon reaching its den, the black demon understands that the real challenge lies not just in the dragon, but in the elf protected by the Tree of Life. Still, if they want to send their enemies into the depths of hell, they must acquire the dragon's heart. Without hesitation, they leap into the den where the blue dragon rests. The dragon immediately senses their presence and begins to emit wild tornadoes. With a deep, rumbling voice, it declares that it's been a while since such inferior beings dared disturb him. Meanwhile, during a private wine party at the parish, an apostle questions Olden's choice to send weak elves against the blue dragon. Hearing that, Olden laughs, claiming he only sent the elves to become food for the dragon. He has his own reasons for forcing them into battle. He reveals that the 2 demonified elves were once candidates to become rulers of the Elven Kingdom. According to him, they come from the prestigious Moon High Elf family and were once powerful figures, known for their radiant light magic. Among the moon-named elves, those who bear the title often aspire to rule. However, the one chosen to be queen was blind and crippled, something the siblings could never accept. To their shock, despite her physical condition and her involvement with a human, she was chosen as queen, even though she had never received the formal training of a ruler candidate. As the rest of the elves celebrated, the Moon siblings stood in disbelief. With her appointment, they lost their chance at leadership. After their demonification, they also lost their wisdom and clarity. The apostles of the Demon Lord cult notes that perhaps they started the war so others would recognize their strength. But according to Olden, they failed miserably. As a result, they were exiled from Elven society, but not before stealing the seed of the Tree of Life. In their final confrontation before exile, they were defeated by a young elf who had barely earned his moon title. They only managed to escape with their lives. Olden then questions what any the apostle would do if his own people rebelled or abandoned him. The answer is simple: he would kill them no matter what. And to prove his point, Olden says that's exactly what he has done. Back in the dragon's den, the blue dragon manages to gulp down the black moon. Olden, watching from afar, knows that the Moon siblings are now driven entirely by the desire for revenge against the elves, and that is precisely what he's exploiting. As the dragon gulps down its prey, it immediately feels something stirring within. With a piercing roar, it vomits a tremendous amount of blood. The cause is Black Moon's demonic ability, extreme venom and petrification. This is exactly what Olden planned. He intended for Black Moon to poison the dragon from within, knowing that, in the end, it would become a race against time, whether Black Moon can survive the dragon's corrosive digestive fluids, or whether the dragon can endure the spreading poison. Olden is certain that if the situation worsens, the dragon will fly toward the Aslan continent and dive into the Lake of Life, the same sacred place that nourishes the elven forest with its waters. As expected, the dragon launches into the sky, heading toward the lake. On its tail still clings the monstrous Crimson Moon. The dragon ignores her completely, sensing no real threat from behind. Meanwhile, Crimson Moon holds on, not out of strategy, but because the side effects of demonification have left her mind clouded. Even so, a faint instinct drives her. Drawn to a familiar energy that stirs fragmented memories, she leaps toward the seed tower. However, her damaged cognition prevents her from entering. Instead, she begins attacking anything that approaches the tower, killing without hesitation. Because the dragon has become the main threat, no one has noticed her presence, and since that day, she has been relentlessly clawing at the tower walls. Now, after tasting the blood of an elder, Heron, something shifts within her. Her senses begin to return. Slowly, she starts regaining fragments of herself, and with that clarity, her thoughts of revenge sharpen. Her gaze suddenly locks onto a trail of radiant energy flowing through the forest. It leads directly to its source, the Ill Queen, Broken Moon. Crimson Moon doesn't just sense her now, she knows exactly where she is. The demon carries worms inside her, parasites that grow stronger alongside their host. Once they reach maturity, the wielder unlocks a unique ability. In Crimson Moon's case, it is gluttony, a power that steals abilities by devouring them. Now, having consumed Heron, the demon uses his acceleration skill, propelling herself toward her destination at an incredible speed. Within moments, the beast reaches the outskirts of the elven village and storms into the queen's resting chamber. The moment it sees her, it recognizes her as Broken Moon, the very one it has longed to kill. Overcome with rage, the beast lunges toward the queen. But just as the attack is about to land, multiple slashes strike the demon from all sides. It's Ned, sent by Zephyr to protect the queen in anticipation of a possible demonic threat. Now, seeing Crimson Moon before him, he understands what Zephyr meant. Without hesitation, Ned charges his Thunderbolt spell and unleashes a devastating barrage, shaking the entire chamber. Meanwhile, back at the lake, the battle between Zephyr and the monster still rages. Only 8 minutes remain before the purification magic protecting the camp fades. Because of this, Altair urges Zephyr to take the monster down before that happens. But in truth, he wants it dead even sooner. He knows that killing the dragon won't be the end of this raid, and every second counts if they're to ensure the safety of everyone left. Once the dragon dies, Black Moon is expected to awaken, and this is exactly the reason they failed the raid in his previous life. Last time, when they killed the dragon, the entire camp erupted in celebration. The warrior who delivered the final blow, Ederuis, stepped forward to claim the dragon heart, just as they had planned. But as he reached for it, he froze, shocked to see a barrier surrounding the dragon's corpse. In that moment, the demon hidden inside the dragon's stomach burst out, catching everyone off guard. Even more alarming was the sight of the demon holding the dragon heart in its claws. With a mocking grin, the demon thanked them for slaying the beast, and without hesitation, shoved the dragon heart into its own chest. Ederuis attempted to stop him, but another warrior quickly pulled him back to safety. Seconds later, a violent blast of poison erupted from the demon's body, melting everything in its immediate vicinity. The toxin spread rapidly, covering the entire forest. Realizing the scale of the disaster, Altair ordered a full retreat, and just like that, they lost the dragon heart. The aftermath left the once great elven forest, and the fertile Danakil granary, transformed into a lifeless, cursed land no one could return to. Back in the present, Zephyr fights with all of this in mind. In his previous life, the raid failed not because of poor strategy, weak party members, or lack of countermeasures. Those aspects were solid. The failure came from a lack of critical information. At that time, they had 2 capable vanguards who could move freely through the fog and were confident they could defeat the Blue Dragon. Ederuis had also identified a lingering wound on the dragon, a weak spot he had noticed during a previous encounter, when the dragon moved awkwardly. That was their key advantage. But now, in the current timeline, Zephyr feels frustrated. He can't find any trace of that same weakness on the dragon's body. Then it hits him. The previous raid happened a full year later. By then, the dragon may have become more eroded by poison, which could have caused that wound. In this timeline, it simply hasn't developed yet. Determined to create his own opening, Zephyr stabs poison scales directly into the dragon's body. The impact causes a violent explosion, and the dragon lets out a thunderous roar of pain. As it screams, the dragon suddenly commands everything around it to stop. To Zephyr's shock, time itself freezes. Water droplets hang motionless in the air. Leaves stop mid-fall. Even the wind stands still. This is a commanding power far beyond what humans can wield with a dragon heart. Even the silver key refuses to respond. Zephyr realizes the effect will last for exactly 7 more seconds, but that's more than enough time for the dragon to charge and unleash its breath attack. However, in that exact moment, Dariel fires a barrage of arrows at the beast. The strikes land just as time resumes. Dariel watches in disbelief, realizing that Zephyr actually created the opening he spoke of, and it worked. With each blast, Dariel continues to strike the dragon relentlessly, shot after shot. His barrage creates just enough of an opening for Zephyr to deliver a massive blow to the dragon's body. Together, they succeed in destroying its breath sac, rendering the dragon breathless, at least for now. Dariel now has 17 black dragon arrows remaining. He calculates quickly. Each spell requires 3 arrows, meaning he can cast his enhanced spell 5 more times. To kill the dragon, though, every shot must land. Back at the lake, as the dragon retaliates, Zephyr narrowly dodges the attack. He recalls how, in his previous life, they lost the dragon heart after this point. The blue dragon had taken full control of the corrupted body, and the battle that followed lasted an entire month. Over that time, Zephyr had learned its attack patterns and, through sheer endurance, barely managed to defeat it. Back then, the dragon had fought using memories from its prime, faster, stronger, and far more ruthless. As that thought flashes through his mind, Zephyr is suddenly punched in the face by the dragon. He absorbs the impact and is surprised. It's not as devastating as it once was. He crashes into a tree but quickly recovers. The dragon, using a telekinesis spell, sends the lodged dragon arrows flying toward him. Zephyr swings his dragon chains to deflect them, parrying each one mid-air. But just as the dragon prepares to strike again, it hesitates in shock. Zephyr vanishes from view. A faint glimmer appears in the air, the silver key, and without warning, the massive stake of faith descends from above, crashing down onto the dragon with overwhelming force. Zephyr follows up by slamming his lightning fist into the stake of faith, driving it deeper into the dragon's throat. At the same time, Dariel's arrows strike with precision, dismembering the dragon's right arm and sending it crashing into the lake below. Despite the devastating damage, the dragon still breathes. Its eyes lock onto Zephyr's sword. That sight pulls him into a memory of Lord Chrysaorus, once possessed by demons. They had no choice but to fight him. In the end, Georgios landed the final blow with the dragon-slaying sword Graham, ending Chrysaorus' life. As he was dying, the blue dragon had thanked Georgios for freeing his master from the curse. But with tears in his eyes, he also issued a warning that as Chrysaorus' loyal vassal, he could never forgive the man who killed him. If they ever met again, he swore, he would kill Georgios himself. Back in the present, the dragon lies motionless, the stake still lodged in its neck. Kiara watches from a distance and wonders if it's finally over. But Dariel feels something off. He senses danger. The Tree of Life is trembling. Suddenly, the dragon begins to speak in a deep, rumbling voice. It calls Zephyr the Dragon Slayer and, in a solemn tone, reminds itself that it cannot go back on its oath. It must honor its vow, even if it means forgiveness. With that, the dragon grips the stake and pulls it from its neck. It then picks up its severed arm and, through ancient magic, transforms it into a massive blade. Clutching the sword, the dragon declares its duty is not yet complete. Though the pressure of its power is immense, Zephyr can't help but feel a surge of excitement. The dragon has just used its own tongue to convert its remaining life force into pure combat strength. And now, the true battle begins. Our boy has only 12 minutes of dragonification left, and the dragon still holds one breath attack in reserve. But those numbers no longer matter, because the dragon has already unleashed the dancing blade of death, a weapon forged from its own life force, carrying immense destructive power. He knows that no strategy will work now except one, pure, overwhelming force. To match that, he activates Berserk Dragon Mode, which boosts his physical abilities by 200% but shortens his transformation time to just 3 minutes. As the dragon brings down a heavy, energy-charged blow, he counters with his own power-loaded sword swing. Their attacks collide, the impact so intense that it sends him skidding backward. The dragon's strike is strong enough to slice the Tree of Life clean in half, shaking the elves watching from afar to their core. In the middle of the clash, he recalls Ned's teachings from his past life. Lessons in martial arts that focused not just on strength, but on sensing its flow and learning to control it. According to Ned, if he masters it, he can elevate his strength to a higher level and overcome stronger foes even with limited power. Remembering this, he dodges the dragon's next attack and launches himself forward. While mid-air, he channels energy into his sword, recalling Ned's words, how strength flows like a river, and if one truly understands it, even a leaf can become a weapon. With that clarity, he moves around the dragon in rapid flashes, striking from all directions with precision. As he lands, he notices something lodged deep within the cuts he just made. It looks old, as if it had been buried inside the dragon for a long time. Then it clicks. He recalls the conversation with a vanguard from his past life, one that revealed the dragon's hidden weakness. This must be it. He charges again, but just as he moves in, he sees the dragon turning away, trying to escape into the water. To stop it, he throws the dragon chains, but as they catch hold, the beast pulls him into the lake along with it. As he swings his sword to wound the beast, it retaliates with a quick and powerful strike, knocking him back. Meanwhile, at the protective barrier, Kiara grows anxious as they can't pinpoint the monster's location underwater. At the same time, Dariel, seeking guidance from the spirits of his mother and father, shifts his aim toward the Tree of Life with his remaining arrows. Philip watches in disbelief as Dariel begins firing. But Dariel has a plan. With precise shots, he breaks the Tree of Life apart. Beneath the water, just as the monster prepares to strike Zephyr again, the shattered remains of the tree crash down onto it. Seizing the opportunity, Zephyr kicks the dragon back and drives his sword with full force into its exposed bone, causing the creature to scream as it recoils in pain. On the day Georgios defeated Chrysaorus, The blue dragon had warned him to leave, but the knight had other plans. He apologized to the dragon as he drew his sword, explaining that he couldn't walk away and leave behind a threat to the queen's future. A brief but intense battle followed. Georgios overpowered the blue dragon and severed one of its horns in a single, decisive strike. He then drove a sealing stake, White Queen's finger, into the dragon, a weapon that locks away the target's power and cannot be removed by the one afflicted. With that, Georgios ordered the dragon to remain in its den until the red dragon calmed down, stating that, because of the Chaisaurus heart inside him, he could never truly befriend a dragon. He advised they avoid meeting again for as long as possible. Now, in the present, as the blue dragon sinks into the depths of the lake, the memory resurfaces clearly. In that moment, he realizes, it's not Georgios standing before him now, but someone who has inherited his legacy. It's our boy Zephyr, the new dragon slayer. Meanwhile, inside the dragon's stomach, Black Moon awakens, sensing that the dragon might finally be dead. He believes this is the moment to claim the dragon's heart. But just as he begins to get excited, Zephyr strikes him with a powerful blow, sending him flying across the space. Without pause, the boy follows up with another swing, slamming Black Moon into a tree. Zephyr has already sealed the dragon's corpse inside his silver key, preventing Black Moon from getting anywhere near the heart, no matter what he tries. He remembers from his previous life how Black Moon had once absorbed a dragon heart improperly, triggering a surge of uncontrolled power that killed most of his followers. Zephyr knows that only beings on the same level as dragons can absorb a dragon heart safely. Black Moon wasn't one of them, and he died on the spot attempting it. Shortly afterward, the smiling woman arrived, taking both the dragon heart and Black Moon's magic stone. It became clear then that Black Moon had merely been a pawn used by those who worship the demon lord. Now, in the present, Zephyr still can't believe that Black Moon allowed his own people to die and lost their homeland, all to be discarded by the very ones he served, only to end up in this pitiful state. On the other hand, Black Moon senses something strange, a human aura mixed with dragon energy, but he finds it interesting. He had expected to run into elves, but seeing a dragonoid catches him completely off guard. Just as he prepares to introduce himself, Zephyr wraps the dragon chains around him and, using his strength, drives the full stake of faith into his body. To his surprise, the figure vanishes. Black Moon isn't there. Moments later, laughter echoes from behind. Black Moon mocks Zephyr, claiming that his speed exposed his own weakness, making him easy to counter. By now, Black Moon has already figured out that Zephyr is relying on limited dragon power, and that he can only maintain it for around 2 minutes. Zephyr realizes the man is sharp. Only 48 seconds of dragonification remain, and once the effect of his secondary spell ends, he will immediately collapse. He doesn't have enough strength left for a drawn-out battle, so he shifts his focus to baiting Black Moon instead. As Zephyr stands below, Black Moon hovers above and offers to spare his life if he hands over the dragon heart. He claims he holds no hatred for humans and seeks only revenge against the elves. While Black Moon yaps, Zephyr quietly casts Dragon Tongue, a spell that issues a direct command. With it, he orders Black Moon to freeze in place. Black Moon is shocked. His legs suddenly refuse to move. Seizing the moment, Zephyr strikes once more, slamming the stake of faith into him with full force. But to his shock, Black Moon activates a barrier, blocking the strike and shouting at Zephyr for interrupting him mid-sentence. Meanwhile, Zephyr, feeling dazed from using Dragon Tongue, begins loading his silver key. He knows he needs just enough stamina for one final attack. To end it, he attempts to summon the Sword of Light, but to his disbelief, the goddess doesn't permit it. The sword instantly transforms into a burst of flame instead, and Zephyr stares in disbelief. The goddess of light had granted him the sword before, even when he was weaker. Confused and frustrated, he curses her, and in that moment he's suddenly thrown backward, engulfed in flames. Watching from a distance, Black Moon is confused by what just happened, but relieved his barrier held. He still can't move his legs, but being bound doesn't stop him from attacking. In his hand, he conjures Venom, his ultimate skill, Venom Spear, sharp enough to pierce dragon scales. With a leap, he drives the spear straight into Zephyr's chest. The impact sends a brutal wave of pain through Zephyr's body. Hearing his screams, Black Moon is amused, surprised to see someone stronger than himself cry out like that. Without pause, he prepares another spell, claiming he has much to do and will grant Zephyr a peaceful death. He unleashes a massive wave of poison. But before the spell lands, a strange noise echoes from the lake. Suddenly, enormous roots burst out from beneath the water, one of them piercing straight through Black Moon's chest from the left. Black Moon can't believe what just happened. Zephyr reveals that, by drawing in all the poison from the area to use his ultimate skill, Black Moon unknowingly purified the lake and the surrounding jungle. Zephyr remembers from his past life how the Dragon Heart and the Black Moon's magic stone were taken by the demon cult and turned into weapons that generated poison fog and spears. So in the present, he anticipated that the original owner, Black Moon, would possess the same poison-based skills. Zephyr had intentionally baited him into using them, knowing it would be the fastest way to cleanse the forest. Now the area around the lake stands as the only purified zone, but it's enough. The Tree of Life uses its roots to extend into the cleansed soil, and the forest will soon begin to recover. Zephyr had foreseen most of this, but the tree's intervention still came as a surprise. Meanwhile, Black Moon is writhing in pain as the roots continue to pierce and shake his body. Realizing the threat, he struggles to spread poison once more. But Zephyr steps forward, scolding him. He reminds Black Moon that the elves had long been protected by the Tree of Life, and yet now, when facing it directly, he cowers in fear and struggles. Channeling energy into his claw, Zephyr brings it close to Black Moon's face. He calls him ungrateful and foolish, but assures him that since he is incapable of true understanding, he'll have to face the truth in death. With that, Zephyr drives his empowered claw into Black Moon's stomach, extracts the magic stone, and brings him down for good. Before news of their success even reaches the rear squad, they witness it with their own eyes. The Tree of Life begins to resurrect right in front of them. Seeing this, Altair announces to the rest of the party through her golem that the blue dragon has been defeated and the dragon heart has been secured. The soldiers, hearing this and seeing the tree's revival, are filled with renewed energy and quickly begin wrapping up the remaining monsters. Altair still can't believe Zephyr actually pulled it off. As everyone celebrates, she tries to contact him again, but receives no response. Meanwhile, Zephyr is unconscious, free-falling on the lake's surface. The Tree of Life gently catches him with its roots, silently thanking him for saving it. In return, it decides to do the same for him. Its roots wrap around him, glowing faintly as they begin to share their healing energy. Far away, even Ned, watching the roots burst forth from the forest floor near the village, smiles. He knows the boy has done it. Despite his relief, Ned himself is badly wounded from his battle with the Crimson Moon Demon. He's shocked to have been struck by his own martial arts, realizing too late that the demon was capable of duplicating his techniques. Ned has already lost a great deal of blood and can no longer restore his body. Just as he begins to accept what he thinks is the end, glowing vines begin to wrap around his arms. To his surprise, it's her, the queen. She assures him that the vines act as her hands and legs. Though she cannot move herself, he protected her, and now she wishes to express her gratitude. As her vines lift her gently from the bed, she introduces herself as the Queen of Elves, quickly noticing Ned's condition and realizing he needs immediate care. Meanwhile, back at the lake, Zephyr is lost in a dream, reliving a moment from his childhood when his father left him. In that memory, his mother embraces him, recognizing his human side and choosing to raise him with care and compassion, unlike his father. She apologizes for not being able to protect him but assures him that the last thing she can offer, as his parent, is the strength to protect himself. With those words echoing in his mind, Zephyr awakens from unconsciousness. He realizes he had been dreaming about his mother. Looking around, he finds himself enveloped in glowing vines, lying within an unfamiliar but gentle cradle of roots. Suddenly, a deep voice speaks, advising him not to move. The voice tells him that he's been unconscious for 72 hours and is still in recovery. It then reveals that the space he's in lies within the trunk of the Tree of Life, and the godly speaker introduces himself as Yggdrasil. According to Yggdrasil, this is his reincarnated form, allowing him to communicate directly with mortals. Zephyr is stunned. He had never seen this form before. In his previous life, they had failed to save the Tree of Life and the Queen, so he never had the chance to meet Yggdrasil. The ancient being explains that, aside from his wife, no one else, neither their children nor anyone in the forest, has ever seen him in this form. Curious, Zephyr asks if the figure can read thoughts. The figure confirms, but assures him that he won't do so if Zephyr is uncomfortable. Still, Zephyr feels uneasy. He can't read the figure's emotions, and his strange eyes only make it more unsettling. The tree, sensing his thoughts, reassures him once again that he has no intention of causing harm. Instead, he wishes to thank him. As a gesture of gratitude, Yggdrasil summons a small fruit-bearing branch and asks Zephyr to eat from it, explaining that it will help his body recover more quickly. He then reveals that he had been imprisoned by the blue dragon's tongue spell, paralyzed and poisoned, unable to move. However, through his children, he had been silently observing Zephyr all along. Seeing how Zephyr helped both his children and his wife, Yggdrasil has now decided to offer a bilateral contract, a sacred bond between them. He presents it as a formal decree, though Zephyr has no idea what the old tree is even talking about. In any case, Zephyr begins to understand that the tree is genuinely trying to thank him. He senses no hostility. He recalls how, in his previous life, Dariel once told him that his father was a demigod, a being caught between the state of elf and god. Realizing that the situation clearly favors him, Zephyr decides he should at least negotiate to make the most of it. He speaks up, stating that simply healing him isn't enough to call them even. But Yggdrasil calmly explains that he hasn't just healed Zephyr, he also stabilized the dragon hearts within him. These hearts require recalibration whenever their output increases. After defeating the demon forces, Zephyr's heart output surged to 23%, which could have been lethal. During the 72 hours of recovery, Yggdrasil readjusted the balance, strengthening Zephyr's body to handle the change, and preparing it to host the blue dragon's heart as well. This revelation shocks him, but before he can respond, the Tree of Life extends a hand toward him, offering to implant the blue dragon's heart into his body. In return, Yggdrasil will ask for just one request. According to Yggdrasil, 10,000 years ago, the first seed of the Tree of Life broke through its shell. At that moment, a voice was heard, urging those present to prepare. He understood the meaning of these words and realized that his purpose was to prepare the world for the day of promise. With the first stage, the air quality began to shift as mana spread through the atmosphere. The original waters of the world turned into purified healing waters. Across other continents, similar trees started the same process, continuing for thousands of years and gradually reshaping the world beyond recognition. Eventually, the elf species was created to serve the Tree of Life, and with their assistance, everything progressed smoothly, while Yggdrasil waited patiently for the promised day. But then, something unexpected happened. Yggdrasil became a father. In that moment, he chose to go against his original mission, willing to pay any price to protect his family. While recounting this story to Zephyr, Yggdrasil offers once again to transplant the dragon heart in exchange for a promise that he will fulfill his request. Zephyr remains uncertain. He knows that during the transplant, he will be completely defenseless, something he cannot risk trusting to someone he doesn't fully believe in. Sensing this hesitation, Yggdrasil surprises him by asking how he will die in the future. The being already knows that Zephyr has seen the end. To understand the truth for himself, he looked into Zephyr's dream while he was unconscious. The first thing he noticed in the boy's vision is a connection to his mother, but he quickly realized it wasn't something he could use as a clue. Then he picked up a signal, a detailed depiction of the world's devastating end and a face he recognizes. He suspects it might be a prophecy, and it appears to be a remarkably detailed one. As Yggdrasil speaks, Zephyr understands that the ancient tree has managed to interpret the signals on his own. Realizing there's no point in hiding the truth, Zephyr reveals that the Tree of Life will die when his own comrades attack the forest, and that the tree won't recover from the poison used against it. Still, Zephyr decides not to tell Yggdrasil that he comes from the future. Allowing Yggdrasil to believe that it's simply a prophecy seems safer. However, the Ancient One remains cautious. He knows the boy is still holding something back. He admits that he is aware of at least one truth: he will die. He points out that if he had seen a future where he lived until the end of the world, Zephyr wouldn't have stepped in to save him. As he says this, Yggdrasil reveals a symbol on his forearm. Zephyr instantly recognizes it. It's the same oath ring mark he received after defeating the cult leader, Olden. However, as Zephyr continues watching the mark, his eyes begin to burn. Yggdrasil explains that he shouldn't try to view it further, as his current state of mind isn't strong enough to handle its power. He adds that he is bound to keep certain knowledge confidential and isn't in a position to share the core truth. Yggdrasil goes on to explain that both he and the 7 dragons are bound by a mission given by the Almighty, one they cannot abandon until their deaths. Zephyr immediately understands what he means. It's the same reason he had no choice but to kill the blue dragon. The Tree of Life then reveals that in the final days, the surviving dragons will lose their will and join the Demon Lord's army, a future he has already seen. Upon hearing this, Zephyr wonders if he too will become an enemy like the dragons. Yggdrasil offers a vague answer, admitting that he has never doubted his mission and never truly believed this world held much value. Yet something changed when he fell in love with the Broken Moon. Despite knowing she wouldn't live long, she loved him and wanted to have a child with him. Though her body was weak, she wished to create lasting memories and dreamed of continuing a life together. She also refused to use the Chalice of Conception, a sacred tool used by elf royalty to help conceive a new life, choosing instead to try naturally, despite the risks. She chooses a different method, and Yggdrasil, moved by her love, takes on a humanoid form. That one woman significantly shifted his perspective, making the world seem more valuable than it ever had before. He believes Zephyr will one day understand that feeling as well. Hearing this, Zephyr recalls Altair from his past life and the moment of conception they shared. As he lies down and closes his eyes, Yggdrasil begins channeling the blue dragon heart's energy through his divine powers. Before starting the process, he makes a request that when the time comes, Zephyr must kill him, to prevent any chance of him harming his family. It is a personal plea. With that, Zephyr is transported into his mental realm, where he must face the will of the blue dragon. He reflects on the fact that, although he once considered threatening Yggdrasil over the heart, he never actually did it. Yggdrasil could have manipulated him in his sleep, but he didn't. That alone confirms to Zephyr that he can trust him. Yggdrasil had also mentioned that while Altair is skilled, she lacks experience in transplanting a blue dragon heart, and the procedure would take much longer with her. With that in mind, Zephyr leaves the transplant to him. Now conscious within his mind, Zephyr knows the stakes that if he fails to defeat the dragon's dark thoughts, his body will either be destroyed or fall under the dragon's control. In his previous life, it took him a month to overcome this trial. He wonders how long it will take this time. As he transforms into his dragon form, the blue dragon appears and immediately responds to the change, acknowledging his transformation. However, Zephyr is genuinely shocked when he senses the presence before him. Much to his surprise, it's a woman. On the other hand, the woman calmly points out that they've already fought each other, so there's no reason for him to be unsettled by her appearance. She invites him to sit and have a cup of tea rather than drawing his sword again. Despite her calm demeanor, Zephyr still struggles to believe that the blue dragon is actually a woman. Meanwhile, in the forest, Dariel assures everyone that Zephyr is safe and currently with his father. Altair, upon hearing this, looks confused. After all, his father is a tree. Others begin to wonder if the tree might have simply consumed him. Dariel, however, explains that the Tree of Life might actually be treating him. Philip, hearing this, grows concerned. He worries that Zephyr could end up captured by the Tree of Life and possibly used as a hostage. At the same time, Dariel senses another strong presence within the tree, one he suspects might be the blue dragon heart. That thought raises further concern that will Zephyr even return? Still, one thing is certain, that if he does come back, he won't be the same. Inside Zephyr's consciousness, he accepts the woman's offer of tea, quietly honored that a dragon has chosen to reveal her polymorphed form. He knows that all life forms are most at ease in their original shape, and they only shift their form when trying to show superiority, express respect, or deceive someone for personal gain. Judging by her demeanor, Zephyr deduces that she likely lacks the talent for trickery, so her transformation is either out of respect or a show of superiority. The woman hears his thoughts and takes them as a compliment. She's impressed that he managed to defeat her, even though she was weakened by poison. She also admits she feels at ease in Zephyr's consciousness, likely because it's filled with the ancient energy of the Kaisaurus. She doesn't want to treat Zephyr like a stranger just because he now carries the dragon heart. Suddenly, the entire area pulses with mystical energy. She notes calmly that it seems her liege is upset. Without warning, she begins communicating directly with his dragon heart using her psychic abilities, leaving Zephyr both confused and annoyed. Her name is Artalis. In his past life, Zephyr had also encountered her in his consciousness. Even though he had grown strong by then, it still was a dangerous fight. The only reason he survived was due to the dragon's unpredictable temperament. At times, it allowed him to rest mid-battle. The dragon would relentlessly attack, then revive him while he was half dead, only to start again. This cycle repeated until he finally defeated her. Through those long battles, she had unknowingly trained him. Still, Zephyr reflects that everyone who's ever taught him seems to have a chaotic personality, whether it's Ned or the blue dragon. As Zephyr's irritation grows, Artalis notices and questions it, only irritating him further. Eventually, she gets to the point. She declares that with her death, she's finally free from the burdens of her old mission and will soon reunite with her liege. But first, she wants to see some of his cute tricks. She adds that she has no regrets as a warrior. Her final battle was worthy of her pride. Then, she shares final thoughts that a person's soul can be seen through what they hold dearest. An artist through the tip of their brush, a musician through their fingers, and warriors like them through the edge of their swords. A warrior's training, hardships, and unwavering will all reveal the true shape of their soul. After observing Zephyr closely, Artalis comes to a conclusion that she likes him and feels comfortable entrusting him with her power. She also senses a tremendous amount of energy within him, along with a rare potential. She looks forward to seeing him reach the heights she herself failed to attain. With that, she announces that she will merge with him, granting him permission to use her power. Whether he can actually wield it, however, depends entirely on him. As she gives him the dragon heart, she warns that she will continue watching and hopes he won't lose his life meaninglessly. Zephyr is slightly surprised by how willingly she cooperates, but it works in his favor, saving precious time. He also understands what she meant about dying without having truly lived a fulfilling life. Just before leaving, he offers to cook something for her as a gesture of thanks for her sacrifice. She smiles, telling him that he won't need to. He'll find out why soon enough. With that, a tremendous surge of power erupts from within. Outside, those waiting near the Tree of Life feel the shockwave, and then, to their astonishment, Zephyr emerges, fully healed. Altair, seeing him safe, feels a wave of relief and embraces him warmly. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Silver Key, the angel Mercedes addresses someone she calls Old Master. She informs them that another ancient god has chosen the new master, an event that signals a shift in the world's future. At the fourth parish of the Temple of Light, a soldier arrives and presents a letter to the captain, claiming that Olden has been murdered. The news spreads quickly, and rumors begin to circulate, with many believing it was Lucius who killed him. Several hunters take up arms, thinking that if they eliminate the man who defeated one of the twin knights, ranked among the top 10, they might claim the vacant position for themselves. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Silver Key, the angel kneels in prayer, recalling the prophecy of a coming battle so devastating it will turn rivers into blood. With the throne of God now vacant, countless factions are expected to fight for it. Yet despite the looming chaos, they believe that someone will rise at the end of the world to save them from this tragic fate, the one foretold as the destroyer of fate. Back in Lindell Castle, within Altair's territory, a knight defeats her guard and demands an audience with the princess. While Lord Zephyr rests within the Tree of Life, he reflects on how much has happened outside. After the forest is cleansed of poison, Yggdrasil activates a command to the mana flowers, magical plants that grow near streams and purify both the air and water. Outside, survivors continue pushing forward, defeating the remaining monsters and making their way to the Tree of Life. Princess Altair identifies the location as Elfenheim, the Elven Kingdom's capital. One elf, overcome with emotion, expresses disbelief at seeing it again and thanks the group. Ned also soon arrives with the Elf Queen, who has finally awakened. Her presence brings joy to many, especially Kiara and Dariel, who run to embrace her. Afterwards, the group buries fallen soldiers and mourns their losses near the graves. Zephyr reflects on the exhausting effort of treating the wounded, cleaning the battlefield, and locating those left behind. With Yggdrasil focused on purifying the forest, others had to take on the burden. Still, the busy work helps the survivors process their grief. Most of them lost their homes to this devastating disaster. Although the threat of the blue dragon has passed, Zephyr notices that peace brings its own weight. It forces everyone to confront the true cost of survival, the lives lost, and the sacrifices made. As the last of the fallen are buried, the blue dragon raid is declared officially over. The queen formally thanks Princess Altair, the Temple of Light, the Danakil territory, and especially Zephyr, the Dragon Slayer. She swears on the Tree of Life that the elves will never forget their debt. Honoring the bilateral agreement, she declares that the Great Forest of Elves is now allied with Princess Altair and the Earl of Danakil. A non-aggression pact is sealed, along with a commitment to share future hardships and victories. Philip's son, Edwin, reflects on how these alliances answer many concerns he had before the raid. With tension between elves and humans, the mission had always risked betrayal from within. Attempting a raid under such conditions seemed premature. Yet, Princess Altair saw the bigger picture. To her, this moment of crisis was an opportunity, a chance to unite both the Elven Kingdom and Danakil. She challenged the idea that they should exploit the elves' weakened state. Philip Pilgrim agrees that conquest isn't the goal. He reminds the group that Polaris, once celebrated in Danakil as a hero, had already proven his worth by driving out the Black Moon and Red Moon during the war 4 years ago. Princess Altair explains that when Danakil was poisoned, Polaris refused to help. Claiming he had no time, he even sold off all his Danakil-related stocks and land bonds. To him, the situation seemed unsolvable. As a result, Danakil was effectively abandoned and left desperate for aid. The elves were in an even worse state, having had no diplomatic contact with humans for centuries. With no one to rely on, this moment became a key opportunity. By helping both Danakil and the elves, Altair plans to bring them into an alliance, one that favors her rather than human kingdoms like Cayenne. It's a strategic move to remove Polaris's influence and prepare for the long war ahead. Zephyr, hearing that, also considers the advantages: Danakil's abundant farmlands, the Tree of Life's limitless healing power, and the unification of the elves. Altair's plan has worked better than expected. Yggdrasil and the Elf Queen, as it turns out, have similar goals. Now that the Queen has awakened, she will command the Forest Elves through the Tree of Life's bond, ensuring loyalty. A celebration follows. As the group gathers, the Elves' Queen raises a toast to their hard-won victory. Nearby, Dariel notices Kiara sitting alone and walks over. Despite her wiping away tears, their casual back and forth brings a light moment as they share apples and reflect. Kiara says it's hard to believe that less than 6 weeks ago Zephyr and his group arrived, the dragon is now defeated, and Elfenheim has been reclaimed. She feels relieved that both her mother and the Tree of Life have recovered, and that he can now move forward with his duties as the Queen's head archer. Dariel questions her cringy remarks, but she reveals that she has already decided to leave the forest soon. Later that night, while many are asleep, or some who can't sleep yet, like our boy Zephyr, Princess Altair prepares for the night, knowing it's time to rest. But there's one important thing she must do before going to bed, and just as she thinks of it, she hears a knock at her door. She knows many admire her for her beauty, lineage, and talents. People praise her, offer gifts, even pledge their lives to her, but none truly understand her desires or who she truly needs protection from. Even before adulthood, she realized few would walk her path. Though she appreciates her companions, she has never felt romantic interest in any of them. At some point, she accepted that she may always be alone, but that, she believes, is something she can live with. Princess Altair reflects that what she truly needs isn't a romantic partner, but a reliable weapon. She remembers the day her hopes for a normal life were shattered, when Polaris, corrupted and dangerous, reached for her, and she had to run. From that moment, she knew emotions were a luxury she couldn't afford. Love, to her, only creates vulnerability. She once believed that choosing a political partner, someone who could lead her to victory, was the logical path. But when she looked at Zephyr, she began to question that belief. Ophelia, observing the change in Altair since Zephyr's arrival, remarks to Ned how often the two are together. Zephyr would keep an eye on things while she visited the Elder. She remembers asking the princess who would protect her, to which Altair casually replied that the Tree of Life would protect her, but she knew it was Zephyr. Ophelia, left out and emotional, admits to feeling abandoned. Though she and the princess grew up like sisters, it now feels like she's no longer needed. She sits with Ned, drinking, frustrated and disheartened. Ned notices and thinks she's clearly unfamiliar with romance. Or perhaps she just doesn't like Zephyr. Still, he encourages her to recover, telling her to rest for now and help his disciple later when she's back to herself. As she drinks, Ned wonders what his disciple might be doing at that moment, but reassures himself that it's his second time, so he'll probably manage. Meanwhile, Zephyr approaches Altair's residence, feeling unexpectedly nervous. He remembers her words. If he could defeat the blue dragon in under 10 minutes, they could pick up where they left off. He had done exactly that, and things had started to escalate that night, before everything got interrupted. Now, standing outside her door, worried, he wonders what surprises Altair might have planned. He remembers Altair casting the kiss of darkness on him, which forced him to reveal details about his previous life. After that, he kissed her maniacally and just went with the flow, but she rooster blocked him. He knows Altair has feelings for him too, but to her, he's just someone she's known for a little over a month. She doesn't recall their past lives, so it makes sense that her desire isn't as strong as his. Still, he's willing to let her lead for now, though he fully expects her to make it up to him someday. There are more important things to handle, like discussing their next move or examining the dragon heart. So he enters her room, and when he looks at her, he realizes it's okay for him to goon, for once. Altair looks away shyly, then meets his gaze, thinking about how much she had planned to say. But now, overwhelmed with nerves, she forgets it all. Without a word, he kisses her at the door. She notes how sweet he tastes. That night, they lie beside each other. Before this, she believed she would live her life alone. That love didn't matter. But he changed that. He gave him more love than she thought possible, and she gave it back freely. Altair once believed she was alone on a difficult, thorny path, but he had always been there, walking beside her. She thinks back to the night he revealed his past and how deeply it affected her. She had tried to avoid the truth, hiding her own loneliness, but now she can't even imagine the kind of pain he endured, losing everyone, forced to continue on alone. Her heart aches for him. She had stayed awake that night, unable to rest, feeling a strong desire to do something, anything for him. That's when she finally understands. This must be love. And she's in love with him too. On day 44 of the lockdown in the third parish, Fade holds a dagger to a priestess. She's caught off guard, thinking the sacred barrier around the parish should have made entry impossible. Yet here he is. Fade, however, insists he came for another reason entirely. He didn't expect to find this. He demands to know who supplied her with the poisons in her possession. Elsewhere, Dariel practices with his bow. He recalls being 15 when his mother briefly regained consciousness. At that moment, she gave birth to Kiara and said that this little girl was born with a different fate and would have to leave the forest. Now that the girl was grown and ready to leave, she chose to go with Zephyr, claiming it might be fun, and that, just maybe, she'd run into Fade out there too. But Dariel questions Kiara's sadness at the banquet. Was it really just about leaving? Or is it something deeper? Perhaps the lingering rumors among the elves. He remembers the whispers. Her striking eyes and vibrant hair make others suspect she's half human. Some even say that's why the queen was punished, and why the forest's life force has been weakening. He concludes that maybe she really doesn't belong in the forest at all. Still practicing, he's surprised when his mother arrives and watches. She simply smiles and says it's impressive. Dariel notices her too and is surprised he hadn't sensed her. She tells him that she came to hear his sound. After listening, she calls it the most beautiful sound in the world. With both parents now present, his mother awake and his father physically incarnated for the first time in decades, Dariel feels deeply grateful, silently thanking Zephyr. His mother observes his form and gently points out that his mana flow is uneven. Though his aim is accurate, she advises him to shoot with his heart and trust those around him. As part of his training to earn the Moon title, she gives him a new task, to leave the forest, and she wants him to take Kiara with him. Elsewhere, Philip Pilgrim arrives with an urgent letter for Princess Altair. Zephyr opens the door and, after a brief moment of surprise, takes the message seriously upon seeing the seal. A meeting is quickly called. At the gathering, Altair thanks everyone for attending on short notice. She announces that, as agreed with Elf Queen, Kiara and Dariel are now official party members. Both express their gratitude, though Dariel quietly teases Kiara for previously claiming she'd leave alone. She's embarrassed, unsure how she was supposed to know her mother's plan. Earlier that morning, Kiara's mother had given her the last remaining seed of the Tree of Life. She reminded Kiara of her destiny, foretold long ago, to leave the forest and raise a new tree. As the last queen of the forest, she entrusts Kiara with leading the next generation and building a kingdom that can survive the difficult future ahead. This mission, she said, may be the only way for their people to endure what's coming. Kiara's mother explains that she alone is capable of carrying out a specific task due to her unique nature. She reveals that her bond with Lord Yggdrasil is weaker because she was born an empty vessel, meant to channel the power of a new tree. She gives Kiara the seed box and clarifies that her weaker connection to her father was intentional, designed to make her seem smaller and less significant compared to others. Kiara learns that this was done on purpose because she is the miracle child they had long hoped for. As Kiara reflects on the moment, she becomes emotional. She had felt joy when her mother regained consciousness, but part of her had also feared it. Deep down, she worried her mother might confirm painful truths she didn't want to hear. That fear made her want to leave without speaking to her. Now, she realizes how deeply her parents cared for her and how aware they were of her inner struggles. With gratitude, she walks away, thinking she no longer needs to carry those doubts. Back in the present, Princess Altair commends Dariel for his performance during the dragon raid, assuring him that his efforts have not gone unnoticed. She informs him that he and his companion are now considered among the 10 great warriors and will serve as key members of future missions. This means attending meetings, receiving assignments, and being granted access to supplies, intelligence, and other resources upon formal request. As the meeting begins, she presents 2 urgent letters. Before deciding which matter to address first, Philip Pilgrim raises his hand and offers clarification. One letter comes from a contact within his caravan stationed near the 3rd parish. He explains that after defeating the Dungeon Princess, one of the world's most difficult quests, Lord Lucius, the Holy One, locked down the area and disappeared from public view. Many believe this is a strategy to obscure the actual location of the Dragon Heart, the final reward from the quest. Zephyr, knowing that few are aware of his return from the future, anticipates what others might assume. The possibilities include them thinking that Lucius is recovering after absorbing the Dragon Heart, secretly selling it and covering his tracks, or perhaps faking the entire thing, meaning the Dragon Heart never existed. Regardless of the truth, the situation has triggered chaos among investors. The potential value of the Dragon Heart at auction would break records, so its absence raises suspicions. Philip explains that if Lucius did absorb or dispose of the heart before it could be verified, or if it was only a fabricated promise, he'll face years of legal trouble. Meanwhile, the Temple of Light, having promoted the Dragon Heart to attract funding, will likely be held accountable for the financial fallout. To protect their interests, the investors have already assembled legal teams. The temple's financial board appears ready to shift all responsibility onto Lucius to avoid the consequences themselves. Philip explains that Lucius is significantly behind on payments for borrowing the Stake of Faith, a legendary grade item. As a result, the Vatican's Holy Relic management team has been dispatched to demand repayment. Meanwhile, others have arrived searching for Lord Olden, with whom all contact has been lost. They all accuses Lucius of harming Lord Olden, prompting several figures who have recently entered the 3rd parish, including the head of the Temple Knights in the 4th parish, and a wave of adventurers hoping to claim a spot among the 10 great warriors after hearing of Olden and the Twin Knights' deaths. With so many factions converging, the 3rd parish has become unstable and is on the brink of siege. The troops are agitated and are demanding entry, determined to confront Lucius and reclaim his investment. Ned reflects that the 3rd parish, weakened after the raid, would not last long without reinforcements if a siege were to begin. Turning to the 2nd letter, Ned questions what could possibly be more urgent. Philip explains that the letter comes from a butler at Lindell Fortress and concerns the recent defeat of a knight representing Lord Ophelia in the ongoing marriage competition. What makes it significant is the weapon used, a renowned blade with ties to Zephyr and his past. Zephyr immediately recognizes the weapon as Requiem, the legendary sword once wielded by Blademaster John Howell, the highest-ranking member of the 10 Great Warriors. A while later, at Lindell Fortress, an old man informs Zephyr that the visitor is already waiting inside. Zephyr reflects that Requiem had been his final weapon in a previous life, though neither he nor the Blademaster possessed it at this point in time. As he enters the room, he notices a warrior enjoying himself, surrounded by girls. Our boy quickly recognizes him as Adarius, the Blademaster's final disciple. Adarius also notices Zephyr and casually asks who he is. Meanwhile, Zephyr knows exactly who this guy is, and the moment he appears, he is the strongest person on the continent, which seriously annoys him. The title of the strongest on the continent originated from a single night. 5 years ago, at Cayenne Palace, Lord Lucas is being congratulated for his victory over the mercenary King Gladys, both through strategic leadership and personal combat. Despite the praise, Aaron humbly states that he is only the 6th strongest warrior in the land. The revelation shocks everyone, even King Leo, who gets interested in hearing about it, so Aaron lists those stronger than himself. At the top is Blademaster John Howell, followed by Henrik the Grand Sorcerer, Roland the Blessed Knight of the Sky Temple, and others. In 7th place he names Dariel. 8th is the Dominique from Temple of Light. 9th, the mercenary King Gladys. And in 10th place, the Twin Knights. Back in the present, before Zephyr's departure to Lindell, Philip Pilgrim recalls how Lucius's popularity helped the ranking spread quickly across the continent. Many self-proclaimed warriors challenged those on the list, only to be defeated, further solidifying the rankings. Over time, the list became widely accepted as the official ranking of the 10 great warriors. After the execution of the mercenary king for treason, Ophelia rose to 9th place by defeating the twin knights. Since then, the rankings have remained unchanged for 2 years. Dario reflects on an encounter 7 years earlier, when he fought a powerful human knight near the forest's edge, unaware then of the knight's fame. Now, realizing he's considered one of the 10 great warriors, he doubts the credibility of the list. He notes that Zephyr seems far stronger than him, and even Ned isn't included in the rankings. Zephyr replies that the list was made 5 years ago, during a time when both of them were still growing. They also chose to keep a low profile, as drawing too much attention would make it harder to operate freely. Ned remarks that regardless of the list's origins, to be officially included now, one must defeat a ranked warrior and present proof, typically an item belonging to the fallen warrior. That's become the unspoken rule. Zephyr recalls his past life, when a wave of chaos followed Adirius's appearance. Adirius had claimed that his master gave him the legendary sword Requiem before passing away. This declaration attracted many challengers, seeking to take his place among the great warriors. Around the same time, Ned became wanted for stealing the Black Dragon's heart, adding further instability to the region. Princess Altair comments that the mysterious newcomer wielding Requiem, Blade Master John Howell's legendary sword, is claiming to be the master's final disciple. If true, it's a matter of great urgency. She notes that John Howell is of particular concern to the leader of the Demon Lord worshippers, as she's one of the few capable of thwarting his plans. Known also as the Sorceress Elva, or the White Queen, John Howell's true form is said to be that of the White Dragon, an identity shrouded in secrecy and power. She is revealed to be the one who taught ancient Median magic, a form thought long lost. Elise is surprised to hear of a dragon disciple for the first time, and wonders how such magic resurfaced. She notes how the princess seems to attract rare fortune. Meanwhile, Daryl questions the name John, assuming it's male, but Kiara explains that names often vary, and John might be a play on the sword technique or simply a false identity. What shocks them most is the claim that this woman is a dragon disciple. Edwin brings up the legend that the White Dragon was supposedly killed by the Black Dragon 1,000 years ago. Altair, however, corrects him, noting that the White Dragon was not killed but sealed away, and every 100 years sends a physical incarnation into the world to train a new disciple. Princess Altair explains that her own master's incarnation disappeared 6 years ago, when its time in the physical world ended. That raises the question, how could this new disciple have been trained by her since then? Kiara speculates that the guy might be lying, but Princess Altair silently concludes that Adirius is indeed her master's disciple, something she knows through Zephyr. However, revealing this openly would raise difficult questions, especially since only she and Ned know about the future. She decides the safest path is to guide the conversation naturally without exposing too much. Philip Pilgrim then shifts focus to the real concern, the sword. If Requiem were a fake, the situation wouldn't be as serious. But the blade is genuine, carrying immense power, and must not fall into the hands of the Demon Lord worshippers. He questions why Adirius would participate in the marriage tournament at all, knowing the duel was public and difficult to cover up. He asks if there's any chance the sword could be a replica. Zephyr, however, points out the suspicious timing, prompting Princess Altair to encourage him to elaborate. Zephyr explains that from the Demon Lord worshippers' perspective, their plans have suffered major setbacks. They failed to acquire the Dragon Heart and lost both Olden and the Twin Knights. Despite this, they managed to recruit Matias, a close ally of the Holy One, gaining inside access to the Third Parish. To add further confusion, Zephyr says they planted clues to make the Demon Lord worshippers question one another. Evidence at the scene included signs of Olden's demon transformation and traces of something scorched by lightning, both indicating the use of Dragon King-style martial arts. He also mentions that one of Jinryang's disciples likely appeared there, as well as a rare poison, which should not have been present. All of this is designed to redirect suspicion internally. Zephyr concludes that Jinryang, the Holy One, and the agent known as the Tarantula, who joined the Demon Lord worshippers 3 years ago, have likely joined forces and were responsible for eliminating Olden. Zephyr questions how the Demon Lord worshippers could make such a reckless move when the stability of their entire order is at risk. He explains that anyone accused of betrayal will be forced to search outside their ranks to prove their innocence. In doing so, they'll eventually realize that Ned alone isn't behind everything. Lucius will likely become the primary suspect, but those more perceptive will begin to consider the possibility of a hidden mastermind, someone operating behind the scenes, orchestrating events, and assigning roles to both Ned Stryer and the Holy One. Princess Altair sees the implication. Eventually suspicion may fall on her. Philip Pilgrim seeks clarification, asking if Zephyr is suggesting that regardless of whether the Blade Master's sword and disciple are authentic, this whole scenario could be a setup meant to bring her down. Zephyr confirms this, pointing out how conveniently Adirius has appeared, and how dangerous it would be for the princess to travel to Lindell now. They discuss how to verify the sword's authenticity. Princess Altair mentions that Requiem, the Blade Master's sword, is said to react to dragon hearts. If Zephyr touches it, he might sense something. He agrees to travel to Lindell immediately. If the sword is real, he will retrieve it. If it's part of a trap, he will handle it himself. With that, he arrives in Lindell before sunset. On the other side, Adarius waits, having expected the princess, and asks about Zephyr's identity. Zephyr, meanwhile, believes the head of the Demon Lord worshippers has likely heard rumors about Adarius by now, though he won't act just yet. Despite his wariness toward the Blade Master, he doesn't expect any major interference for the next 2 years. Zephyr didn't come here because of Adarius's fame, but for another reason altogether. Noticing him, one of the girls challenges Zephyr, defending Adarius's win and inviting him to speak. Before the situation escalates, Adarius calmly steps forward, joking that his master said he'd meet interesting warriors here. He seems amused at how quickly he's found someone worth fighting. When Adarius offers to take their fight elsewhere, Zephyr agrees but warns him to listen carefully. Internally, Zephyr senses his arrogance, almost as if he expects to be followed like a master commands a dog. He activates the unique dragon ability called Dragon Tongue, and as it activates, Adarius finds his body moving against his will and collapses, confused. Without further comment, Zephyr turns and walks away. His girls, watching it all unfold in panic, wonder what they should do next. She notes that Adarius has been taken away, and whatever skill Zephyr used had an unusual and powerful effect. The girl, whose name is Nina, suggests they should go help Adarius, concerned by the dangerous look in Zephyr's eyes. However, a nun dispatched from the Sky Temple to Baron family intervenes, saying there's no need. She believes Adarius can handle the situation on his own, and advises them to stay out of it. She also recalls the day Adarius first arrived at the fortress, as Adarius was sitting quietly at the edge of a building when Nina joined him. She expressed regret that a month has already passed and apologizes for keeping him at their fortress. She encouraged him to seek out Princess Altair, just as his teacher had wanted. Adarius, however, said he'll do that later, explaining he can't walk away when so many monsters still threaten the area. Nina remembers how Adarius saved the fortress single-handedly during a major monster wave. Though rough around the edges, she appreciates his strong heart. The sister comments that someone might be falling for him, then adds that as stronger monsters began appearing, Adarius fought with increasing intensity, often skipping rest, food, or sleep. Eventually, he charged alone into the boss monster's den and defeated it a week later, after luring it out and toying with it during battle. His fighting seemed almost possessed, wild and unrelenting. Over the next 6 months, Adarius cleared 3 nearby territories of monsters. Baron Risha, impressed by Adarius's strength, thanked him for defending their lands and marveled at how someone only 18 could be so powerful. Despite knowing that Adarius's goal is to marry Princess Altair, he proposed that he marry his daughter instead, promising to make it worthwhile. Adarius politely declined, saying he must go to the princess, but Baron insisted his daughter should accompany him. The sister supports the idea, commenting that Adarius is reckless and only focused on battle. She warns that he doesn't react well to being interrupted during a fight. When Nina asks for guidance, she suggests they follow Adarius from a distance and observe in secret. Meanwhile, outside, Zephyr is calmly served tea while Adarius lies tied up on the ground. However, Adarius soon manages to free himself from the restraints, shouting triumphantly that he is free. Zephyr observes this with mild surprise. Most knights would take at least 30 minutes to break a basic dragon tongue, yet Adarius manages it in just 12 minutes, a clear sign of the powerful item in his possession. Adarius also hadn't expected a human to use such advanced dragon-related magic, and the sensation reminds him of his own master. Meanwhile, he speculates about Zephyr's true nature, wondering if he's a dragon servant or perhaps carrying a dragon heart. He uses Cradle of the Earth, a rare ability tied to the white dragon which allows the user to hide items in an underground inventory. Adarius quickly decides it doesn't matter. His master warned him never to go easy on opponents like Zephyr. He formally introduces himself, a disciple of Blade Master John Howell. Seeing him, our boy knows why he stands above most warriors. Exceptional natural talent, elite training, and a legendary item. That item is the Silver Lion Mithril Armor, crafted from the bones of the white dragon. The armor nullifies a wide range of debuffs, resisting temperature extremes, poison, curses, and even the weakening effects of dragon skills. This armor explains how Adarius has survived intense battles and even fought dragons without possessing a dragon heart. Zephyr notes that he already wears the armor and evaluates his combat potential. He then draws his own weapon from a silver key. His sword Graham is a famed dragon-slaying blade forged 1,000 years ago. Zephyr reveals that the blade is freshly soaked in dragon's blood and confirms he carries a dragon heart within his chest. To test him, Zephyr pours water into a glass and lays out a challenge. If a single drop spills during their fight, Adarius wins. If that happens, Zephyr will hand over both Graham and the dragon heart. Adarius asks if he wants Requiem in return, but the boy replies that if he does manage to win, he can keep the sword. However, Zephyr will earn the right to choose a nickname for him. suggesting playful insults like "whitey baddock" or simply "mutt." As the duel begins, Zephyr mocks him for having crawled behind him for 12 minutes under the dragon tongue, suggesting that "mutt" is already a generous nickname for someone with his level of intelligence. With that, the two clash. Zephyr strikes first, and the guy blocks the blow, acknowledging his confidence. He raises the stakes, saying that if he loses, he'll willingly become Zephyr's lapdog. Both fighters push forward with full force. Idarius quickly notes Zephyr's skill, impressed by how effortlessly he wields a massive sword with just one hand. Curious to test his own strength, he activates Lion's Roar, a unique ability granted by the Silver Lion mithril armor. With his defenses heightened, he launches an aggressive attack, but Zephyr immediately counters, striking with enough force to make him crash with a massive blast. His girlfriends and an old man observing the fight reflect that Idarius has grown even stronger since their last meeting. Meanwhile, Idarius leaps into the air and charges straight at Zephyr with his powerful sword crackling with energy. However, our boy calmly blocks the attack, which only excites Idarius more. He calls it a real challenge. But to his shock, Zephyr suddenly uses his Dark Hand spell, gripping Idarius midair and slamming him into the ground with tremendous force. Stunned, Idarius wonders where such overwhelming power is coming from. He finds himself unable to move, as if something unseen is pinning his entire body in place. Zephyr stands calmly, still holding his glass of water. For Idarius, it becomes clear. Zephyr just used Dragon's Way, a technique powered by an absorbed dragon heart. The ability allows the user to summon the image of the dragon as it once was, granting them the same powers and attributes. Using telekinesis, Zephyr subdues him while reflecting on their past. In his previous life, Idarius was already considered the strongest among the 10 great warriors, making him a priority for recruitment. Zephyr had always intended to test him this way. Now, seeing his current level, he realizes Idarius still has a long way to go, and likely experienced a dramatic leap in strength later in life. He recalls the exact cause of that growth, and feels relieved that if he had left Lindel Fortress out of boredom, they might never have crossed paths again. Back then, Zephyr wouldn't have had the strength to restrain Idarius. But this time, he knows the outcome will be different. In this life, he becomes the first truly powerful opponent Zephyr has faced since leaving his master's side. He sees potential in him, believing that this time he will grow stronger, not alone, but with Idarius as his sword. As their battle concludes, Zephyr acknowledges his victory and tells him to accept him as his master, giving him the nickname Mutt. The scene shifts to 6 years earlier. A gray-haired woman, Princess Altair's teacher, grabs her arm and tells her that her time is nearly over. She calls Altair her beloved disciple and says she has taught her all she can. Although her instruction is incomplete, she believes she will find a way to finish the magic herself. She stresses the importance of defeating the head of the Demon Lord worshippers. Having spent 25 years in this physical incarnation, the teacher reflects on her long journey filled with both failures and promising students. Some quit halfway, others were lost to corruption, but Altair stood firm. The teacher feels proud to have her as a final student, confident she will continue fighting and inspire hope in the world. She quietly wishes she could have fully healed her disciples' emotional wounds, and hopes someone will be there to stand by her when she eventually reunites with her original self. As her physical form begins to dissolve, she senses something is wrong. Instead of returning peacefully, her spirit is suddenly pulled elsewhere, as though caught in a trap. Disoriented and unable to breathe properly even in spiritual form, she finds herself in a strange place filled with dust. In her weakened state, she becomes trapped in the body of a small lizard and is then caught by a young orphan boy, Idarius. He casually contemplates whether to grill or boil her, completely unaware of her true identity. The dragon spirit is in disbelief, internally protesting the absurdity of being eaten by a child. Back in the present, Idarius explains how he became the Blade Master's disciple. She trained him in swordsmanship until her physical form faded about 6 months ago. Before parting, she entrusted him with a sword and armor, asking him to aid Princess Altair. Idarius, true to his word, especially when it involves a bet, now pledges himself as a loyal follower, ready to do whatever is asked of him. Watching all of this, Zephyr is pleased. Idarius, once wild and untamed, now shows humility and discipline, proof that the encounter has tempered him. Zephyr sees this change as inevitable, knowing how hard it must have been for a battle-hungry warrior to train in seclusion as a dragon's disciple. Meanwhile, badly beaten, Idarius reflects on how dull combat has felt since leaving his master. Bandits, knights, even boss monsters, none offer a real challenge. Disillusioned, he begins to question if this is all there is to fighting, and wonders where he'll find that same thrill again. But after meeting Zephyr, it feels like he's found his answer. Idarius knows Zephyr still hasn't shown the full extent of his abilities, and he's desperate to uncover what he's hiding. He wants to fight him again someday, hoping that next time, he'll win. But he also understands that raising a warrior like him is like raising a dog. You can't just train them to bite on command. Zephyr jokingly asks if he also wants snacks and plays with him. Idarius excitedly confirms, assuring he'll have the energy to do whatever's needed. Hearing that, Zephyr calls him closer, then suddenly flicks him so hard that in a split second, his forehead caves in. The force is so intense, Adarius is sent crashing into the wall with a thunderous impact. After that, Zephyr calmly reminds him to keep his distance and warns him not to forget that the white dragon, his master, won't return to the physical world for a long time. Her final message was an instruction to protect the princess, and Zephyr questions whether risking his life in a duel is really the best way to honor that wish. Though Zephyr finds his personality irritating, he can't ignore the fact that he won the marriage tournament and thus has a legitimate say in certain matters. While he has no intention of driving him away, he decides it's best to keep him under observation. Adarius accepts the decision and thanks him, to which Zephyr casually loads up his hand with mana and responds that he'll need some kind of safety measure, just in case. 2 days later, in the third parish of the Temple of Light, Ned, while spying, witnesses something troubling. Although the knights belong to different factions, they are all officially temple knights. However, using the potion of true sight, which reveals the hidden marks of demon lord worshippers, he sees the truth that many of them have been compromised. Ophelia, who is with him, explains that the demon lord worshippers have likely infiltrated or even taken control of these units. For now, they're simply demonstrating their power. Since they still operate under the temple's banner, they won't initiate a full siege without a clear excuse, such as undeniable proof of Cardinal Olden's murder or the theft of the dragon's heart. Until then, they wait, ready to strike when the moment comes. That's why Zephyr told them that it all comes down to timing. Since the enemy hasn't found their excuse yet, it's a small relief. Both Ned and Ophelia are here to scout the situation and to make contact with Lucius, who remains under lockdown. They were chosen for this task because of their speed and stealth. However, an unexpected complication arises. Due to the power of the bands they wear, they're forced to hold hands, which they both find awkward. Just before leaving the Great Elfin Forest, the Elfin Queen gave them these bracelets. According to her, holding hands while wearing them activates a combined stealth effect, something they now have no choice but to rely on. Both of them feel annoyed at the idea of having to hold hands, but Altair reminded them that they already agreed to it. She explained that their mission included stopping individuals with exceptional abilities from interfering, people like the smiling woman. Ophelia was the only one capable of recognizing her, which makes her presence essential. Meanwhile, the third parish is already preparing for an invasion. They've used enchanted items to set traps and build hidden tombs, turning the entire parish into a makeshift dungeon. The one who helped Lucius set up the traps was Ned, so he knew exactly where each item is placed and how they work. Altair saw the value in both of them working together and encouraged them to hold hands to maintain their shared stealth. The suggestion made them both visibly uncomfortable, leaving them wondering what exactly they've gotten themselves into. A while back, after the dragon raid ended, Altair ordered the party members from Danakil and the Magic Tower to remain in the forest for a while. She also instructed the healers to assist with recovery during that time. Meanwhile, the mage Milia felt nervous about the assignment. She was hoping Altair would recommend her for her thesis, and the unexpected delay unsettled her. However, Daisy tried to reassure her, pointing out that being close to the elven princess could greatly benefit her academic career. Milia quickly understood the opportunity, and also recalled Altair asking them to develop a special tool for the Ice Dragon raid. Recognizing this as her chance to make a name for herself, Daisy eagerly shared her blueprints and designs. She hoped to prove herself as a loyal servant to Her Highness. To achieve that, she knew she would need Milia's help, so she began pursuing her support. After that, the rest of the party members were sent to the third parish. Back in the camp, Zephyr forces Adarius to cut onions by activating the training mode on his silver helmet. The helmet, a gift from the White Dragon, includes a hidden feature that can be triggered using the dragon tongue. Adarius, clearly annoyed, blames the White Dragon for leaving that function enabled. Now, he's stuck chopping onions against his will. Meanwhile, Zephyr stands nearby, casually controlling the training mode through the lion's emblem on Adarius's helmet. By activating it remotely, he manages to keep Adarius busy while giving himself a chance to rest. Still, Zephyr knows that Adarius's presence here isn't driven purely by a desire for battle. He senses that this boy is meant for more, that in a few years he'll awaken a different talent that could completely reshape his path. Many people unknowingly rely on him. In his past life, their efforts failed, and though Adarius gave his all, he couldn't protect everyone. Zephyr understands that if Adarius ever loses his way, the consequences could be disastrous. He's even prepared to kill him if necessary. At the same time, Zephyr prepares food for his new guests, knowing they're likely arriving at the third parish by now. He also has a serious problem to solve before heading there himself, one that explains why he couldn't use the Sword of Light during his fight with Black Moon. He knows that if low stats were truly the reason, he shouldn't have been able to wield his power against the worshipper's leader, and also the strange secrecy pact placed by him. As he glances at the silver key in his hand, he realizes he must uncover the truth behind it all before entering the Temple of Light. A while later, Zephyr manages to forge two powerful weapons, which immediately catch Adarius off guard. Shocked by their presence, Adarius shows visible excitement, prompting Zephyr to ask if he can use anything besides a sword. The boy eagerly says yes, expecting it to be a gift, only to be struck hard by the sudden weight of the hammer and axe, knocking him to the ground. Noticing that the axe works better, Zephyr hands it to him and orders him to cut down a tree outside and carve a cute squirrel into it. Adarius is visibly annoyed, but Zephyr pushes him, casually mentioning that the others were able to do it just fine, implying that he might lack control over his mana. Challenging his pride, Zephyr strikes a nerve. Adarius, fueled by ego, yells that he can absolutely do it. Without hesitation, Zephyr sets a deadline. The carving must be completed within a few hours, and Adarius is not allowed to leave the castle grounds. To enforce it, he activates a command through the silver helmet, locking Adarius within a set perimeter. Shocked by the restriction, Adarius still follows the order and rushes off to begin the task. Meanwhile, Zephyr returns to his own work and activates the silver key, ready to face whatever it reveals. Meanwhile, in the underground waterways of the third parish, Ned and Ophelia move stealthily through the shadows. The parish itself is massive, practically a fortress, with high walls and a food supply capable of sustaining it even if completely sealed off. This time, even the carrier pigeons are blocked to prevent the smiling woman or the demon lord worshippers from receiving any information from within. However, the sewage system remains a weak point. It can't be fully sealed off, and Ned knows it's the most likely route for invaders. Opening a grated door, he uses a magic tool called the Labyrinth Maker, a device that distorts space, allowing only those who follow a specific choice to pass through. Its location is also magically hidden. He reminds Ophelia of the method he explained to her earlier. To activate the path, both of them begin dancing, an unusual but necessary ritual to meet the entrance requirements. Embarrassed, they go through the steps, and Ophelia quietly questions who in their right mind would design something like this. As they continue, each specific dance unlocks a different layer of the magical entrance. But when they reach the ballroom dance requirement, Ophelia accidentally steps on Ned's foot. As a result, they fail to meet the full entrance condition and are immediately ejected from the pathway, forced to start over from the beginning. At the same time, inside the main building, Lucius gazes out the window. Without warning, someone sneaks up on him and holds a knife to his head. Despite the threat, Lucius remains calm, more surprised than frightened that someone managed to slip past the heavy security. With a faint smile, he turns his head slightly, curious to know what this intruder wants from him. The intruder announces it's a robbery, but Lucius remains calm and replies that he has nothing left to steal. With a swift move, he spins around and grabs the intruder, only to realize it's his wife, playfully teasing him. The tension fades into laughter as the two begin to flirt and share a moment of lighthearted affection. Later, after spending some personal time together, they sit down for dinner. The Holy One feels relieved to witness a peaceful gathering like this after such a long time. For Lucius, it feels almost like a holiday, a rare moment of calm. Ever since he purged the parish of demon worshippers, nearly half of its high-ranking priests have been removed. The raid also claimed many temple knights, leaving a noticeable shortage of capable people for important roles. Amidst the growing pressure, these quiet moments with his family feel like a blessing. He knows that heavier battles lie ahead, and when they come, there will be little time for gatherings like this. He then gets tensed, recalling the time when a holy priest from the central parish revealed that if he cleared the abominable princess's dungeon and presented the results to the temple, they would consider releasing the woman he brought from the Twilight Mansion. Until then, she would remain confined in the third parish. According to the priest, this was already a generous offer, as by temple rules, the woman should have been kept in the underground prison. The situation leaves him confused. A woman who had lived 100 years inside a dungeon and possessed strange powers might not even be human. Still, he understands that her freedom depends entirely on the priest in charge and the majority vote of the Inquisition. That's why he considers clearing the tomb of the princess. It's the only way to gain the vote of the one in charge. However, he can't trust them blindly. The temple is unlikely to release her, his wife, so easily. He also suspects that some of the temple's higher ranks may be secret followers of the Demon Lord and might vote against her. Worst of all, if things go wrong, she could face a far worse fate. Ensuring her safety remains Lucius's top priority. Just as she prepares to return to isolation, she suddenly loses consciousness, catching him off guard. The Holy One quickly suspects sleeping gas, likely the work of an intruder, and immediately activates his rosary's dimension magic, forming a barrier around himself. While the barrier shields him from further exposure, he still needs to locate the intruder. To his surprise, the intruder reveals himself without hesitation, and it's Fade. Fade is already sitting beside him, casually smoking. Lucius hadn't even noticed him arrive. Despite his relaxed posture, Fade shows no openings. Lucius also spots a tattoo on the man's arm, one that represents the legendary Assassin Guild. This realization makes him uneasy. If the man truly belongs to that guild, he likely possesses advanced skills in both combat and poison. While such toxins may have little effect on Lucius himself, they clearly work against his wife and son. What puzzles him, however, is the use of sleeping gas. A true assassin would more logically use poison to take them hostage and demand something in exchange for the antidote. The intruder's timing, confidence, and behavior all seem off. Lucius begins to suspect this might be some kind of test, perhaps a riddle with deeper meaning. He considers whether this man was sent by his father. Fade confirms this, implying that Lucius's mind is still functioning clearly, exactly as it should be. Lucius's father is Duke Cesare, the leader of the Cayenne Kingdom's Eastern Alliance. His territory is known to host many high-profile guests, and rumors suggest that among them are royals from fallen kingdoms and even assassins. Fade reveals that the Duke sent him to check on his son. He explains that he infiltrated the temple a week ago, assessed the situation, and even forced the priest to cooperate using a truth serum. He also confirmed whether Lucius had been infected with the worm or not. This information catches Lucius off guard, but he quickly seizes the opportunity to make a request. He asks Fade to inform his father that he intends to repay the loss of the dragon heart by investing in the princess. Fade agrees and adds that Lucius's wife and son will wake in 6 hours, so there's no need to use purification magic. With that settled, Fade shifts to the original purpose of his visit. His expression turns serious as he asks about Zephyr. Lucius begins to question how Fade knows that name, but Fade quickly interrupts, warning him that he isn't the one who should be asking questions. Instead, he should be thinking about the consequences of giving the wrong answer. Fade goes on to reveal that he has poisoned the top 50 priests with a slow-acting toxin and spread traces of it throughout the area. Eventually, they will be forced to escape through the culvert. This deeply worries Lucius. The culvert is part of the sewage system, and if even one of them escapes that way, their testimony will give others a reason to act. Those who have been waiting for justification to move against him, perhaps even launch a siege, will find what they need. Fade then opens a small bottle containing the antidote and offers to hand it over, but only if Lucius reveals everything he knows about Zephyr. The third parish culvert is no ordinary passage. It's surrounded by a space-distorting force field, requiring designated magic to enter. However, anything inside can exit without restriction. Security measures are in place, including stationed soldiers, but the strongest layer of defense lies in the hidden runestones and the magic formation that connects them, completely invisible to the naked eye. Their purpose is simple, to trigger alarms if anyone passes through without authorization. Soon enough, Lucius hears multiple alarms ringing in succession, confirming what Fade had already told him. Fade presses further, warning that only 5 minutes remain, and demands the information quickly. Despite the urgency, Lucius remains firm. He argues that his knights are already deployed in the chamber beside the culvert, and will be able to subdue the priests with ease. At the same time, Lucius realizes something important. Fade has offered him the antidote, yet insists the priests are already in the culvert. This suggests the poison can be purged remotely, even without the antidote. Charging his holy light into his relic, Lucius confidently concludes that if he defeats Fade now, he may still find a way to forcefully detoxify the affected priests. Feeling that the balance has shifted in his favor, the Holy One demands to know who Fade really is. But Fade is already one step ahead. Without hesitation, he pulls out the rosaries of Lucius's knights and calmly reveals that they've all already been put to sleep. Meanwhile, in the knights' waiting room, they are all already deep in sleep, lost in their own dream worlds. Back in the chamber, Fade draws his blade and points it at Lucius, stating that the only one at a disadvantage here is Lucius, whether he wants to fight or prolong this. But before he can finish, someone strikes him from behind with a powerful thunderclap-like slap. It's Ned. Fade reels in shock. Despite being on guard, this man still managed to land a hit. For a moment, he wonders if it's Lucius's trick, but seeing Lucius just as surprised, he realizes it's not. His head begins to spin, and he starts to feel disoriented while a strange scent lingers in the air. While he had been focused on the room, something unfamiliar must have slipped past his senses. Unbeknownst to him, it's Ned's mist bracelet, an artifact with an exceptionally strong stealth effect, even when only one side of the pair is worn. Fade grows increasingly uneasy. Observing Ned's stance, he realizes the man is intentionally hiding his weapon, keeping his moves unpredictable. Meanwhile, Ned sticks to a hit-and-run strategy, fully aware that getting caught in close combat with a poison user like Fade could be dangerous. Suddenly, Fade draws his whip sword and begins swinging it wildly. The whip is laced with poison, and his attacks sweep through the entire area, leaving little room for mistakes. Still, Ned manages to dodge each strike with precision. As he evades, he recalls something Zephyr told him about Fade, and that if the chance ever came, he should try to convince him to join their party. Ned feels slightly concerned, but according to Zephyr, he's the perfect person for this task. Fade is someone who doesn't respect the weak, so if Ned can beat him, there's a strong chance he'll join their side. Zephyr also warned that Fade is a poison user, and one of his toxins enhances his physical strength. Depending on the type and amount used, the intensity of that boost can vary. However, even at its peak, it won't surpass Ned's strength. Ned knows Zephyr is once again sending him to do something ridiculous, but deep down, he understands why. Zephyr trusts him, not just because of his strength, but because Ned is the only one capable of dispelling stealth magic. On top of that, he carries the blessing of the Elf Queen, making him uniquely suited for this encounter. Back in the present, Lucius breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing Ned. His presence confirms that the dragon raid was also a success. With that in mind, Lucius understands what he must do next. Meanwhile, Fade stands face to face with Ned, still trying to make sense of what just happened. He's puzzled, not just about how his stealth was broken, but also by the strange force Ned used on him. Something about it feels oddly familiar. Meanwhile, in the culverts, Ophelia takes down the poisoned priests and feels grateful that she stayed near the entrance, especially after stepping on Ned's foot 12 times during their dance. However, it's already been an hour since Ned went in, and she knows it's time to follow. To prepare, she uses a magical seed given by the elves. As she pours water over it, the seed transforms into a large, root-covered tree creature. Once it fully forms, she instructs it to guard the entrance, then hurries in, concerned that Ned might be in a situation where he needs her support. Elsewhere, in the angel room, Mercedes hears loud crashing sounds coming from the main hall. She rushes in, only to find Zephyr already there. Surprised, she demands an explanation for his sudden arrival. Zephyr, however, brushes her off, casually claiming that he's just upgrading the place's exterior. Without waiting for a reply, he begins smashing furniture and ornaments with his axe, shocking Mercedes. She starts yelling at him to stop, insisting that the items are valuable and irreplaceable. But Zephyr, visibly irritated, insists that he'll replace them with better ones once he's done. Just as he raises his axe again, the ancient turtle-shaped clock in the room lets out a loud chime. Zephyr pauses, muttering that time's up. He then presents Mercedes a large marinated rack of blue dragon ribs that he prepared using his grandfather's recipe. The dish is coated with a special poison, as a normal knife can't even leave a scratch on the meat. According to him, he used a toxin called venom spear, then purified it using black moonstone to remove the poison's harmful properties. After neutralizing its effect, he sealed the purified venom into a jar in liquid form. To cook the ribs, he uses weak flames produced from dragon breath, applying just enough heat to slowly roast the meat until it reaches perfect tenderness. The result is a rare delicacy. Even Mercedes, for a brief moment, is drawn in by the rich aroma, but she quickly reminds herself that this might be part of his trap. She plays along, telling Zephyr that she designed the room for him to do whatever he wants: cook, destroy, indulge, but warns him that if he thinks causing chaos will help his cause, he's mistaken. She calls his behavior pointless, but Zephyr calmly begins slicing the meat and offers her a taste. Despite her annoyance, Mercedes can't resist the flavor. As she takes a bite, Zephyr casually asks how it tastes, but his tone shifts suddenly. He grabs her by the mouth, calling them untrustworthy and demanding to know what really happened. He's furious. He had believed the Sword of Light was meant for him, but just as he was about to use it, he was told he couldn't. Mercedes insists that they don't know what he's talking about, but Zephyr doesn't believe her. He throws her to the ground in frustration, declaring that if this is the kind of deception they want to play, then he'll do whatever he pleases. Without hesitation, he sits on the throne and announces that his time as a tool is over. From now on, he'll sit back, eat, and let the gods watch. If they want anything from him, they'd better pay more. He then orders the angel to leave. Mercedes, enraged by his arrogance, can't believe a mere human dares speak to them this way and act so shamelessly. Just as she prepares to retaliate, two glowing letters descend from the sky and crash before them. She's stunned that the gods have actually responded to his tantrum. She turns to Zephyr and congratulates him, saying he's gotten what he wanted. Zephyr, slightly confused, listens as she explains. These are sealed letters from the gods, each containing divine explanations and rewards. However, he can only open one. Once he chooses, the other will vanish. The two letters are from the god of light and the god of sky, and now Zephyr must choose between them. Back in the third parish, Ned and Fade clash, both swinging their blades with precision. Fade, however, has already interrogated the nun Rose. Under torture, she revealed that Zephyr was using a strange fighting style she had never seen before. She also claimed he used to inject himself with poison through a needle, and that the last time she saw him, he was following the Saints' raid party. That was all she knew. Now, as Fade fights, he is certain the one facing him is Ned, while the man with silver hair will be Zephyr. Still, something about Ned's movements unsettles him. The way he fights seems to reveal something deeper, something about who he truly is. As their swords collide, Fade asks how he acquired these skills so quickly and what he might have been doing 4 years ago. He suspects that he might have been trained in Eastern martial arts, and perhaps once worked as an assassin. Distracted by the thought, Ned launches a strike, but Fade blocks it and counters with a barrage of poison needles. Ned quickly neutralizes them all, but he follows up with a cloud of poison smoke. Ned stays one step ahead, dispersing the smoke with a sharp clap that sends out a shockwave, catching Fade off guard. Only then does Fade realize that during their fight, Lucius has slipped out through the door. It becomes clear to him that Ned revealed himself to buy time for the Holy One's escape. Still, he finds it foolish that Lucius didn't choose to help Ned instead. Meanwhile, Ned feels confident. Lucius's speed and healing abilities may not be useful in direct combat, but they are ideal for protecting his wife and child. He also knows that defeating Fade will require something special, though the ability's activation conditions are too difficult to meet in a one-on-one fight. For now, his only option is to buy time until reinforcements arrive. During the fight, Ned tries to reason with Fade. He asks whether his revenge is aimed at the one who uses dragon arts, or at their former master. He then reveals that 4 years ago, he too was in isolation, undergoing training. Now, betrayed by the very people he once trusted, he has aligned himself with the Saint's cause against the worshipper's master. He tries to appeal to Fade, pointing out that their goals seem to align and suggesting that they work together. But the guy remains skeptical. He refuses to trust Ned so easily and insists that he is the one who has been deceived, specifically by Zephyr. According to Fade, Zephyr values nothing and discards anyone once they've outlived their usefulness. He recalls how 4 years ago, Zephyr joined the group of Eastern martial artists, only to betray them. As a result, their entire guild was wiped out. Since then, Fade has followed rumors and leads, always trying to track Zephyr down but never getting close, until now. He sees this moment as his first real clue and has no intention of letting it slip away. Aware that Ned is trying to stall for reinforcements, he vows to capture and torture him to extract the information he needs. With that, Fade morphs a dragon-shaped sword in his hand, declaring that executing traitors remains his final duty as an assassin. The strange weapon and the energy radiating from it take Ned by surprise. It feels suffocating, making him dizzy and disoriented. Suddenly, Fade charges at him, but Ned finds himself distracted, his mind flashing back to the past. He remembers sensing this same kind of energy before, coming from a corrupted monster that polluted its victim's thoughts. It had been a living weapon used by the Demon Lord's cult. That same fear creeps over him now. But just as Fade closes the distance, a powerful kick sends him crashing to the ground. The guy is stunned, especially when he realizes the strike came from the woman beside him. Even more surprising is the fact that she had approached undetected. A moment later, she lets out a sharp scream, and the guy freezes instantly. At first he wonders if the scream itself caused it, but then it hits him. She's like him. Right then, Lucius arrives with his priests. Together they chain Fade to the ground. Now the final task falls to Ned. As he steps forward, Ned recalls the moment the Elf Queen entrusted him with a unique spell. She had warned him that it was dangerous, one sought by humans long ago, though she had refused to give it to them. The spell required him to maintain eye contact and physical contact with the target for 30 seconds. She had made him promise never to abuse it, explaining that it was a power meant to help him recruit a comrade, someone vital in the effort to save mankind. With those words in mind, Ned places his hand firmly on Fade's shoulder and begins to channel the spell. About a month ago, when Zephyr was preparing for the dragon raid, there was a small hut used by Olden's infected subordinates to pass information to him and among themselves. Although Olden was weaker in combat compared to the other apostles, he excelled in intelligence gathering, with contact points spread across the country. He also managed to rise to a high rank within the demon cult due to his strong skills in politics. That, however, is a story of the past. Now, in the same hut, the lifeless bodies of demon cultists lie scattered as the smiling woman steps inside and calmly crushes them underfoot. She's searching for Olden, but the state of the hut tells her everything she needs to know. The cult has descended into chaos following his death. There's no longer any reason to check the other contact points. She begins to suspect that the nobles who have suddenly fallen ill and isolated themselves might be hiding something. Her master's words return to her. Before sending her on this mission, he warned her not to trust anyone outside their sect, not even the cult, because all others care only about deception. He instructed her to investigate everything personally and to execute any traitors herself. At that time, he had also given her his hairpin as a token of proof, so others would recognize her authority. Accepting it, she made a quiet promise not to dishonor the Dragon King's style. Now, as a succeeding disciple, her first task is clear. She will save her master, who has been imprisoned unjustly. However, the master himself had reasoned that if she helped him escape, it would only make him appear guilty. Instead, he instructed her to deal with the traitors first. As she was leaving, he mentioned that some of the other disciples who had gone to search for his lost brother might be on their way back, and she could receive good news about it soon. Later, while looking at his old pocket watch, she realizes that the only thing she remembers after losing her memory is her name and the gift her brother gave her. She also feels a quiet gratitude toward her master for not forgetting his promise and prepares to set out on her mission. This new development introduces an unexpected variable to her situation. Her priority now shifts. She must find this element and either take control of it or eliminate it in order to secure victory. The outcome could determine not only her master's position, but also his survival. She's prepared to do whatever it takes to protect him. Meanwhile, outside the main building of the third parish, Ned informs Fade that the Master of the East trained 2 official succeeding disciples, but also secretly groomed several shadow disciples as a precaution. Among them is one reportedly similar to Zephyr or himself, someone said to possess poison or face-shifting techniques. This is what Ned chooses to reveal to Fade, knowing the latter hasn't fully grasped the situation yet. He explains that the Master's shadow disciples were all trained in poison techniques. What bothers Ned, however, is that the poison used by Fade and Zephyr resembles one he encountered 8 years ago, from his own brother, who was later caught by the Master and punished for an entire month. Their master doesn't acknowledge any technique outside of martial arts, so Ned has never heard about this specific poison in detail before. From Ned's words, Fade begins to suspect that the person being discussed might be the same one who guided him 8 years ago. Internally, Ned remains confused. His master taught him Eastern techniques like needle arts and acupoint blocking, so why is Fade, an assassin, using them? The skill is undeniably deadly, and Fade seems increasingly dangerous. Still, there's a silver lining. Fade is sharing information and appears willing to support the siege effort. Then Ned notices something that catches him off guard. The red scar on Fade's face has grown larger since the last time he saw him. For the next few days, a deadlock settles around the castle. The enemies outside make no move. Ophelia remains on watch throughout the day, but there are no signs of siege preparation. The opposing forces appear to be doing nothing while they are training their soldiers. Meanwhile, Lucius, aware that the Blue Dragon raid has drawn most of the attention, begins preparing for a follow-up Ice Dragon raid. But something is still missing, both in his own strategy and in the enemy's. It's as if both sides are waiting, each reaching quietly toward their limit. Then, without warning, the balance breaks. A strange newcomer arrives outside the castle gates. All the soldiers and commanders turn their attention toward him. Lucius, catching sight of the figure, momentarily loses his composure. He can't believe his eyes. It's none other than the old inquisitor of the Third Parish, the former captain of the vanguard party during the raid, Matias Grimmer. The mages outside recognize him too. To them, he's Lucius's former subordinate, once dismissed from the saint candidacy at a young age, often mocked as the crumb-picking dog of Lucius himself. As the others talk about Matias, Lucius remains frozen in shock. He clearly remembers seeing Matias transform into a demon with his own eyes. He had killed him, and the body had turned to ash right in front of him. Ophelia, however, sees through it immediately. She recognizes it as a trick, an illusion created by someone familiar with their history. They likely knew that Matthias's corpse was never recovered. This appears to be the work of the Master of the East, Jinriang, who personally trained that weapon, shaping her into a master of disguise and deception. She is the smiling woman, and while Ophelia understands how the trick works, even she finds it strange that they chose to use Matias as bait. Still, the intent is clear: draw attention, confuse the enemy, and shift the blame. Meanwhile, Matias begins weaving a false narrative. He claims he and others were part of the original raid party, but were abandoned as soon as they uncovered Lucius's alleged plan. He insists that Lucius had plotted to scam his investors, steal the dragon's heart, and keep the profits for himself. According to him, during this betrayal, Lucius also allied with the demon worshipper Ned. Matias then goes further. He formally accuses Lucius of blasphemy, invoking official authority to put a target on his back. Ned is also visibly confused that Matias looks just like his older sister. He struggles to understand how she could accuse him of worshipping a demon lord in front of so many people. He recalls Zephyr once saying that she lost her memories in an accident as a child and doesn't even remember his name. Meanwhile, one of the waiting party members shows interest in the Matias declaration. Though he finds the situation amusing, he acknowledges that, despite being a senior inquisitor, he lacks the authority to detain the Holy One, who vastly outranks him. He can only bring formal charges, and for them to take effect, at least 3 high-ranking priests must approve. As he removes his mask, Benjamin reveals that 3 such priests are present, and warns that if his accusation is false, he will be executed immediately for insulting the Holy One. He then activates a hero-grade holy relic called Themis's Judgment, a tool from the Old Kingdom that was used in trials. It automatically fires an arrow at anyone giving false testimony, and can be used 3 times a day. He presents the relic and commands everyone to give their testimony, claiming the angel is watching. He directs the relic toward Matias and accuses the Holy One of working with demon lord worshippers. The smiling woman recalls that the relic once belonged to the ancient inquisitor Themis, who blinded herself to ensure fairness and relied on hearing alone to detect lies. The relic works by analyzing subtle sounds like heartbeat, breath, and vocal tremors for signs of anxiety. However, Smiling Woman is an expert in manipulating muscle movements and simulating emotions at a subconscious level, confident that even a holy relic can't detect her lies. In her Matthias form, she confirms the accusation. When no arrow is fired, it signals that his statement is true. Cornwall, a first-class inspector from the Temple of Light's Financial Council, acknowledges this and officially approves the accusation. Benjamin, a senior member of the Vatican's Holy Relic Management Team, also gives his approval. The smiling woman silently reflects on the absurdity of the moment. If it's blasphemous to accuse the Holy One, then surely surrounding and threatening him must be blasphemous as well. She sees the crowd as a group that has traded reverence for profit, shameless people waiting for someone else to throw open the temple doors on their behalf. She debates whether she's simply relieved to be present and mentally links the name Matias to a pyre, imagining it burned under the title of the Holy One. Her thoughts turn darker, considering whether it might be better to just incinerate everything altogether. Meanwhile, Matias questions Gertrude about her stance. Internally, Gertrude doesn't care much about financial losses related to the Holy One. Her only concern is whether Olden is still alive. Just as she prepares to respond, a lightning strike interrupts, and Ophelia steps in. She expresses disbelief that such claims are being entertained. Gertrude immediately recognizes her as Ophelia, one of the 10 great warriors and a known bodyguard of the princess. Cornwall, too, notices the man standing beside her, finding his face oddly familiar. Ophelia turns to Benjamin and asks how reliable Themis's judgment truly is. He responds with confidence, claiming it's perfectly accurate. She then challenges this certainty, asking whether the relic can account for false testimony delivered under hypnosis or mental suggestion. She argues that even if someone speaks with conviction, the underlying belief might be manipulated. As she points toward Ned, she explains that he was personally sent as reinforcement by Princess Altair to aid the Holy One. She calls him her servant, claiming he slept with her horses in the stables for 12 years. In her eyes, his loyalty is unquestionable. She accuses the one posing as Matias of fabricating lies and manipulating the situation. At that moment, the disguise begins to fail. Her outer clothing is scorched, and the lightning strike disrupts her mana flow, revealing his true form. The crowd realizes it isn't Lord Matias at all. It's a woman in disguise. Caught, the impersonator admits she's been exposed again, noting this is the second time Ophelia has foiled her plans. She then turns to Ned, calling him a traitor and vowing to take his life before the day ends. With that, she and her 2 men take out the Hypnos ocarina and begin to play. In response, a massive corrupted creature rises from the ground. Ned quickly realizes the creature before him is indeed a Shoggoth, but something feels off. The musical pattern needed to control it is unusually long, which signals that the beast has evolved. What they face now isn't a regular Shoggoth, it's a basilicos. The impersonator, now fully transformed into her true female form, prepares for what's next and asks if they're ready. She announces it's time to begin the Song of Swords and Screams. As her voice echoes, Cornwall feels a wave of fear. He recognizes Basilicos's cry spreading across the battlefield, inducing intense dizziness in anyone without magical protection. A nearby soldier reassures him, stating that the mercenaries will secure a path for retreat. Cornwall soon notices that everyone reacted to a skill the Basilicos had just used. As they move to counterattack, they encounter other monsters. Realizing the scale of the threat, Cornwall identifies it as a full-scale monster attack, with the Basilicos acting as their commander. He reflects that the term Basilicos means small king, and the creature's power certainly lives up to the title. Troops fall back in panic, shouting for help. Benjamin observes the chaos and warns that scattering is dangerous. He recalls that anyone who meets the Basilicos's glowing eyes turns to stone. As he watches people begin to petrify, he summons the Staff of Benevolence. When planted in the ground, it generates a purifying magic circle. Multiple staffs resonate with one another, expanding the circle's protection to a wider area. Using the staff to create barriers, Benjamin orders all parties to focus on defeating the monsters. He then requests Cornwall to buy him some time, claiming he has a way to kill the creature. Cornwall grants permission, and Father Benjamin agrees to leave the task to them. Meanwhile, Cornwall brings out the Spear Servant of the Goddess, an item they had reserved for destroying the castle gate in Sage. When activated, it summons a powerful stone statue that immediately attacks with its spear, creating a massive hole in the monster's body, then follows up with a relentless barrage of strikes. Benjamin reflects on the Basilicos as an evolved form of the Shoggoth, known for their psychological attacks. Like Shoggoths, they induce fear through mind corruption, leading victims to hallucinate. When mental corruption hits 100%, victims enter a berserk state, attacking even their own allies. Physical attacks are useless. Only magical or elemental attacks can cause harm. Fortunately, most of its skills can be neutralized by a priest's purifying magic. While its light-based attacks aren't a concern, Benjamin worries about a unique feature reported in past Basilicos encounters, a second mouth located on its tail. He notes that this mouth can cast a powerful spell after a charge time of 5 minutes to an hour. If the spell activates, up to 80% of the party could be wiped out. Since each Basilicos possesses a different tail-based skill, predicting their behavior is nearly impossible, so preventing skill activation now becomes the top priority. As the battle intensifies, Benjamin asks for a monster's report. A priest informs him that land-based monsters will arrive within 10 minutes, with flying monsters following 2 minutes later. Benjamin acknowledges the urgency and instructs everyone to protect him for the next 3 minutes. He decides it's time to activate the Holy Family's Golden Mirror, a legend-grade holy relic. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Holy Relic Management Team, where mages standing in front of a portal mirror announces they've received a signal, Father Benjamin has used the Golden Mirror. They state that it's now their turn to assist. For this, they all use their Dagger of the Holy Sanctuary skill, which draws mana from those who wield it. They then use the Golden Mirror to send the gathered mana to Benjamin, who channels it through his relics and feels the overwhelming force. It's far stronger than what he's used to, and he struggles to stay on his feet. He recalls bringing the Golden Mirror as a contingency for a siege. If he had rented it, like the Stake of Faith, he could have used it freely. However, since this relic was specifically assigned for the siege mission, using it outside those bounds would result in severe punishment. Despite this, he decides that survival takes precedence over protocol. Just as he targets the monster, he is shocked when Gertrude grabs him from behind. She reminds him of the rules, warning that the mirror is only authorized for use against fortress gates. Then, for Olden's sake, she forcefully redirects the target toward the gate. As the blast hits the gate, one of the worshipper apostles watching is satisfied with their preparations. The apostle is confident that Gertrude's obsession with Olden will ensure she follows their plans. Meanwhile, another apostle expresses his preference for direct action and would rather confront the threat personally than wait. The other understands but insists that an all-out war must remain the last option. He explains that before launching such a campaign, they need to establish clear justification through formal declarations, repeated negotiations, and explicit orders from their superiors. By following these steps, he believes their actions will be seen as justified. Justification, he adds, ensures the backing of powerful allies and honors the rules of war. Ultimately, it means they won't have to fear retaliation from the Golden Dragon, the kingdom's guardian. The apostle named Othello claims he is trying to drain the Holy One of anything valuable while keeping his own position secure in the spotlight. Another member present, Wilhelmina, acknowledges that such behavior is simply how high society operates. She notes that the apostles are bound by rules. They have risen too high within the Temple of Light to give up their influence now. With that, she urges everyone to gather their strength once again and prepare for a second strike. Back in the fight, on interruption, Cornwall demands to know what Benjamin and Gertrude are doing. The two then proceed to fire a third shot from the Golden Mirror. Meanwhile, in the forest near the third parish, a golem guiding Altair's party reports that the assault has begun and they'll reach the weakened temple barrier in 30 minutes. Elise suspects the Golden Mirror is responsible, explaining that it uses concentrated divine energy or mana to generate a brief vortex of destructive power. Princess Altair expresses concern that even the protective force field generated by the Dungeon Princess relic may not hold much longer. Dariel offers to provide cover fire with an arrow and asks Kiara to calculate the coordinates. She requests 15 seconds, but as she begins the calculations, Dariel notices something unexpected. Without hesitation, he orders everyone to jump on the count of 3. Despite their efforts to dodge the incoming slash, some soldiers are struck and fall, while Princess Altair watches it all unfold. As the dust settles, they hear a voice mocking their luck. Stepping into view, it's revealed to be Jin Gang, Jinriang's son and the top disciple of the Dragon King style. Drawing his weapons, he declares his intent to send them to hell. Back in the third parish, chaos unfolds as Ned and Ophelia join forces against the Smiling Woman in a 2-on-1 battle. While fighting, Ned attempts to confront her, urging her to remember that he is her younger brother. She refuses to accept it, unable to believe that the person standing before her could be related to her. She lashes out, but Ned sidesteps the strike. She accuses him of being misled and warns that if he intends to deceive others, he should at least be convincing. Suddenly, the sound of a barrier breaking echoes through the area, and the fortress gate collapses. Ophelia quickly assesses the situation and confirms that the defenses have failed. Realizing this, the Smiling Woman activates her electric acceleration ability and dashes toward the temple while Ned and Ophelia immediately give chase. As they sprint after their leader, the Demon Lord worshipper guards begin playing a flute, recognizing that their role is to support her mission at all costs. The sound of the flute triggers the monster's strange mouth ability, designed to hold back the pursuing priests. The monster opens its mouth and roars a spell into the sky, forming a dark magic circle that begins to rain down blood. The priests initially hesitate, confused by the sudden downpour, but their thoughts quickly distort. The cursed rain takes effect instantly. Anyone it touches falls into a frenzy. Even the priests struggle to shield themselves, despite using the purification barriers. Moments later, the situation worsens. The wild monsters arrive and begin attacking indiscriminately, tearing through anyone in their path with brutal force. As Ned flashes through the chaos, he hears the piercing screams of his comrades and realizes how devastating the situation has become. The Demon Lord worshippers, protected by the flute's influence, remain unaffected by the rain. Ophelia too got the protection against it. So Ned finds himself at a crossroads. He must choose between going after his sister or protecting his overwhelmed party members. He recalls Zephyr's words, how eliminating enemies is crucial, but saving those who can still fight is just as important. Numbers matter, and Ned should trust his judgment in the moment. Remembering that, Ned quickly instructs Ophelia to pursue the Smiling Woman, knowing she can identify her on sight. Meanwhile, he turns his focus to dealing with the advancing monsters. He understands that chasing his sister and using the Queen's elf blessing might have been the better option to reach her, but right now, the situation demands something else. As Ophelia closes in on Matias, ready to strike, the monster suddenly intercepts and traps her before she can land the blow. Just then, the smiling woman vanishes and reappears behind her in a flash, charging up her falling thunder attack as she descends. However, before she can strike, a poison whip hits her mid-air, interrupting the assault. It's Fade, making a clutch entrance at the perfect moment. Seeing him, Ned realizes he has strong comrades now, people he can trust. He channels his mana into his sword, determined to clear a path for Zephyr. With renewed resolve, he begins swinging his blade, cutting down monsters and enemies with his powerful electric innate. As he fights, he reminds himself of Zephyr's dream, to become Altair's king. Ned is confident that helping him achieve that dream will bring this conflict to its rightful end. With that belief, he charges forward, entering the mouth of a massive monster with his sword drawn. Meanwhile, outside in the parish, Lucius speaks into a megaphone, addressing all party members and followers of light. It's the first time they've heard his voice in 50 days, and the sudden broadcast stuns everyone. The Holy One continues, explaining that during those days, he prayed to goddess Arya to deliver their enemies into their hands. Now, he announces that he carries her message. According to him, the goddess urges them not to doubt, and to treat her followers with the same reverence they would show a god. Those who believe will receive her blessing. He then raises his voice, calling for everyone to witness a miracle. A massive beam of light shoots down from the sky, piercing through the monster's body. As everyone looks up, they see Zephyr in his dragon form, holding a lightning bolt weapon. He shot that from the sky in a brilliant flash, lighting up the battlefield. It turns out he had opened the letter from the goddess of light, and with it, the miracle begins. The other party leaders are stunned when they see the boy wielding the sword of light. They can't believe that someone so young holds a high-ranking item capable of dispelling dark magic. They know that this sword only appears once every few hundred years, and is granted exclusively to a chosen one. Their surprise deepens when they notice that, with the sword in hand, the boy now exhibits dragon-like features and radiates an aura strikingly similar to that of the gold dragon. Meanwhile, Zephyr reflects on his past life. At this same point in time back then, he had gone largely unnoticed, overshadowed by Adarius, who took the spotlight. But in hindsight, that anonymity gave him the chance to move in silence, ambush enemies, and seize rare opportunities to grow stronger. Now, he knows that just like before, he could remain hidden behind figures like Lucius or Dariel, but this time, there's no need. He understands it's finally time to step forward and show himself to the world. Just a few days earlier, inside the Silver Key, Mercedes had revealed something that stuck with him. The voice that once stopped him from using the sword wasn't Arya's, because he cannot hear the voice of a god directly. That moment reminded him of a time when he thought he had heard the goddess's voice through Mercedes, but never actually heard it firsthand. He realizes now that he still doesn't know what Arya truly sounds like. Pushing that thought further, Mercedes also disclosed that while the goddess granted him full permission to wield the Sword of Light, it was the sword itself that rejected him. This brings back another memory. When Mercedes explained that the goddess entrusted him with the sword on one condition: he must protect the Holy One. Only then does everything click into place for Zephyr. He now understands that although he can use the sword freely for 10 months, the moment he carries out the goddess's command, protecting the Holy One, the sword is bound to obey him. 10 months is more than enough time for him to take what he needs. Back in the present, the boy casts his Dragon Tongue spell, forcing all humans to kneel and freezing the monsters in place. To everyone's shock, the spell works instantly. Everyone stops exactly where they stand. Even Ned and Ophelia fall under its effect. Then, with a single swing, Zephyr slashes through all the frozen monsters, leaving the smiling woman stunned. She doesn't understand what just happened, but quickly realizes that the figure before her isn't the saint with the dragon heart. It's a dragonoid. Now aware of the threat, she knows the only option left is to retreat. Fortunately for her, the chaos Zephyr caused gives her just enough time to shift her appearance. As she prepares to flee, something strikes her from behind, leaving her dazed. It's Fade, once again arriving at the perfect moment. He was watching closely, and noticed that she stole someone's cape and altered her energy signature to mimic someone else. But he never lost track of her. He's certain it's her because he previously marked her with a uniquely scented poison. The scent remains, allowing him to locate her easily by smell alone. Realizing this, the woman silently acknowledges his rare talent. Meanwhile, Zephyr remains deep in thought, aware of how powerful he has become. With the Sword of Light and the 2 dragon hearts within him, thanks to Yggdrasil, his current output reaches 24.5% for both hearts. With all this power, he knows there's no longer any need to hide who he is. He only needs to wait for the right moment to reveal his identity and claim the missing piece of the puzzle. In his past life, no matter how strong he became, people never believed in him. They saw him as inferior simply because he was a slave. That perception cost him valuable opportunities, and was partly to blame for his and Altair's eventual separation. Zephyr finds it ironic now. Despite being the only one capable of saving them, the powerful figures of that time refused to acknowledge him. They never allowed him to take a leading role, all because of pride and ego, even in situations where cooperation was essential to survive. Still, despite their stubbornness, he chose to help them. He knew he needed numbers to face the overwhelming enemies ahead, and powerful allies were necessary, regardless of their attitudes. Now in the present, he understands that he can't win the Great War with just a handful of elites. They need someone the people can rally behind, and that role is determined by the one who holds the Sword of Light. Right now, that person is Zephyr, with undeniable proof of his status as the Chosen One in his hands. Even Lucius kneels before him, saying he has been waiting for this moment. Zephyr confirms that he completed what Lucius had asked of him. Then, from within his silver key, he pulls out the severed head of the blue dragon, presenting it to reveal the deeper issue, the corruption rooted in Danakil. Seeing the dragon's head, the leaders are in complete disbelief. That same day, Lucius's public prayer spreads rapidly across the entire continent. News of the Chosen One's appearance reaches every region, accompanied by letters urging officials and nobles to recognize the decision of the Goddess of Light. The message also mentions the presence of the dragon heart, reinforcing the Chosen One's legitimacy. Upon reading it, the royal court expresses concern. It feels dangerously close to embezzlement or overreach. But with the goddess's name involved, the matter becomes nearly impossible to challenge. Moreover, many witnessed the event firsthand, and they know that no one will question the disappearance of the dragon heart. With all these factors in play, it becomes clear that Lucius and Zephyr have secured a significant victory. Zephyr is now seen as the central figure in the unfolding story of this world. In response, the people begin the official prayers to Goddess Arya, asking for her eternal light and guidance. The scene shifts to Jin Gong as he recalls his earlier days, when he stood out as the most gifted among all the disciples of the Dragon King style. Born with an exceptional physique, he quickly grasped the core principles of martial arts. Even after accepting the demon worshipper's worm, he continued to grow and gained incredible power. His name, meaning strong dragon, seemed perfectly suited to his identity. He sees himself as powerful and firmly on the right path, though he holds a deep dislike for his father, who constantly speaks of returning east to reclaim his throne. Jin Gang also considers Ned foolish and stubborn for refusing the worm. In his view, everyone else is mistaken. He believes that, with the world on the verge of collapse, there's no point in clinging to loyalty or pride. Rejecting the worm to him is nothing more than empty ego. Jin Gang is convinced that in the end times, such values will become irrelevant. The only thing that will matter is who possesses the demon's power capable of adapting beyond the fragile limits of humanity. That, he believes, is the reason both his father exiled him from the East, and why Ned turned against him. Despite this, he holds no respect for Ned, and believes he alone is destined to become the true dragon. However, things haven't unfolded as he expected. At present, Jin Gang is trapped, bound by magical roots and enchanted hand seals cast by Altair's party, including Dariel. He doesn't understand why he's being held. Altair, however, recognizes him immediately as Ned's elder brother, and acknowledges that Jin Gang is clearly stronger than all his siblings, having already defeated dozens of Dragon King-style disciples on his own. However, they manage to trap Jin Gang. While holding him in place with her dark hand and ghost spells, Altair calmly remarks that he should have brought healers with him. Meanwhile, Kiara supports the fight by casting her root spell combined with Pollen Rush, dealing with the remaining Demon Lord worshippers who arrived alongside Jin Gang. Elise tends to healing duties, keeping the party in fighting condition. Dariel's enchanted bow, empowered by Elise's buffs, proves especially effective. His boosted speed allows him to slow down and damage the enemy group significantly. As the battle winds down, Altair looks at Jin Gang and tells him he made a critical mistake by letting his guard down and allowing them time to channel their buff spells. She says his downfall is the result of his own carelessness. Hearing this, Jin Gang grows furious and begins shouting curses at her. But before he can finish, one of Dariel's arrows strikes him directly in the head, blasting it apart. Altair watches as Jin Gang collapses. She knows he had no value as a hostage, and could have become a serious threat if he had joined forces with the Smiling Woman. In the end, killing him was the safest option. Realizing that Jin Gang was present here, Altair begins to suspect that the Smiling Woman may now be with Lucius. The flash of light she noticed earlier might have come from Zephyr. As she thinks about this possibility, a slight blush rises on her face, knowing she might see him soon. Afterward, the group scouts the surrounding area, makes sure it's secure, and begins the healing process in preparation to move toward the third parish. At the third parish, Altair's group arrives just as night falls and finally reunites with Zephyr. Meanwhile, the local residents are shocked at the sight of Dariel. It's been centuries since they last saw an elf. Cornwall, observing from a distance, grows puzzled upon seeing Princess Altair standing so close to Zephyr. He begins to wonder if they had known each other before. Fade, also present, sees Zephyr for the first time. Immediately he realizes that Zephyr is not the one he has been searching for. Ned, noticing Fade deep in thought, offers to introduce him to Zephyr, but Fade refuses, claiming he doesn't like him. His indifference shifts to surprise when Kiara calls out his name. As she runs toward him, he vanishes without a trace. Outside the parish, the 10 strongest challengers begin to retreat. They know they can't confront the Saint right now, and if the Saint truly defeated the Twin Knights, then he may be stronger than any of them, making it pointless to engage at this time. Elsewhere, in one of the temple hallways, a knight arrives to find Gertrude trapped in an enchanted snare. She calls out manically for Olden, insisting she will find him. At the 13th parish, Prince Polaris finishes reading the letter detailing all that has happened. He laughs, amused by the unexpected turn of events. Intrigued, he expresses a desire to meet Zephyr himself. The boy has provided him with so much entertainment that Polaris feels he should be rewarded. Eager for another encounter, he turns to the Golden Dragon and asks whether it's time to arrange a new event for the second round. The next day, all the forces besieging the 3rd parish withdraw. The officials in charge of the sacred relics also retrieve the Stake of Faith. Meanwhile, the Finance Council expresses satisfaction at a new investment opportunity connected to Zephyr. The parish defenders witness these developments and prepare to relay various updates to their respective clients. Among the most notable news is a possible change in the Ice Dragon raid plans due to the recent arrival of a Dragon Slayer. On the other hand, Gertrude and the knights who had secretly entered the parish in search of Olden are captured and placed in jail, awaiting further investigation. The High Priestess, initially troubled by how they can explain Olden's alleged connection to demon worship, is surprised by how smoothly everything turned out. Strangely, those involved appear to have lost their memories, which prevents any complications. The priest standing nearby remarks that the situation could have escalated had news of Olden's death become public. He also suspects that the 4th parish may still be plotting something, and believes their retreat is only temporary. To the High Priestess, it almost seems as though the situation has been resolved, yet something still feels unfinished. While they escort Lucius, he overhears the conversation and surprises them by confidently declaring it a straightforward victory. In hindsight, he is right. They managed to handle the grime-smiling woman, and even the angel herself appeared, delivering a letter from the Goddess of Light directly to Lucius. Before departing, she simply reminded him to continue offering prayers. As the Holy One opened the letter, it revealed that an emissary of the goddess would soon arrive from the haven, carrying a divine artifact. Lucius felt deeply honored that the goddess herself sent a message, and immediately assumed the emissary was Zephyr. He became fully committed to fulfilling any task she required. What Lucius didn't know was that the letter was a forgery, written by Zephyr himself after bribing an angel during the Dragon Corpse barbecue. Zephyr knew Lucius would never uncover the truth and quietly planned to reward him later for his unwavering faith. Meanwhile, something more pressing occurs. Fade receives a letter from Lucius's father, informing him of his arrival at the 3rd parish. The Holy One is visibly shocked by the news, but when Fade reveals that his father has instructed him to offer his help, the priest becomes enthusiastic. He recognizes that Fade's presence could be a significant asset in the upcoming Ice Dragon raid. Fade agrees to assist, though he makes it clear that his support stems purely from goodwill, as he feels no personal obligation to be involved. Not far from them, Zephyr arrives and asks Fade if the smiling woman had provided any useful information. He adds that if Fade had known anything about the tarantula, he wouldn't have left in the middle of the night. Fade seems ready to respond but then stops himself. Ned, reflecting on the situation, realizes his suspicion might be accurate. The main problem with the smiling woman lies in the failure of his queen's blessing. It has no effect on her. As a result, they resort to using a truth serum, but even that yields no information about the tarantula. Ned suspects that all Fade managed to obtain was the location of the Dragon King's style, which still leaves many questions unanswered. Ned also recalls that the tarantula are notoriously difficult to track, and with the Jin gang now dead, the only ones who might have information about them are Master and Zephyr. At that moment, Zephyr offers to help Fade take revenge, on the condition that he shares what he knows. He warns him not to refuse. With a sudden burst of movement, Zephyr flashes close to Fade, startling him. Caught off guard, Fade quickly agrees to listen. Later, the entire group gathers for a meeting, where the new party member, Adarius, introduces himself as the wielder of the Requiem sword and a disciple of the White Dragon. He explains that his master instructed him to assist Altair, so he has come to fulfill that order. The group welcomes him warmly, and Altair suggests that he train under Zephyr for the time being. Adarius accepts without hesitation. Though he understands the princess wants him to observe and understand the current situation first, he feels slightly disappointed that he couldn't make a more dramatic entrance by arriving earlier, ideally during the Blue Dragon raid. He holds strong confidence in his own abilities, believing that had he been there, he might have slain the dragon himself with a single strike to the heart. Inwardly, he recalls the words of the White Dragon, that when the demon lord descends upon the world, all dragons will follow him, and unleash destruction. His mission, therefore, is clear that he must kill them all before the end times arrive. This is what his master had once told him, while in lizard form, which also implied that he would eventually have to kill the original form of the white dragon as well. Idarius knows he cannot bring himself to do that. As a result, his goal shifts. Instead of killing, he now aims to prevent the demon lord's descent altogether. He also understands that dragons could be powerful allies if used correctly, and their support might make the coming battles much easier. Still, he feels puzzled as to why Altair hasn't considered this possibility. Then he remembers. Perhaps it's fear. A fear that might be affecting everyone seated around the table, clouding their judgment and making it harder for them to think clearly. Idarius doesn't like this atmosphere, so he decides to stay quiet for now, observe the group, and follow the other party members until he fully understands the situation. While he's lost in thought, Zephyr glances over and notices something about him that he doesn't like. After the meeting, Elsie casts her spell, Angel's Embrace, a strange form of magical health assessment. All the new members are visibly uneasy about it, while Elsie seems to enjoy their discomfort, playfully commenting on how rare it is to examine specimens like a dragon, a seasoned warrior, and an elf. Hearing this, Fade becomes irritated, but to his surprise, Elsie soon discovers that she's unable to inspect him at all. Around the same time, Altair arrives and asks whether she has looked into the smiling woman. Elsie explains that despite fulfilling all the known conditions for the Queen's blessing, they were unable to apply it to the woman. Kiara speculates that the woman might already carry a blessing, or perhaps a curse, that causes interference. However, that theory doesn't hold. According to Elsie, they examined everything thoroughly, and the results suggest a different issue. The woman may have a problem with her brain. This revelation surprises Altair. The High Priestess notes that while high-level healing spells can reattach freshly severed fingers, they can't restore parts that were lost years ago. Since the smiling woman was involved in the shipwreck where she lost her memory, it's likely she suffered brain damage and now perceives the world in a fundamentally different way. Elsie points out that the woman didn't even recognize that she was looking directly into Ned's eyes, meaning the conditions for the Queen's blessing were never actually met. This suggests that the smiling woman might no longer see humans as humans at all. Later, Zephyr visits the holding cells to observe her himself. As he approaches, she stares at him without the slightest hesitation in her eyes. 13 years ago, after the boat incident, she was swept away by the waves and washed up on an island. When she regained consciousness, everything around her was dark and silent, except for a constant ringing in her ears. With no memory of who she was, she panicked and screamed. One day, overwhelmed by pain and thoughts of ending her life, she suddenly caught the scent of incense, and the ringing stopped. At that moment, she heard a heavy voice commanding her to open her eyes. When she did, a mysterious master healed her, and her vision began to return, if only slightly. That was the moment she met her mentor. She spent her days learning the language of the East and meditating under the master's guidance. Slowly, a sense of peace began to settle within her. During meditation, her vision gradually improved, but what she saw disturbed her. Everyone around her appeared as monsters. The only person she could recognize as human was herself, reflected in the mirror. Tired of living among monsters, she longed to reunite with her younger brother. The problem was, she had no idea what he looked like. Still, she held on to hope, believing that if they shared any resemblance, she might recognize him when the time came. Then, one day, despite faithfully following everything the master had taught her, her vision became even stranger. She began to see symbols and arrows hovering over people's forms, markings that left her deeply unsettled. In the present, after hearing everything, Fate explains that what she experienced resembles a form of long-term trauma treatment, an extreme method that breaks the brain's normal function to allow the natural flow of mana. The process is brutal, often involving poison, and 9 out of 10 subjects don't survive. However, those who do gain altered sensory abilities. These heightened senses can affect smell, taste, or sight, and sometimes even shift a person's entire perception of reality. As the smiling woman gradually becomes accustomed to the strange figures she sees, she realizes the arrows are actually guides. By adjusting the shape of her face to match their patterns, she discovers she can transform her appearance into someone else entirely. She recalls how her mentor cared for her, showed her her worth, and taught her martial arts. He even tried to locate her younger brother. Determined to repay him, she once set out to retrieve a dragon's heart, but failed. Still, her primary goal remains to save her master. For that, she needs a way out of this prison. Zephyr manages to extract all this simply by watching her closely. She notices him staring and assumes he's acting strange. She then admits she will be killed if released, and makes a final request, to take a bath before she dies. Willing to offer any information in exchange, she pleads with him. If he cannot untie her, she asks if he could wash her himself. Zephyr steps into the cell, tells her to stay still, and gently lifts her head. In that moment, as she looks into his eyes, she believes she has ensnared him with her charm. She believes she has Zephyr under her spell, convinced that he sees her as an unforgettable war trophy and will eventually give in. Desperate to escape, she's willing to do anything, knowing that even those as strong as a dragon heart bearer or the wielder of the Sword of Light can't fully resist their natural instincts. But to her shock, Zephyr leans close to her face and coldly orders her to expel the worm inside her. Almost instantly, she feels something rise in her throat and begins coughing up blood. Zephyr watches from the side, smirking. He remembers her from the past, how she once tried to manipulate him, pretending to be close just to use him before discarding him. But now, in the present, he stomps on the writhing worm she vomits onto the floor as she struggles to breathe. Zephyr states that he could kill her right now, but chooses not to, for her brother's sake. He tells her that her life now depends on her behavior. With those words, he forces her eyes open, anchoring her back to awareness. Suddenly, a blast of light bursts from the cellar, and moments later, Zephyr emerges. Altair, waiting outside, wonders if it's over. Zephyr calmly explains that he made sure she will gradually return to normal, and that her senses, and possibly her memories, may also come back over time. Altair, concerned, asks if the process will take long. Zephyr replies that slowing the side effects of worm removal is the best approach. Still, he's slightly surprised, having assumed that Altair was against rehabilitating the smiling woman, and had intended to kill her instead. Hearing that, Altair admits she did want the smiling woman dead, but also sees the potential in using someone with such rare talents. Deep down, she knows the truth, that the smiling woman is Ned's sister, and of course, she feels responsible for helping her. Meanwhile, back in the cell, the smiling woman lies unconscious. Zephyr, anticipating the possibility, has already placed a safety seal there as a precaution. With that matter temporarily resolved, he shifts his attention to the next pressing issue. In truth, Zephyr never wanted to meet the smiling woman at all. His original intent was to kill her, but because she is Ned's sister, he had no choice. Even so, the moment he saw her in person, he struggled to suppress the emotions she stirred. What troubled him even more was the same question he still couldn't answer. Why did so many individuals willingly follow the demon god cult, even after learning the truth? Why did they remain loyal to someone who brought ruin? He knows he can't afford to ask those questions. The future he's fighting for depends on holding on to the memories he already carries. As he stands lost in thought, a sandal flies past his head. Looking up, he sees Altair at the top of the stairway, smirking slightly. She had intentionally untied it. The moment feels almost surreal. The dark, narrow stairwell, the chill in the air, and Altair's skin faintly glowing in the low light. It all blurs together. Then, on those cold steps, they share a quiet, intimate moment. Zephyr reflects on how deeply he's been wounded in the past, betrayed time and time again. He had built his world in darkness, where trust had no place. But then Altair came. She offered honesty where others brought lies, and somehow became the reason that, no matter how many times he has to start over, he still wants to be with her. The next morning, as the lockdown at the third parish is officially lifted, the council announces a grand ceremony to mark the end of the recent raid. During the banquet that follows, Altair takes the opportunity to reveal her plans for the upcoming Ice Dragon raid. The event also features the spoils from the princess's dungeon raid, along with the presence of several powerful party members, each adding weight and prestige to the gathering. The setup is ideal for attracting investor interest, and Zephyr feels genuinely pleased with how everything is coming together. However, his mood shifts sharply when he spots Polaris entering the main hall, accompanied by a group of knights. Clapping and offering praise, Polaris openly commends Altair, and then turns his attention to Zephyr, highlighting his impressive performance and stating that he had come specifically to meet him in person. The boy, caught off guard, stands in disbelief. He hadn't expected Polaris to appear, and certainly not here. Polaris Albert Cayenne, the first prince of the Cayenne kingdom and the youngest cardinal in the temple, is well known across Aslan. Unlike the sickly second prince, Polaris is celebrated for both his intelligence and appearance, earning him the title of Aslan's brightest star. Zephyr feels uneasy and confused by the unexpected presence of someone with such a status, especially considering Polaris is also the leader of the Demon Lord cult. Before Zephyr can react further, Lucius quickly steps forward to welcome him. Outwardly calm, Lucius is just as unsettled. He knows Polaris has no valid reason to be here and silently vows not to let Zephyr become his next target. Sensing the tension in the room, Polaris attempts to lighten the atmosphere, reminding everyone that he's merely a priest. Then, with a playful smile, he adds that if people find his presence unpleasant, he's prepared something for them. He snaps his fingers, and a group of cheerful children rushes in, surrounding Zephyr. At Polaris's signal, they begin singing in harmony. Zephyr, caught off guard, has no idea what he is trying to accomplish. He then reveals that the children are war refugees and orphans he has personally taken in. He points out that while he himself has limited power to change the world, Zephyr was the one who prevented the recent tragedy at its root. Saying this, he kneels before him and offers thanks. The attendees respond with applause and cheers. Altair, however, remains skeptical. She knows her brother too well to believe he traveled all this way just to offer praise. Something else is at play. Meanwhile, Polaris shifts the topic, smoothly transitioning into a speech about the dungeon bubble collapse and the economic ripple effect it caused across the continent. Polaris explains that new dungeon-related laws have recently been enacted. One of these laws requires that all treasures and loot obtained from dungeon raids must be evaluated by a nationally certified appraiser and reported to the investors. He then reveals another clause stating that all item values must be assessed based on current market conditions and economic trends. To everyone's surprise, he claims that upon review, the current market value of a black dragon heart is listed as 0 gold. He continues, noting that, according to the law, dungeon items do not legally belong to the party until they are officially reported. If any items are used before this reporting, such as healing items or exclusive loot, their value must be reimbursed from the party's profits. Since the dragon heart was valued at 0 gold, Polaris argues that its use should technically cost nothing. However, he implies that this reporting doesn't reflect the truth. At that point, Lucius reacts angrily, but Polaris calmly clarifies that such claims wouldn't come from him directly, but rather from the public. Turning to the room, he addresses everyone, stating that the dragon heart cannot be measured in human currency, as it was used to carry out the goddess's will. Naturally, he concludes, its monetary value would be 0. He then shifts attention back to Zephyr, praising him for acting selflessly, claiming he never cared about treasure or money and acted purely for the sake of the goddess. His tone and words are sweet, but both Lucius and Altair sense something off beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Polaris continues, emphasizing that Zephyr saved everyone from chaos without accepting a single coin in return, which, in his view, makes the dragon heart priceless. Zephyr, however, grows visibly annoyed by the act. The guy continues, stating that as soon as he heard the news, he rushed to his father and requested that Zephyr's arrest be reversed. He then summons a scroll, explaining that afterward, he visited the bishops of every parish and gathered their signatures, all in agreement that Zephyr's actions were a miracle of the goddess and could not be judged by human laws. Placing a hand on the young soldier, he claims that they all respect Zephyr for his help and his sacrifice for humanity. He goes on to announce that the bishops have pledged their full support, promising military aid, resources, and the establishment of a foundation to assist those in need. Hearing this, Lucius realizes the entire scene is an act, but one he didn't expect to unfold this way. The very religious justification they had often used to avoid legal responsibilities is now being turned against them. They are now indirectly forced to provide aid without compensation. If they refuse, the legitimacy of the dragon heart will come under scrutiny, but if they comply, they stand to lose all potential profit. Hearing this, Zephyr glances at Altair, hoping she might intervene. However, he quickly realizes that the one behind all of this is her brother, formerly the Gold Dragon's left arm. He had renounced his claim to the throne and taken priesthood, eventually rising to become a bishop in the Gold Dragon's territory, a position that grants him immense influence. Challenging him is effectively the same as challenging the Golden Dragon itself, making it nearly impossible for anyone to oppose him. The investors, witnessing everything unfold, grow disheartened. Realizing that Polaris is maneuvering to take all the profits for himself, they decide to withdraw, knowing there's no financial gain left for them. At that moment, Polaris steps closer to Zephyr, revealing that he hasn't come to start another war, but simply to defeat him. Despite the tension in the air, Zephyr holds back a laugh, fully aware that the man in front of him is completely absurd. Polaris's actions follow a familiar pattern often used by temple guilds and nobles to suppress smaller guilds and individuals. They start by making vague excuses to cut their targets off from funding, initially keeping their promises once or twice. After that, they begin to stall, claiming the money is still being processed or that approval is needed from another branch. Eventually, the promised support never arrives. As a result, soldiers are left under-equipped, and dungeon raids fail. To keep the strongest members from being recruited by other parties, guilds are forced to overpay them. On top of that, dungeon equipment, especially enchanted or specialized gear, is expensive. There are also ongoing costs for labor and supplies such as potions, food, and camp gear for parties that can range from a dozen to several hundred members. Even the rights to raid a dungeon must be purchased, so when higher-ups monopolize the profits, it becomes a death sentence for the party. This is exactly what Polaris is attempting. Returning to the present, Polaris mocks Zephyr's lack of a proper response. He pushes the idea that, now that he is seen as important, he must follow established rules, regardless of his personal strength. He even suggests that Altair will go broke without any financial products to support her, and since she has a public image to uphold as a princess, Zephyr will be expected to fulfill those expectations. His words are carefully aimed to provoke, pushing Zephyr to the edge of anger, knowing that an impulsive move could lead to serious consequences. But instead of reacting with violence, he calmly begins quoting an old prophecy, one that speaks of a red smoke, like blood, rising from the south and covering the entire world. He says it will be a sign that the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse have risen, bringing war and death across the world. As he quotes the prophecy, Lucius recognizes it immediately. Meanwhile, Zephyr continues to use his silver key to summon the Sword of Light, claiming that an angel told him he would use it to prevent the world's downfall when he first earned the blade. Charging the sword with mana, he firmly states that since the goddess has granted him both the dragon heart and the sword, he cannot hand them over to anyone else. Instead, it will be Princess Altair who decides where the dragon heart belongs. After making this clear, he calmly shakes hands with Polaris and expresses his gratitude. With that, the bishop takes his leave. As he walks away, he's deep in thought. For a mere peasant, Zephyr handled the situation better than expected. He wonders whether he plans to give the dragon heart to Altair in order to strengthen her party against him. The idea darkens Polaris's expression. He feels that Zephyr has chosen a difficult path, one that will eventually ruin him. Polaris firmly believes that all 7 pieces of the dragon's heart must be recovered and reunited. Otherwise, there's no point in having them at all. Even as he returns, he remains lost in thought about Zephyr. He suspects that the boy knows nothing about how the world truly works. His cooperation with Altair, his cryptic prophecy, and his calm behavior all raise doubts in his mind. He doesn't believe Zephyr is acting purely out of goodwill. He considers whether he should have performed a mana dedication ritual to test him, but there were too many eyes on them. Still, he reassures himself, his true goal is to summon the Demon Lord. Everything else is just entertainment for now. Besides, he has prepared a special gift for them, one he crafted himself. The gift turns out to be Adirius, whom Polaris had already met earlier. He had lied to Adirius, claiming he had found a way for him to reunite with his master. Adirius, appearing to believe him, accepted a necklace from Polaris. Back in the third parish, Altair and Zephyr discuss their recent encounter with Polaris. Altair feels relieved that they still possess the dragon heart, though she's slightly surprised to see Zephyr smiling. When she asks about it, he reveals that he had expected a far worse outcome. The meeting also helps explain some of the cult leader's behavior in his previous life. At the time, he was confused by the man's sudden appearance, but after hearing Altair's remarks about the white dragon, he developed a theory. Perhaps the cult leader had shown up to investigate whether the white dragon was involved in Olden's disappearance. Even so, one detail still puzzles him. In his past life, Polaris never took any action against Adirius for 2 whole years, despite Adirius's known connection to the white dragon. The answer, however, comes from Adirius himself. Sometime earlier, Zephyr met Adirius and who showed him his ice dragon deity. From that conversation, he learned that Polaris was never able to collect the dragon hearts. This explains why he seemed relieved during their recent meeting. He likely believed they would never gather enough power to challenge him. With this in mind, Zephyr decides to act. He pretends not to know how to use the dragon heart, and it works just as he hoped. Polaris leaves, choosing to fight through wealth and political influence, exactly how humans tend to operate, and Zephyr understands that well. But when he mentions humans, Altair briefly recalls a memory of her brother in his demon form. Meanwhile, Zephyr continues thinking, if the bishop had revealed his true power, they would all be dead by now. Or at the very least, their party would have been forced into a desperate struggle for survival. Yet, Polaris leaves Zephyr untouched and never reveals his allegiance to the Demon Lord worshippers. Our boy suspects there must be rules in place, boundaries Polaris cannot cross, at least for now. He realizes that all Polaris can do is label him a threat to the kingdom and try to eliminate him through the Gold Dragon's influence, likely by triggering internal conflict within the temple. Zephyr finds it almost amusing. Despite all his manipulation and arrogance, he genuinely believes he came out on top. But our boy knows better. He knows that eventually the cult leader will recognize his mistake and regret letting this opportunity slip. And although Polaris took a step back, Zephyr is certain they'll push much further now, especially with Altair by his side. In the next meeting, Zephyr prepares a variety of delicious dishes made from dragon meat, accompanied by a glass of water drawn from the Lake of Life. According to him, this combination helps boost their stats, something they'll need for the upcoming battles in the snowy fields of the Blue Dragon Raid. As he encourages everyone to eat, they're all surprised by how flavorful and nutritious the food is. The water from the Elven Lake not only enhances regeneration, but also extends one's lifespan. While the others enjoy the meal, Altair grows curious about when Zephyr learned to cook. He replies that he picked it up from his grandfather, who once owned a restaurant. Altair makes a light remark in response, but then raises a concern. Ada Ruiz is the only one missing. Zephyr simply notes that dragon meat doesn't sit well with him, avoiding further explanation. Still, she worries that Ada Ruiz might come to resent them. Zephyr, however, feels confident that even if he holds a grudge, he won't act on it, not with Dariel around. Meanwhile, Ada Ruiz quietly concludes that it might be best to eliminate Zephyr now. Despite the cult leader's earlier interference, the dragon raid proceeds as planned and on schedule. In the following meeting, Lucius presents a list of items to be sold at the upcoming Lauren auction. This auction is the largest on the continent, where millions of gold worth of goods are traded, including legendary items. According to the priest, placing an item in the auction is a lengthy process. It takes months to submit an item and even longer for it to be evaluated. Only after all the formal procedures is it added to the official catalog, one that only auction staff are permitted to view. Overall, the auction process typically takes around half a year for an item to be listed. However, Zephyr notices that one particular entry in the catalog is scheduled to go up for bidding in just 2 months. He recalls that once auction dates are finalized, sellers can't cancel their listings unless the auction house finds the item unsatisfactory. That loophole gives them an opportunity. If they offer something better in return, the auction house may cancel the previous request and accept the new one. With that in mind, Zephyr begins reviewing the list, trying to decide which item might be useful for the raid. He also realizes he can't rely on his usual method of consulting the past, as these events haven't occurred yet. He then recalls a significant event. When Edaruis arrived to meet Altair, he brought a large force with him. At that time, Altair and her group had left the castle to pursue Ned, who was fleeing with the dragon heart. With the castle mostly empty, Edaruis decided to seek out the dragon on his own. He claimed he simply intended to communicate with it. When he reached the ice castle where the dragon resided, hoping to establish contact before the princess could, he encountered something entirely unexpected. The ice dragon was not what he had imagined. She appeared as a girl with horns and a commanding presence. As Edaruis stepped inside, she immediately closed the distance, recognizing her sister's scent on him. She had long suspected her sister's involvement in matters like these. Believing that Edaruis had come either to test his strength or the Dragonheart's power, she drew her sword and introduced herself as Merenia, the ice dragon. She then declared that if he wanted anything from her, he would have to defeat her first. Despite being caught off guard, Edaruis feels a flicker of excitement. He and the ice dragon are similar, both driven by passion and a fierce instinct to protect their masters and their kind. With that unspoken understanding, the two clash. She quickly becomes impressed by how well Edaruis holds his ground against her relentless attacks. Knowing that he is her sister's disciple, she expects no less. She then summons hundreds of ice swords and sends them flying toward him. In one powerful swing, Edaruis shatters them all. Without missing a beat, the ice dragon charges forward in a flash, following up her assault. Their fighting styles mirror each other so closely that it seems as though they are reflections. Each strike met with an equal counter, each move answered with matching precision. Meanwhile, her aura intensifies, and with each breath, she begins to freeze the area surrounding her castle. As the battle moves outside, she finally gains the upper hand and brings Edaruis down. But in that moment she realizes he didn't come to kill her. Curious about him, she chooses to learn more. And while the two remain locked in that fragile pause, unaware of what the future holds, a quiet, magical winter begins around them. Despite being knocked down, Edaruis stands up and makes another attempt to strike, but the ice dragon easily dodges and counters, sending him back to the ground. She remarks that he needs at least 100 more years of training before he can hope to challenge her. To give him a chance to keep sparring, she summons 7 magical swords and encourages him to try using them, especially one named Requiem. He picks up the sword, and together they continue sparring for hours on end until exhaustion nearly overwhelms him. At one point, he uses a flint to start a fire, something the ice dragon has never seen before. Intrigued, she watches as he prepares food over the flames. They share the meal, chewing through roasted meat. Once finished, they resume sparring until sleep finally overtakes him. As he dozes off, the ice dragon finds herself puzzled by human behavior. Most humans lose their will to fight when faced with her dragon power, yet he remains curious, even eager. She thinks back to her sister's other disciples, recalling how strange they all seemed. The dungeon princess and her armored guard come to mind, the guard especially, whose inhuman strength and presence left a lasting impression. She once saw him as a mere child, but he grew into something that now unsettles her. Now Edaruis shows promise too. He has a strong physique, adaptable mana control, and excellent spatial awareness. What stands out most is his mindset. He embraces challenges. Even when struck down, he continuously analyzes his technique, reflecting on what went wrong and how to improve. Though he clearly can't match her yet, he trains hard, not for victory, but for the joy of testing himself. Each clash is a chance to grow, and he thrives in the struggle. Edaruis improved so much that the ice dragon, Merenia, now spars with him in her true form. 3 months into his training, he feels excited by his progress. He can now land hits on Merenia even in her dragon form. However, that excitement quickly turns into panic when he remembers he must return to Lindell Castle in 2 months, as the princess is expected to arrive. In the meantime, he has carved out a small space within the ice to live in. One evening, Merenia calls him outside and shows him the northern lights. As he sits and watches, he is mesmerized by the shifting colors. He recalls something his master once told him, that she too had seen the northern lights with Merenia, and had wished to see them with her again. Hearing this, Merenia reflects on the past. Long ago, the great dragon heart shattered into many pieces, and over the course of 100 years, those pieces became the dragons. Her own fragment was a blend of blue and white. After awakening from the ice, she met her sister. They were different from the others because they shared something deeper. Her sister had a passionate nature, and though both of them were white in appearance, Merenia could never claim the title of the White Dragon, as it already belonged to another. She continues to reflect. After Kaiserus died, her sister went into a long sleep, and the other dragons began to act strangely, preparing for some unknown grand mission. Since then, Merenia hasn't had a conversation like this with anyone, especially not someone who shares memories with her sister. Hearing that, Aedaruis can't hold back his emotions, which the ice dragon immediately notices. Inside, he wrestles with himself. His mission is to eliminate all dragons, but if he follows it to the end, he would have to kill both Merenia and her younger sister. He knows he cannot do that. To express what he truly feels, he uses the Earth's Cradle skill to bring out the preserved body of the white dragon lizard, revealing that it once belonged to his master during the time she traveled with him. The ice dragon senses her sister's aura in it. She even notices the flowers her sister used to love, which stirs her emotions. Meanwhile, Aedaruis excuses himself, saying he must search for another of his master's disciples, Princess Altair. According to what he believes, the princess intends to destroy all dragons, and he plans to support her, following his master's final words. However, he secretly hopes to avoid that outcome. He believes he has found a way to prevent the world's end without killing the dragons, and for that, he needs Merenia's help. It is known that when the end of times arrives, everything, including dragons and the Tree of Life, will turn toward destruction, aligning themselves with the Demon Lord. This is the rule of the end. Only death can escape it. Despite this, the white dragon was given a second chance by taking possession of a lizard's body. When her health began to fail and her body reached its limit, she revealed to Aedaruis that she cast a spell to pass on her will to him after her death. She was forbidden to speak it while alive, so the spell served as her only means of communication once she passed. She advised Aedaruis to seek out Princess Altair and support her efforts to stop the end of the world, as Altair was determined to destroy all dragons to save it. Even as she shared this, the white dragon struggled to admit that Aedaruis might not be able to carry out the task, especially if it meant killing her or her sister. In her final moments, she urged him not only to save the world, but to live for himself. After her death, Aedaruis set out to fulfill her mission, but he remained conflicted. The thought of having to destroy her kind weighed heavily on him. He failed to reach a clear decision, but continued moving forward, telling himself he was helping others. One day, inside a dungeon, he encountered something his master once spoke of, a summoning altar for the Demon Lord. Recognizing it immediately, he destroyed the altar, believing that by eliminating such threats at their source, he could prevent the apocalypse without needing to kill dragons. However, the Ice Princess later explained that there were thousands of altars, each hidden and scattered, making it nearly impossible to stop them all that way. She emphasized that Aedaruis was delusional, even about her, and if he truly wanted her support, both he and Princess Altair needed to prove their worth. According to her, this was the perfect opportunity, as Altair planned to eliminate Artalis. If Aedaruis proved useful in that effort, she wouldn't mind joining him as a teammate. Following this, Aedaruis traveled to Lindel, where Princess Altair welcomed him as her fellow's disciple. Over the next year, he cleared various dungeons and gathered loot to prepare for the upcoming raid. During this time, he avoided visiting the Blue Dragon, knowing her sensitive nature could make any encounter dangerous if not approached carefully. He believed accompanying the party was a safer strategy and pretended to support Altair's raid, hoping this would eventually convince the Blue Dragon, and perhaps even the princess, to align with his plan. Later, Princess Altair announced that they received additional investment for the Blue Dragon raid, crediting Aedaruis for the increase in volunteers. Although he downplayed his role as simply clearing dungeons, she insisted he deserved the recognition. As preparations continued, a mercenary named Ralph arrived, introducing himself as someone assigned to assist Aedaruis as a penalty for losing a duel. Soon after, Fade also joined the group, sent by Duke Giornetti, and immediately asked about payment. Aedaruis felt everything was progressing smoothly. When the time came, he opened the dungeon gate, marked the beginning of the raid, and instructed the vanguard to head toward the Lake of Life. As the Blue Dragon was defeated, Golem cheered, celebrating their success. Aedaruis hid his sorrow and acted pleased, knowing he needed to maintain appearances. He then declared that he would consume the dragon heart as promised, and Princess Altair gave her approval. Aedaruis quietly accepted the moment, determined to earn everyone's trust and rise in influence until he surpassed the princess and took control of the party himself. Fade insisted on relying on his own strength. Although Aedaruis preferred to fight alone, he understood he couldn't keep an eye on Fade during the battle. Instead, he focused on getting close enough to heal the Blue Dragon. He used the demonic sword of sacrifice for this purpose, and upon seeing the dragon, he quickly realized that reality was far more complex than he imagined. Still, he felt grateful for the healing items he collected. As he attacked, the dragon briefly regained full consciousness and recalled the divine blade, Requiem. The dragon remembered that its true power awakened only through someone who possessed a dragon heart. To the dragon, the blade represented both a tombstone and a funeral march. While thinking of the White Queen, the dragon acknowledged that she no longer needed to follow her commands. However, she couldn't pass her power to someone she deemed unworthy. She challenged Aedaruis, who narrowly avoided the initial strike. Aedaruis failed to persuade the dragon and found himself unable to retreat, forcing him to fight. When Dariel charged in, Aedaruis saw no alternative and struck at the dragon's horns, apologizing repeatedly as he stabbed. In that moment, he began to wonder if this experience was revealing a hidden talent within him. He reflected on his own limitations and his failure to protect those he wished to save. Realizing he needed to become stronger, he decided that he must take control of the raiding party. If he didn't, he feared they might end up killing Merenia next. For now, he continued to play along, hiding his intentions. Thinking it over, Aedaruis felt relieved that claiming the blue dragon was part of his contract. He couldn't bear the thought of someone else taking it. Before making any decisions about it, however, he planned to meet Merenia first. But his anticipation was abruptly shattered when Black Moon burst out from the dragon's stomach and exploded upon contact with its heart. Just like that, the raid became Aedaruis' worst yet. He lost both the blue dragon and its heart. Furious, he blamed Fade for dragging him away in an attempt to protect him, convinced he could have stopped everything if he stayed. But Fade disagreed. He argued that even if Aedaruis claimed the heart, the poison mixed with it would have caused serious harm. Given the risk, Fade insisted that retreating was the safest option, not just for Aedaruis, who survived thanks to his armor, but for everyone else around him who could have been exposed to the toxin. With that, Fade announced the end of his contract and his intention to leave. He warned the group not to invite him again, especially if Aedaruis was still part of the team. He also advised the princess against granting Aedaruis any authority. Though confused by the warning, the princess started keeping a closer watch on Aedaruis. But sometime later, something happened that made her set those doubts aside. The ice dragon herself arrived to support Aedaruis, recognizing that he proved his worth. To aid him, she froze the entire Elfin and Danakil farmlands. This action crippled Danakil's resources, but by freezing the river, she prevented the poison from spreading across the continent. Following this, the ice dragon officially joined Altair's party. Aedaruis, now carrying the title of Dragon Knight, began fighting alongside her on the battlefield. However, this marked the beginning of the party's descent in the wrong direction. According to Aedaruis, removing the summoning altars became the party's top priority, and all efforts were directed toward it. During the battle with the Black Dragon, Phillips, the leader of the merchantry, was lost, and Fade departed soon after due to ongoing conflict with Aedaruis. Tension also rose between Dariel and Kiara following the Ice Dragon's inclusion in the group. They both understood that eventually the Ice Dragon must be killed, but Aedaruis disagreed, which caused further division. Many members began siding with Aedaruis, who consistently helped others without expecting anything in return. In contrast, Dariel, who lacked a charismatic presence, struggled to earn similar support. Aedaruis claimed he only wanted to gain people's trust, but this shift ultimately led to the elves leaving the party. What remained of the group started to resemble a close-knit circle, bound more by personal admiration for Aedaruis than by shared goals. Altair grew increasingly uneasy, suspecting that her master once ordered the Ice Dragon's death for a specific reason. Meanwhile, the internal division Aedaruis unintentionally created became the opening Zephyr used to join the party. Upon arrival, Fade immediately recognized Zephyr from the Third Parish and quickly pinned him down, surprised to find that the boy learned combat skills. He wondered who might have trained him. The scene then shifted to an earlier time, when Zephyr once wielded the dragon heart and formed a bond with Fade. Because of these events, and Zephyr's growing influence, Altair found herself drawn to him. She realized that building strong allies like Zephyr was essential if she hoped to challenge Aedaruis and prove that he might be leading the party in the wrong direction. To move forward with her plan, Altair persuaded Zephyr to work with her. Our boy, standing on business, reminded her to clarify the terms of their agreement beforehand, as a previous party member stole their kill. He demanded the spoils back, claiming that the Demon Lord worshipper's corpse and belongings rightfully belonged to him. Their first meeting involved some tension, especially as Fade and Zephyr struggled with the limitations of working as a team of just two. Despite these initial difficulties, they agreed to collaborate due to their shared goals. However, Aedaruis was displeased, both by the return of Dariel and Fade, and by the presence of the person who once took the dragon heart. In the past, Aedaruis shared this concern with the Ice Dragon, who, upon hearing it, grew furious. She trapped Zephyr in ice and interrogated him. The knights witnessing the scene felt reassured, seeing that the dragon was on their side. Aedaruis, meanwhile, used Zephyr's presence to subtly influence public opinion in his favor. Back in the present, Zephyr observes the boy during training and quickly realizes that, while naive, he is instinctively cunning and driven by a thirst for fame. The boy, aware of his limitations, pushes himself hard, hoping for just one chance to gain freedom and influence during the upcoming raid. Meanwhile, Adarui, while running through preparations, remains frustrated by Zephyr's use of the Silver Lion's control over him. Still, he knows that Zephyr will likely lift the training restrictions once the dragon raid begins, as his full power will be needed. Edaruis remains firm in his belief that he alone should have the right to decide whether his master, the White Dragon Familiar, lives or dies. During the pre-raid briefing, Altair assigns all party members to specific teams. The auction team is tasked with purchasing equipment, while the farming team, which includes Edaruis and the priests, is assigned to gather loot from monsters. Upon hearing this, Ned realizes he must keep a close eye on Edaruis during the mission. Lastly, the scout team consists of Fade, Dariel, and Dariel's sister, who are tasked with locating more members. This team division reminds Zephyr of his earlier days. However, Ophelia quietly raises a concern to Lucius about whether it's safe to leave the parish, especially with his father's arrival imminent. According to the Holy One, there's a chance he might be late, so finding him directly would be faster. Lucius also mentions both his firstborn and second sibling, which surprises Ned. Meanwhile, Altair is preoccupied with another important task awaiting them in the capital. She recalls the Elf Queen asking her to deliver greetings to a human scholar named Vitel, who had visited the Elfin Forest 61 years ago. Altair had been shocked to learn that not only was Vitel still alive, but he also served as the current dean of the academy, where she herself once studied under him. The Elf Queen entrusted her with a letter to deliver to him, noting his considerable influence among the nobles and the possibility that he might assist with the upcoming raid. Still, Altair hesitates, remembering her poor attendance at the academy and how it had left a negative impression on the dean. To make a better impression, she decides to bring Lucius along, knowing he holds top academic standing and might help smooth things over. At the same time, Fade and Kiara discuss what supplies they'll need for the scouting mission, but Fade believes running will be the fastest option. Meanwhile, Zephyr, despite running low on time, has another urgent task. He must fulfill the Goddess of Light's quest to protect an unknown target for 10 months. He knows both the rewards and the punishments are significant, but the identity of the target remains a mystery. According to the prophecy, the Sword of Light is meant to guide him. As he prepares to resume his other responsibilities, his sword suddenly begins to glow. A beam of light shoots into the sky, and Zephyr instantly senses that it's pointing toward the target, who now seems to be rapidly approaching. Moments later, two figures riding dragons descend from the clouds. One is Lucius's father, the Duke, and the other is none other than Vitel, the Academy Dean. As the dragon lands, Phillips, the leader of the merchantry, is revealed to be with them. Zephyr immediately recognizes him and recalls leaving him in the Elfin Forest for his safety. Altair, upon seeing Phillips, feels slightly relieved, and Phillips appears just as glad, having heard that the group managed to capture the smiling woman, the very reason he had gone into hiding. Phillips quickly explains the situation. Knowing the group's deteriorating condition, he brought Lucius's father, the Duke, along with Professor Vitel. When Ned sees the Duke for the first time, memories resurface. He remembers how the Duke had played a key role in shaping the world's current state. The Duke had benefited greatly from the economic collapse caused by the bubble break, and his aggressive investment strategies had only worsened the damage. Ned indirectly blames that event for his own family's downfall, and as a result, finds no reason to hold a favorable opinion of the man. Even from a purely logical standpoint, the Duke appears to be the worst kind of person, self-serving, short-sighted, and entirely focused on his own family's gain. That's why Ned finds it hard to believe that someone with such a reputation for greed would willingly join the human resistance. Altair, on the other hand, is excited by the Duke's arrival. She had intended to approach him for help, and now he has arrived of his own accord. According to the events of Zephyr's past life, the Duke had eventually offered his support, though only after Lucius was brainwashed by Olden and his own grandchild, along with valuable merchandise, was taken hostage. In that timeline, the Duke had severely underestimated Olden's capabilities. He allowed Matias to remain close to Lucius, and even reassigned Olden to the Third Parish, unaware of Olden's true intentions. After completing his mission, Olden received a powerful item from the cult leader, recruited the Master of the East as his subordinate, and rapidly strengthened his forces to the point where even the Duke was unable to intervene. In the present, Altair knows that Zephyr has successfully disrupted Olden's plan, but she also understands the drawback. Because the Duke never witnessed Olden's actions or the consequences, he has no reason to be grateful for being saved. When they meet, the Duke immediately expresses his disappointment to Phillips, noting that Zephyr, whom some call noble, appears like an ordinary person. Phillips steps in to defend Zephyr, calmly stating that he has real combat experience, having fought on the front lines during the dragon raid. He adds that he, together with Ned, defeated the Dungeon Princess on their own. This revelation surprises the Duke, who seeks confirmation that the two truly acted alone. Phillips confirms it and mentions that they also witnessed what transpired inside the dungeon. The Duke shows interest in learning more but refrains from asking further, aware that revealing too much might expose his real motives. Instead, he shifts the conversation, making it clear that he will not offer any financial support. On the contrary, he states that if they want access to his knowledge and connections, they will have to pay him. Lucius, taken aback, urges his father not to speak that way, reminding him that Zephyr saved his life and is the only one capable of helping with the dragon raid. However, the Duke quickly silences him, further fueling Lucius's frustration. He mocks his son, telling him to focus on repaying his own debts. As for the Ice Dragon raid, the Duke notes that the Guild Union is already on standby and prepared to act at any time, implying that he has other options. As the Duke prepares to add more conditions, Zephyr steps forward and firmly interrupts him. He states that whatever offer the Duke intends to make, he can provide a better one. With that, he summons the light sword and swears an oath, declaring that he has been sent by the Goddess of Light. He reveals that she has instructed him to protect the Duke. Then, using light chains, he restrains the Duke, ordering him to stop the theatrics and remain still. With that, the Duke silently joins their cause, Big Cap, and the groups proceed with their assigned duties. The farming team sets out toward the desert lands, where they meet Harvey of the Galliano Guild, who has been ordered to join the princess's raid. The auction team, led by Phillips, heads toward the capital, while the scout team also departs on their mission. Kiara feels anxious that Zephyr is not with their group, but Dariel reassures her that everything will be fine. Still, she remains uneasy, especially knowing that Vitel, the man rumored to be her biological father, is also among them. She wants to say something to him, but seeing him as an old man now, she no longer feels the need to bring it up. After some travel, the scout team arrives at the blazing forest. Meanwhile, Zephyr and the Duke are making their way up Mount Scylla, located at the center of the continent. As they hike, the Duke grows curious, wondering why the two of them have chosen such a remote location. According to Zephyr, they need to reach the destination no matter what. However, deep down, he knows part of the reason is personal. He wants to understand the Duke better, and it's easier to do that when they're alone. In his past life, when they had used the Dungeon Princess's tomb as shelter, the Duke had been genuinely excited, claiming that his dream was finally coming true. Zephyr had been with him then, listening as the Duke admitted he had spent millions of gold, countless years, and even lost his own son, all just to see what the dungeon boss room looked like. He wasn't interested in the dragon heart, but in something far more important, though at the time, Zephyr had thought it was pointless to ask further. Despite his power in Zephyr's past life, the Duke remained secretive, and no one ever truly knew what his goals were. Now, in the present, Zephyr recalls the Duke's expression when they mentioned the Dungeon Princess's tomb. It seems he hasn't given up on his original wish related to it. Zephyr wants to help him achieve that goal, but he also knows that if the Duke does anything reckless, he may be forced to stop him.